Angry, Aussie. 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 Angry, Aussie. 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 Angry.
Hey, just doing a bit of white boy dancing to my own theme music. Yeehaw. Hello. Oh, that was a very old comment from Mofo Science. I don't know if he's still around. Megaleech, hello. Celtic King, Fox of Fate. Hello. Alrighty. Starting like I mean to go on. Threesome with some porn stars. Yeah, double fisting porn stars. I made a video for my cocktail channel just before coming on. Be less distracting. And also gave me, and those are nuclear porn star martinis made with overproof spirits, one with overproof gin and one with overproof rum. And yee fucking ha. Yes, Megaleech, totally unmonetized. Very good drinks if you like passion fruit, because that's the basis of them. No, Fox, I haven't got started making a spiced white rum. I will have to do that. Use my Jimmy rum because it's got a really good flavor to start. I don't want to make a little amount of it. Maybe I'll do it. Maybe I'll do it while we're talking, actually. Hello, Kirsten. And Safa? Celtic King, I never kiss and tell, no matter which body part I was kissing. Safa, the news of Knights of the Old Republic remake and Matrix movie, all in one day. I've never played Star Wars games. No, that's not strictly true. I played very old ones, like, what was the first one? Dark Forces. That rocked so much, being Kyle Katarn. Never played Knights of the Old Republic, though. And yes, I was kind of excited at the Matrix trailer, actually. It's weird I didn't even know that. I must have read that was happening. But it hadn't really occupied a space in my brain. And I like the trailer. I'm intrigued. I want to see more. So, yeah. Maybe, I'm just thinking, I want like a jar. I'm sure I've got some jars somewhere just to make a spiced white rum. Yes, Saffron, yes. Dark Forces became Jedi Knight. They did link some of them, I think, yeah. Kirsten answering hundreds of emails because poor customer service girl's gone on a well-deserved time off. Yeah, earned it, I'm sure. Yeah, Jesus, I ordered a shit ton of stuff this week, which I wasn't intending to. And none of it's arrived, and that's okay. Like, if it takes another week or so, that's okay. These people don't have to bow to my whims. I'm slightly surprised the marionette one hasn't shown up because they were using a courier that previously has been very fast, but c'est la vie. Some of these things might even arrive. I get really surprised when stuff gets delivered on the weekend. I don't expect it, and someone just shows up the door. One of the folks on the Steve the Bartender cocktail crew on Facebook said, oh, look, Australians, you can get Smith & Cross rum, which is this overproof rum that people always rave about. And so I was like, all right, I'm getting some. And it's on a decent price for Australia, like $100, which is decent for Australia. And some other people who ordered it already got it. I don't have it yet. That's okay. And then I also ordered the Tasmanian equivalent of Applejack. And these are all stuff I'm really quite keen to taste. Marionette's Blue Curacao, the Smith & Cross rum, and the Tasmanian Applejack. I'm quite keen to taste them all. Ian, hello. Yeah, I've been absent for a little while, and that is okay. Life is a thing that happens. Safa, I don't think they showed Agent Smith. They showed agents. I wasn't watching that closely. They replaced Morpheus with a younger model, which is a bit rude. But anyway. Hey, Justin. How's it going? Celtic, I haven't heard from AZ for a little while. He knows Friday night's a big night. He might pop in. One thing. Sorry, just excuse me, Shane. I'll keep talking, but I'm just going to be off camera. And all my receptacles here, I must have some sort of a jar. Something I can easily make a small spiced white rum. Because now that Fox of Fate reminded me, I feel like, oh look, I might just use this, an old jam jar. I'm not going to make a lot. So, okay, I'll get some herbs, some spices to spice it. Cinnamon sticks. Where is stuff? Wait, that's what I'm looking for, I think. What's that? Oops. No, Class A cherries. No, I didn't really want Class A cherries. I thought that was something else. Like, cardamom. Okay. I'm finding stuff. What was that? Cinnamon sugar. That could come in handy. I'm trying to get stuff, and it's on a high shelf, and I'm short, and it's just like. But then I was going to say everyone in the house short. No, young Mr. Angry, he's 6 foot tall, and Mrs. Angry's lad, he's taller than me too, I think. Cardamom, black peppercorns, right? I'm sure there was some nutmeg as well. The cardamom, I like cardamom. Maybe some black peppercorns. What's this? Star anise. I'm going to put 1 star anise in, I think. Sumac. All this shit. That's the tar. I'm just trashing the cupboard now. Well, that's empty. I don't know what was in there. Alright. What have we got? What the hell's that? No, I don't want garlic. Alright. I was sure I had some nutmeg. Ian, something really important happening tomorrow. What's that? Hey, Abigail, and is Stella here too? Hello, hello, hello. Nice, Stella having a pub dinner. That is very nice. Have a Palmer for me, or whatever it is you're having. Porn star martini. Nice. Ian, it's your birthday tomorrow. Happy birthday. If you're still here after midnight, I'll say happy birthday again. Oh, yes, after your Freedom Day in the country areas. Nice. Didn't want to be off camera too long, but I'm sure. Okay. Just give me a minute. I'm just going to go and get a little step ladder. A little step ladder. This will help me see on the high shelf. This is Zests Peppermint. What's that? Peppermint. Why so much peppermint, honestly? I was sure. What's this? Spices. I was sure there was whole nutmeg. Wait, what's in here? All right, just apologies for being off camera. Won't be for long. Yes, there they are. I thought they were in a jar, but they're in a bag. All right. All right. All right. Apologies. I think I need a heavy thing. All right. All right. I'm back. Apologies. All right. Nice. Stella having a Palmer. Don't let him call him a palmy. Should be Angry Kilt Company. Should be wearing my kilt, actually. Oh, Abigail. I thought dad jokes were my domain. Hey, Greg. How's it going? So, yeah, this is made with Great Ocean Road overproof gin. And this is made with Plantation overproof rum, which is 69% alcohol, which seems perfect for a porn star martini. I think, it's Palmer. I think it appears unanimous in the chat. Palmer rather than Palmy. Ugh. Hi, Ali. Nice to see you. All right. So I've got a jar. I think I'll put a cinnamon stick in. Can I? Cinnamon sticks are really hard to break. Fucking hell, I thought it would be easier. Wait, there's a skinnier one. Maybe skinnier ones will break easier. Yes, it did. I'm a man. I can break a cinnamon stick. Well, see, Safa, yep, supermarket Palmer's not to be trusted. Safa, is beef jerky good with a cocktail? You mean to eat on the side? If you like it, it's what's good is what you like. So I'm going to put a cinnamon stick, star anise, man, I do like the smell of star anise. Star anise. Now, I don't know if anyone has ever tried this. I've got some. Yes, thank you, Abigail, for applauding me for being a big, strong man because I can break but only a skinny cinnamon stick. I can't break a thick cinnamon stick. I suppose would it make a difference? I want to put some cardamom in. Should I break the seeds? Should I crush them a bit? Ooh, Stella, you're a potato cakes, not scallops. I grew up in New South Wales, so I always called them potato scallops. But, you know, I'm adaptable. Got my cleaver. Okay, they crush pretty easily. I'll just crush them. I won't chop them. I'll just crush them. All right, so cardamom and whole nutmegs. Ian, that's okay. If you want to have KFC for dinner, don't be down on yourself. I had this weird sausage I got from the supermarket, butter chicken flavored sausage and baked potato thingy. Oh, Abigail, remembering the ad, don't drop the dinosaur. What about a nutmeg? Has anyone experienced with it? I was thinking of just like cutting this in half, or should I grate some nutmeg into my spiced rum? Anyone have views on that? Justin, the Taliban is planning a swearing-in ceremony. Oh, right, for 9/11. Wah, wah. That's not a good way to win international friends. Ooh, even just chopping up the nutmeg like that release some nice aromas. Lee, anti-vaxxers are the scum of the earth. Nothing they say matters. I'm not a violent man, but I can't predict what would happen if an anti-vaxxer accosted me for being vaccinated. So I've got to find a shirt to go to the pub. Nice. Just a bra would be too much of an adventure. All right. Yeah, that released. All right. That released the aroma. I'm going to put half a nutmeg in. Seeing I made some powder while I was chopping that up, I'll just put that in too. All right. Look, that's probably enough spices for my spiced rum. Unless someone can think of something else I should put in it. Fox, this was your idea. Anything else I should put in? Jesus. Ian, a debate between me and an anti-vaxxer would be, listen, motherfucker. Just fucking, you know. Now Abigail's just thinking about Stella only going out in the bra. All right, so I'm not going to make a big batch of this spiced rum. I'm gonna rinse. I probably look, Jesus. I should be making a video of how I made this. All right, I'm gonna use my Jimmy rum silver. Oh no, actually, okay. Overproof. The spice must flow. My 55% rum agricole. Lee, you told them back off Boogaloo. All right. I think I'll put 2 jiggers worth. 180 mils. Enough to make a couple of cocktails. All right. And I spilled some on my table. Oh, well. All right. I wonder how long I should leave that for. Couple of days. Couple of days. Does anyone remember Colin the Fruiterer? Oh, should I put black peppercorns in it? No, I don't want chili powder in there. Maybe, but should I put black peppercorns in? I just realized I'd picked up the thing of black peppercorns. I don't mind a slight peppery taste in a drink. All right, getting all this stuff out of the way now. Ian, you can't have vax at the moment. Doctor, some issues with blood pressure. See, okay, genuine medical consultations, I'm 100% on board with. And that's why I have no time for people with their bullshit. Because we need to do everything we can to protect people like you, Ian, who have genuine reasons for not currently having the vaccine. So we need to not get suckered into really ridiculous bullshit. Fox, you reckon crack some black peppercorns? All right. Yes, Abigail Con the Fruiterer, Kylie Mole. Who, how long's that been there? This hasn't been opened. No one's used it. All right, I'm using it. I'll just get a couple of black peppercorns. Crush them with me. There we go. Good work, that man. And drop them in. Just a tiny bit of pepperiness in it, I think would be good. All right. All right. White spiced rum on the make. I might look up how long people recommend to let that steep. Possibly a couple of days, maybe a week. I don't know. Chris, hello. How are you going, man? Oh, yeah. Ian, kids under 12. There is evidence they're quite susceptible to Delta, which is not good. Ian, it's lucky you're antisocial. You can just avoid people. Yeah, you and me both, brother. Oh my God, Chris, I noticed the right-wing dickheads in the US and elsewhere have picked up Australia as what on earth is happening in Australia with people not having any freedom? It's really fucking weird to see. It is genuinely weird to see. Justin, I hope the lockdowns encourage people to get vaccinated. The thought of being able to get out of lockdown encourage people to get vaccinated. So if you want like a prime ministerial debate, me and an anti-vax, there is literally nothing to debate. It's like literally everything they say, my response would be, that's a lie. I'm not going to bother to look it up. Can fact checkers look up and prove that's a lie? Because that thing they just said is a lie. Because that would be the sum total of a debate with an anti-vaxxer. Basically, every time they say something, just point out that's a lie, because that's what they do. They lie. They just lie. Raiders, Donald Trump Jr. did it. I saw Fox's white supremacist. God, now his name escapes me. He's got a stupid name too. Keep wanting to call me Carter. It's not Carter. Lady of Expletives, is it rave time? It is in my kitchen. Lee, it's trivially easy to prove anti-vaxxers wrong because they just are fundamentally wrong. And every single position they take is either a deliberate lie or completely unsupported. Thank you, Stella. Tucker Carlson. Yes. Fox's resident white supremacist. Yeah, if it wouldn't get me a copyright strike, I'd put some rave music on now. But I don't want any copyright trouble with YouTube, so I won't do that. And oh God, there's some cockhead who claims to be from Sweden, and I think it's been proven that he's not. But he uses the Twitter name Peter Sweden, and he's just like a Euro white supremacist, and just says stupid shit all the time. And he did one this week, like, this country is open, this country, but Australia's not. What's the difference? And I went, I mean, I get that it's pointless engaging someone like this because they're like a far-right apologist and they deliberately argue in bad faith all the time. But, the answer to their question is so obvious. What's the difference between Australia and these other countries? Tens of thousands of avoidable deaths. All those other countries you talk about, if you compare population size, their death toll and Australia's, it'd be the equivalent of Australia having tens of thousands of more deaths. It's just, they're so fucking stupid. And hello, Lemonhead. Ladyship, you're dealing with an anti-vaxxer who's had COVID twice at your work. Well, yeah, I think the latest thing, like they're doing the horse paste at the moment. I love the thing that says that ivermectin causes sterility in males, and COVID causes erectile dysfunction. So you can combine those two, and the fact COVID kills some people. Hopefully, those people are going to sort themselves out. Jameez on Twitch. Hello. Wish you an angry American. Trying to be more balanced these days. Yes, Chris, that was a big thing. And the US, it appears very little value placed on human life. Whereas New Zealand and Australia, we went, maybe people shouldn't die unnecessarily. So what's that, Raiders dug up the company registration for Reignite Democracy Australia, and a report's been made to ASIC. Oh, you found irregularities, have you? Good. Okay, Lee. Actually, ivermectin is for humans and animals. It's an anti-parasitic drug, and apparently at what it does, it is very good. It's very, very, very good. And but because people spuriously put about that ivermectin could treat COVID, there is literally no evidence there that it can, and there is some evidence that people taking it off prescription are endangering their health, particularly if they're getting it from feed stores. They're getting the animal version of the drug. They could well make themselves sick or potentially kill themselves. And there is literally no evidence that it can treat COVID. Anyone who says otherwise is either a lying, scamming piece of shit or a gullible, self-absorbed wanker who's been taken in by a lying, scamming piece of shit. But ivermectin is a good medicine. It's an anti-parasitic. It's done great stuff. There is a human prescribed version and there's an animal version. And you've got all these Americans in particular unnecessarily buying up this horse paste and ingesting it and refusing to take a vaccine. It's just like the mind boggles that people can be that stupid. But no, they want to feel special. They just want to feel special. Chris, your girlfriend got a booster. Your mum will soon. Don't get yours till Jan. Nice. Working safely. Excellent. Don't think we have a schedule for boosters in Australia. It's going to be 6 or 12 months after your second one. There is, of course, some quite reasonable pressure for the wealthy countries to not use up doses on boosters until poor countries where people can't even get one dose are able to get the vaccine. And there's two reasons that would be a good idea. One is just basic human decency. Just, basic human decency, letting people get a vaccine. The second reason is if the virus spreads uncontrolled through poorer countries, that's like a petri dish for vaccine-resistant variants to develop, which will fuck us up. So it's like if you are lacking in basic human decency, you should be trying to get as much vaccine as possible to the poorer countries just for self-protection, because thing. See, now I'm going to be obsessed about my spiced white rum for a couple days. And I think, Fox, I think you're right that in the book June, the spice, like I think particularly if you suck it directly out of a worm, is red. But I want to make the drink blue because you've got the whole thing with the spice makes people's eyes blue. And I think blue's a more attractive color for the drink. I mean, talk me out of it by all means. But I was going to add some blue curacao because blue drinks are automatically fun. Blue drinks, automatically party drinks. Right, is that how we finish with excess UK doses? Apparently, because and for those who don't know, Australia's done deals with a couple countries, I think UK and possibly Singapore, to get literally millions of doses of Pfizer that they couldn't use in time because there's it's got a limited shelf life, and they had all of this in storage, and it's like, our vaccine rate is plateauing and we're not going to be able to use all this vaccine before it goes off, so we don't want to waste it. So it's like, hey, Australia, you need it now. We don't need it now. We will need it in the future for follow-up shots and boosters. So how about we give it to you now, and then you give it back to us later, which is neat. Yeah, Chris, the Chinese and Russian vaccines may or may not work, or they might be shit. But yeah, if they want to boost their influence by giving it to poorer countries, go for it. Oh yes, Fox. There is the don't help brown people thing too. Oh, Ian, there's a student tested positive in Brisbane. Sorry, Brisbane. You can't. Um, you can't avoid COVID at the moment. New South Wales has fucked us all because we have to have transport between cities. You keep saying, "Oh, truck drivers are testing." I don't look down on the truck drivers. They can't fucking control that. I look down on the New South Wales government. Ugh. Yeah, okay. We all agree the new Matrix movie looks good. I like the trailer. It's really cool. Oh, Jesus, Jameis. Basically, we have these freaks in Australia who completely regurgitate the Trump and QAnon shit to the point they show up at rallies wearing red Trump MAGA hats. It's sad. At least in the US, those people, they're talking about their own country. To get the dickheads here just parroting the Trump stuff and wearing red MAGA hats, it's fucking embarrassing, quite honestly. It's tragic. So yeah, no, they just suck, and they just repeat QAnon shit, and basically everything you hear in the US from the wackadoodle Trump supporters, we get here as well. No, Jameis, you may have more of them. You may have more of them in the US, but we have them here, and they behave every bit as bad as Trump supporters in the US. See, I'm in two minds. I actually have a bunch of clarified cocktails I haven't drunk. They're kind of building up a bit. Also, and I've got my bottled ones, and I want to make one. Maybe I'll just get fucking shit faced tonight. Oh yeah, Lee. No, the people wearing the MAGA hats, they suck so hard. Yes, Safa Neo looks like John Wick. Keanu has the John Wick going, the beard and the long hair. Jameis, they haven't stormed the Capitol, what we would call our Parliament buildings yet. They have got into violent clashes with cops at anti-lockdown rallies, and then got really surprised when they faced criminal charges for them. And yes, Jameis, it's really freaky seeing the ones in the US not be prosecuted. Chris, I agree. Why the fuck are they wearing MAGA hats in fucking Australia? It makes no sense. Ian, I like the John Wick movies too. There is a John Wick 4 coming out next year, isn't there? Isn't there? Oh, ladyship. Yeah, how did Trump get elected? It's a weird thing. Oh yeah, and Safa. Yes, our shithead prime minister breaching all the travel rules just because he can. And yes, Jameis, they might say make Australia great again, but yeah, they just parrot all the Trump shit. It's really embarrassing. I think from crushing up those spices, there's I crushed up a few of the things to put in here. I think there's some of the powder floating around, tickling my nose. Good Lord. Abigail, good question. Is John Wick going to be set in the same week of real time as the first three movies? Well, John Wick 3 finished with John being badly injured, and Lawrence Fishburne's worse injured character rescue him and saying, we're going to strike back. So one would assume he'd need weeks or months to recover from the injuries, but who knows? Ooh, Greg, there's a TV show in the John Wick world based in the hotel. I want to fucking see it. Is that on now? Where's that on? That sounds great because I love that hotel. And yes, Suffer, I agree. Craig Kelly is probably the worst of our conspiracy anti-vaxxer shitheads. Violence is never the answer, but I regularly think about punching that fucker in the face. I wouldn't do it. Violence is wrong. You shouldn't attract politicians that you don't like. Like even that guy who headbutted Tony Abbott, which kind of seemed funny. It was definitely the wrong thing to do, but I think about it a lot. Jameis, you gonna head back out? Kind of drunk. Gonna play Magic. Favorite game. Take care. Look, I'm gonna be here for about 6 hours, so if you want to drop back, go for it. Yes, Justin, Clive Palmer literally copied Donald Trump shit. He's so fucking cynical. Yes, Chris, some of them will wave Confederate flags because they can't really get away with waving swastikas. And as we all know, the Confederate flag is just a proxy for a swastika for white supremacists. Yep, Fox. Egg Boy was great when he went Fraser Anning, but apparently he's a COVID denier. So, who knows? Oh, nice. Okay, so the TV show is called The Continental. Might be later this year. I'm gonna look out for it. Yes, Abigail Jameis is going off to watch people play Magic, I think. So, yeah, okay. All right. I'm going to have one of my clarified cocktails. All right. I'm already a little bit drunk. A little bit, he says, having done 3 shots of overproof spirits. A little bit. Oh, God, now my nose, I think I've got all this powder in the air from crushing spices. Now my nose is running. Jesus. Wish I had a good excuse like I'd been doing cocaine, but I don't have a good excuse. Well, I mean, arguably I have an excuse because I was crushing up those spices. They seem to have irritated my nose. Right, I've got this minty one in here, which is actually not very clarified. Oh, it was a whole palaver trying to clarify this. But whatevs. Yes, leadership of expletives, it's alcohol time. Oh, Fox of Fate. The far right has tried to claim the Eureka Stockade flag since the 80s. The skinheads used to do that, which is really funny because some of the more aggro unions used the Eureka Stockade flag, like the Builders Labourers Federation. And there was a funny story back in the 80s. The BLF, they were occupying one of the islands in Sydney Harbour, and they had the Eureka Stockade flags, and these fucking neo-Nazis who thought, because they were using the Eureka Stockade flag as a swastika proxy, and they thought, yeah, with you, and they got fucking stomped by the unionists. Haha, was so funny. Celtic King, I probably will not dance more than that, actually. Oh, Justin, there's a Facebook page called Australians Who Think They're the 51st State. Oh, God, who did that? Was the ultimate dad joke. Who did it? I just sort of just scrolled past. Fox, if my nose is running, I should go catch it. It is. Raiders, I don't know if the law has actually been passed. I know it was put to there was a law put to the Parliament in Victoria to make it illegal to display Nazi insignia. So you can't fly a swastika. It's illegal. I don't know if it's actually passed into law. It's going to. If it hasn't already, it's going to. Yes, Safa Melbourne's a communist. Utopia. Lemonheads. You think being a Nazi is exhausting? Can't imagine the anger. It's just too much inadequacy. It's all about inadequacy, and just not being able to accept. Sometimes things don't go your way. When you're a miserable failure, you look for someone to blame if you have a particular mindset. Ooh, minty and sweet. Tell you what, the clarification process often takes away the alcohol taste, but it's really true. Ladyship, you have to go to work. I hope you don't catch COVID. Off to soul-sucking work you go. I hope it's not too bad, and I definitely hope you don't catch COVID. Is it already colouring? I think it's already colouring. So it's not going to stay white. It's going to go sort of yellow or brown, my spiced white rum. I'm just going to look up how to make spiced rum. Let's see how long they say to let it sit. Spiced rum from scratch. Don't want a video. Okay, liquor.com. I trust them. Start with your favorite rums. Mason jar. Select herbs and spices. 2 days. Okay. All right. So I might even taste this tomorrow night because I'll be doing a stream tomorrow night. I might actually taste this on tomorrow night's stream. It might be ready tomorrow night. I'll just keep it in a little bottle to make a Dune themed cocktail. The spice must flow. Luke, hello. I'm fine. No. Tomorrow night is not date night. I had 3 date nights in a row. 3 Saturdays in a row, that is. Won't be this. So it'll be a stream tomorrow night. No. Man. It's a little bit minty because it's got creme de menthe in it. It's really tart. I mean, it's actually quite nice. Doesn't taste like alcohol, which is very dangerous. Very dangerous and deceptive when I am drinking a thing that is alcohol that doesn't taste like alcohol. Very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. I've got 2 more over here. This one, which is almost clear. And this one which is nice and red. I think I want to drink the red one. I put a cherry in it too. I always want to put cherries in red drinks or brown drinks. Justin, do I think I'll return to the office? My current contract runs to the end of the year. I don't think I'll be back in the office this year. Maybe 1 or 2 days a week by November, December, maybe. Ian, you'll miss tomorrow's stream? Oh, your partner's got something planned. I am way into you doing something with your partner rather than joining the stream. I'm very big on you having something going on with your partner rather than coming on the stream. I'm going to be on the stream though, so we'll see how it goes. As I said, maybe get to taste this. Might make a daiquiri with it tomorrow. I have a little taste of what it's like. And if I think it's ready, like if it tastes like the spices, I'll strain it out. I might make a daiquiri and then save some to make the spice must flow, which is really just going to be this and blue curacao, quite honestly, and lime juice probably. It's like a version of a margarita. Or no, it'll be a daiquiri. Yeah. So what's it? A margarita is tequila and curacao and lime. So I'll do this spiced rum, curacao, and lime. Maybe a teeny bit of sugar syrup. Ooh, Fox. A splash of blue absinthe. I think that might be called for. Yes. Chris, you're wondering how the rednecks here get Confederate flags. Oh, the internet, man. The internet. Yes, Chris, blue is automatically fun. Blue Kool-Aid, blue icy poles, blue cocktails. It's always a fun time. Interestingly, I read, because since World War II, it's been illegal to display Nazi insignia. So yeah, the neo-Nazis in Germany fly the US Confederate flag because that's just code for a swastika. So, it's just the way it is. The way it is. No, okay, Fox. Don't drink blue Windex, but make a blue drink, like with blue curacao, put it in a Windex bottle, and then walk around the streets squirting it into your mouth. Celtic King. The absinthe colors broadly taste the same. The dominant flavor in absinthe, no matter who makes it, is it's like licorice and aniseed flavor. There's a whole bunch of other herbs, botanicals in it as well, but the licorice flavor tends to dominate. There'll be differences from different makers, but they all have this dominant licorice taste. Safa, does Trump have Nazi tendencies? Smarter people than me have declared Trump is explicitly fascist. He certainly is I think he's an authoritarian. I think that the absolute mildest thing you could say about Trump is he's an authoritarian and he's really fucking racist. He is extremely racist. Always has been. His dad was in the fucking Klan. He was raised by someone who was in the Klan. So yeah, Trump is very racist. Always has been. So yeah, I always thought, no, he's not a fascist. He's too lazy to be a fascist. But some academics, smarter than me, study it. I've seen people say like, oh no, Trump is actually fascist. He that worship of power and the state over everything thing. So yeah. Safa, can you get alcoholic cordial? Yeah, you get cordial and you add alcohol to it. Then you have alcoholic cordial. Safa, has the Muslim ban been undone in the US? I don't know. Because good old Joe has he's done a lot of things that's been like continue Trump policies but change the name of it, which is typical of the Democrats. Absolutely typical of the Democrats. Chris, your summation is Trump is a dumb Nazi. Again, Trump is not intelligent. Trump is not intelligent. He's very vain and self-absorbed, and he's obsessed with saying he's intelligent, which is a thing that intelligent people tend not to do. Safa, good old Joe. He's changed some stuff, but there's still kids in cages. It's just like nah. Yeah, I don't know. You'd reckon he would do it just to piss off Trump, but I don't even fucking know. I haven't paid that much attention because it's fucking depressing. Sorry, I just saw a thing today. I was thinking about Joe Biden, and there is a really funny conservative cartoonist. Not funny in the way he thinks he is. Celtic, you're heading off. See you later, man. Oof. I did hear that, Ian. Trump was going to commentate a boxing match. Sure. He's just going to say embarrassing shit that his knuckle-dragging fans will lap up. Why not? Why not? So if Trump says he's got a good memory, he's already back in the White House doing it. I don't think he is. I also, again, predicting the future is a mug's game, and I deserve to be proved wrong for thinking I can predict the future. But I predict Trump won't run again because he's too scared of losing again. Yeah. He really didn't like losing, and he doesn't want to lose again. So he just won't run again. Lee, yes, Trump did actually have a role in WWE 10 or 20 years ago. I didn't see that. Ian, but Trump's wife said she doesn't want to be first lady anymore. I could tell from the look on her face all the time she didn't want to be there. It was never part of the deal. What are we? Okay, first hour done. I definitely wouldn't want to drive a car now. I think I could walk, okay? I don't feel like I'm slurring any words yet. It's only the first day, and we normally go for 6 hours, so it's early days. Early days. I got to practice not shouting because I get too excited on the live streams and get really loud. I mean, not that Mrs. Angry's in bed yet, but she will be later. So I'm going to try this. So Chris, Jesus, 1.5-year-old baby teacher had come in occasionally during video class. Just turned 16. Oh, that's so sad. 33. But I mean, okay, so like I've been on YouTube for 15 years, and I occasionally get people go, "Oh man, I used to watch you when I was at school. I was like 15. You were the fucking cool, man. Yeah, how old are you now? 28. Jesus. Okay, cool." And a whole bunch of local YouTubers who I used to hang out with, 12, 13, 14 years ago when we started doing meetups, and they were teenagers and now they're 30. And it's just like, Jesus. Okay, sure. Lee, we all wish COVID never existed, man. It fucking sucks balls. Ian, I think God, I'd forgotten. I think we still have a curfew kicking in 10 minutes. I never go out at night. But we do. I think we still have a curfew. I hadn't even thought about that in ages. Jesus. Sad that it doesn't affect me. Oh, Ian, let's not talk Fab and his fucking racism and stealing money from cancer kitties. Or, well, that's a whole bunch of different. Oh, this has rye whiskey, sweet vermouth, and an Amaro in it, and God damn, it's good. Kind of tastes like grape juice, which is not surprising because the sweet vermouth is a wine-based thing. God damn, it's good. Safa, go to the cinema. Fucking knock yourself out, brother. Yeah, no, Abigail, the curfew hasn't lifted. It's but it's really funny until it was brought up just then. I had not thought about the curfew in weeks. I think it's definitely sad that it doesn't affect me. Isn't it sad that the curfew doesn't affect? I mean, it would, if venues were open, I'd like to go out, but they're not. So the fact there's nowhere to go, so I haven't even thought about going out. So I haven't thought about the curfew. Oh my God. So Music David, are you working night shift for NBN? Go from having a few dozen texts online at 8 p.m. to having like 2 at 9 p.m. Yeah. Essential workers. I get a message about once a month from Telstra that they're working on NBN in my neighborhood and it might affect my connectivity. Latest one came today. They said they're doing it on Monday. Like, okay, sure. We're all working from home, but why not disrupt the fucking NBN for the whole day? But previous ones, I haven't even noticed it. So I don't know. I either will or won't have problems with internet connectivity on Monday. Say la vie is basically how I see that. But I can see I'm definitely getting obsessed with my spiced rum agricole. Sorry, I should not have inhaled that. It's 55% alcohol. It was like ethanol burning my nostrils. Okay, I should not have stuck my nose right in there and taken a deep breath. Okay. So Muesli, you're on remediation now instead of installs. Not your department. I've been in office since May. Not even overhearing stuff. Yeah, I checked because I got a text today from Telstra saying NBN work, you'll be disrupted, and it was on Monday. I thought I seem to get a lot of these, and so I went through, and it's like basically once a month. Once a month, I get these things. So it's like, it either will or won't fuck up my internet on Monday. Say lo. Oh, now this is actually, oh man, this is really good. I have to admit, I love boozy drinks that have spirits and sweet vermouth in them. And that's that's a Manhattan. That's this, which was my creation, a midnight Boulevardier. My current favorite cocktail, the Woodson and Ford, that I have a bottled. In fact, I think I'm going to pour myself a Woodson and Ford next. I want a fucking cherry. I want a cherry. I'm getting a cherry. It's like I'm such a fucking nerd. When I recorded a video before starting the live stream, I thought I could do it and I wouldn't disrupt the live stream with me making videos. And when I was making the cocktail, I said, okay, let's pretend we're here to defeat the Hun and get down to business. A little bit sad, really. But anyway. Yes, Luke, the Telstra modem does have a 4G backup. So that's maybe why I've never noticed it before. But, you know. So, yeah, I'm thinking of getting a new... Actually, now we're on this topic. I'm thinking of getting a new phone soon because I haven't got a new phone for 2 or 3 years. Get a 5G phone, maybe. Work out what plans are on 5G. I mean, that would be fun, wouldn't it? If I had a decent data plan on 5G so I could live stream occasionally. And if it gets to the stage where we're not locked down, I could go to some fun location and do a 5G live stream. Maybe. Yes, Ian, the iPhone 13. So what's the thing? When the iPhone 13 gets announced, that'll probably be my cue to get an iPhone 12 because they'll be really cheap. So I think this is an iPhone 10. I don't even fucking know. How do you tell from the phone what phone you have? I never remember shit. It's an iPhone XS Max. But that doesn't tell me what it is. How do you tell what fucking phone you have? I'm an idiot. Why haven't I ditched iPhonies and got with Android? Because they've got me on the soft handcuffs, notably with my Simpsons game I've been playing for 10 years. Also, Android's got that shitty fucking malware at the moment that's sending texts to everyone. Okay, so Ian, you're saying what? Oh, the X is in a 10. Okay. See, Ian, this is why I have people in the chat smarter than me to answer things. I thought it was an iPhone 10. Okay, so when the iPhone 13 comes out, that'll probably be my cue to get an iPhone 12 because they'll be cheap. Billy Lois, hello. X, isn't it the Roman numeral? Yes, it is. Ian, we're all nerds, man. So, yeah, that's a fun sheep emoji, Raiders. I didn't know that would come up in the chat. I'm not exactly sure what that's in reference to, but it's fun. So, yeah, I got my cherry in this one. And I won't eat it. I'm going to drink this, and I'm going to pour a Woodson Ford into here, I think. This is a fucking decent shot of alcohol. I'm going to have to... Oh, I should take a break and maybe have an energy drink. That at 9 o'clock, that seems like a really sensible thing to do. Have an energy drink. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to do that. Apple users known as sheep. I thought that might have been what you meant. Just I got an iPhone 3, I think, was the first iPhone I got. It's the first one that had a decent camera. And I can't even... Is that a chicken, that emoji, Abigail? My old eyes aren't good at telling things. Oh, Ian, energy drink with rum. You need to go back to my cocktail channel and look at bad decision juice that I did with Charlie on the stream. It was his idea, which was an excellent idea. Let me go. Angry cocktails. Come on, I'm subscribed to that channel. Where's Bad Decision Juice? What was in Bad Decision Juice? 2 months ago. Okay, Charlie, me. I don't even remember what we put in it. Does anyone remember what we put in Bad Decision Juice? It was rum. It was rum and energy drink. I thought so. So when you said rum and energy drink, I thought Bad Decision Juice was rum and energy drink, I think. Ian, you got iPhone 2 before they even come to Australia. See, I didn't even get the iPhone 2 because the camera on the phone was the most important thing to me. And the iPhone 3 was the first one that had a decent camera that could compete with the Nokias. Abigail, you're planning on a rum and energy drink. I think I'm literally just going to have an energy drink and then a more whiskey-based drinks, I think. I think that's where I'm heading. This is already coloring very lightly. It's going like a very light tea. I think by tomorrow, this is going to be the color of tea. So, Ian, you're saying iPhone 3 was the first initial release in Australia. See, that's what I love. My nerds with memories. Because I don't remember. I had Nokias up to that point, but the iPhone 3 had a decent camera. So then I got that. And then I just kept getting new iPhones, and I would lose some stuff that I've paid for on this phone if I went to Android. So they got me in soft handcuffs. Ian, you're old. I don't think you're as old as me, my friend. But oh my God, that was the weirdest thing. Okay. Trivia. As I was looking at, because I was making porn star martinis, a nuclear porn star martinis, and I was looking up stuff about the porn star martini, and I found out that the guy who created the porn star martini died just last month, and he was younger than me. That's always disturbing when someone younger than me dies. Don't know what he died of, but I'm getting to the age where people younger than me are going to die of natural causes. All right, we're talking about various Thai wives. My ex was born in the Philippines, so. Annette, Heidi ho. Are you in your party frock, Nettie? Is it time for Angry Bunch? I suppose I've been going for an hour. I normally warm up for the first hour and then go Angry Bunch. I'm going to get an energy drink, which is just over here. A green energy drink. All right. Oh. Oh, Abigail, you're not dressed up yet. All right. Well, let me know when you're dressed up. Nettie, your eyes are fried from looking at screens too much. Have you been doing watch parties with friends? Is that the problem? All right. Okay, Abigail's getting dressed in party clothes too. Oh yes, Ian. Hopefully you're having a party tomorrow. Not with us. Okay, Safa wants to go. Okay, but yeah, party time. See, I'm dressed formally. That's my cocktail making gear. Want my drink to chill because I like cold drinks. Nettie wants to put on your face. I've always loved that expression for putting makeup on. I've just got to put on my face. That's so Hannibal Lecter. I'm going to put on my face or someone else's face. It's such a good phrase. I love it. It's various sort of expressions, idiom. I love it. Stuff we say that if you look at it in the abstract, either doesn't make sense or is just really fucking weird. But because we use it in a particular way, we know what it means and we're okay with that. And I was like, all right, why not? Why not? Go put on your face, someone else's face, who knows? Okay, the Monster Sugar Free are definitely my favorite energy drinks. There's like 4 or 5 flavors now, and I like them all. I get different flavors to mix it up. I don't actually drink that many energy drinks. In fact, this is the first energy drink I've had since last Friday night stream. I had one before the stream on Friday night to give myself a bit more energy. I actually meant to drink an energy drink before the stream, but then I got sort of involved in doing other stuff, namely shooting a video. So I didn't have it. So I thought I'll have it now. I'll have a space between alcohols. And yes, Chris, sugar-free. I will drink my chemical-heavy, sugar-free energy drink. Ian, you're hooked on the Black Lid Monsters. Yeah. I think it was when I was in the States years ago. I had the one that's like 50% bigger than this. They call the BFC, the big fucking can. That was resealable because it was so fucking big. It wasn't like a ring pull, it was this thing you twisted. So you could actually reseal it because it was so fucking big. There's a video on my YouTube channel where my breakfast is a chocolate-coated Twinkie, white chocolate-coated Twinkie, and a Monster BFC. Oof. Ian, you reckon you'd die? You'd overdose on them if they were here? I'm reasonably responsible with them. Look, honestly, pre getting my sleep apnea machine, so my sleep was more fucked when I had sleep apnea and I was more tired. I would have an energy drink at work more often than not. Then this year we started working from home, so I didn't need an energy drink. I could just have a nap for half an hour because who knew? No one knows that I'm just having a nap for half an hour. I can do that in the middle of the day or the middle of the afternoon. Then I got the sleep apnea machine that helps me breathe better at night, and I sleep better, and I don't get tired during the day. It's a miracle. So I only drink the energy drinks on special occasions, which are usually tied up with these streams. I'm going to be honest. If I'm drinking energy drinks at the moment, usually tied up with these streams. And with these streams, I mean Friday night. It's usually tied in with Friday night. So, yeah. So, Chris, when you were a teen, your friends drank 5 monsters in a day, said their heart hurt, so they stopped. There are stories that some teenagers drink so much energy drinks, like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 in a day, they actually give themselves permanent health problems, which is a real worry. Dairy steals babies. Hello. You've had your energy treat. Platitude chocolate cake from Woolies. Nice. Rich, tasty, and moist, and you're buzzing. That would be from sugar, I imagine. And we all love a sugar high. We all love a sugar high. I'm going for a caffeine high at the moment. 500 mils of energy drink. Ugh. A double bonus because it's a gap where I'm not drinking alcohol. There was a temptation to, because we were making jokes about rum and energy drink, bad decision juice. There was a slight temptation to put alcohol in it, but I thought, no, I'll just drink energy drink. That's going to give me a half hour or so of not drinking alcohol. Safi, you have half a suit. Is it the top half? Because we only see the top half. So if you can, it's like newsreaders. There's the old joke about newsreaders wearing a suit, but they're wearing shorts under the desk because you only see from here up. So. Ugh. I like this glass. I forget where I got it. Double rocks glass. Might have got it from the outlet mall, actually, from the homewares shop. I think I've got all the glassware I want now. Nick and Nora glasses, which are very nice. 2 different sort of coupes, these cut glass ones and another one. Some very sexy martini glasses and a couple sorts of rock glasses. And my big old tiki goblets. In fact, you know what? I'm going to pour this whole fucking thing into a tiki goblet. Maybe. Safi, you have the bottom half of the suit. You've got the... okay. That's not going to work, man. But I won't judge you. I won't judge you. Oh, comfortable suit pants. Well, that's good. So, Chris, there's a chain store here called Tuesday Morning. You only go there on Tuesday morning. You remember they exist. It's like, thank God it's Friday, TGIF. It's like, oh, yeah, it's Friday. Maybe I can go to TGIF. Yeah. And yes, we have TGIF here. There's one in a fucking shopping mall a couple suburbs away from me. Southland. But no, I have been there. I have actually been there because there's a cinema complex there, and I've gone there when I've been going to a movie, but I don't go there often. It's the whole thing, like, I don't know, is when shit's going to open up here again in November. We're not even halfway through September, so it's like 2 months till stuff's going to open here. I don't know how many of my favorite places are going to be permanently closed. While I am 100% in favor of the lockdowns we've been having, because it's avoided, as I said, tens of thousands of unnecessary deaths. I am completely cognizant of how tough it's been for people missing work, businesses going under. It's been fucking shit, man. But there's this, you get all these people presenting this false dichotomy. It's like, oh, it's either lockdowns or, things being open. It's like, no. If we open things and thousands of people started dying, we're going to shut down anyway. But then thousands or tens of thousands of people will have died. As if everyone was going... I know in some parts of the world they did accept... In fact, everywhere outside of here did accept it. We weren't going to accept it, though. Oh, nice. Ian, your brother in Melbourne can still work. I'm exceptionally lucky. I've kept a good job for all of COVID. And I am very aware of how lucky I am. So Ian, your brother works for his mate's pizza oven business. They fix the ovens for the pizza shops. Oh, that's pretty cool. I have an office job. I've been able to do it from home for the last 18 months. So I am extremely aware of how lucky I am, how privileged I am. I never forget that. But, and I try and help friends out when they needed help. I've bought booze from local distillers because that's being noble and supporting small business. It's not that I'm an alcoholic. I'm just supporting local business and buying a fuck ton of alcohol from local distillers. So, yeah. So, Ian, you have a brother who's ill. It's a cleaner come in. They said, just end the lockdown, let everyone die. That's what people say. It's like the right-wing death cult. The right-wing death cult. Jesus fucking Christ. Like the Australian Christian lobby. And I say that because they're not Christians. They are not Christians. And I say that as an atheist. I'm not tarring Christians with their brush. They are not Christians. They are a far-right pressure group using Christianity as a attempt at camouflage for their hateful anti-human policies. But they released a statement that was literally, you shouldn't be scared. You should be advocating for all the lockdowns to end. And if you die, it's because God wants you to die. And it's just like, you people should be pushed into a wood chipper. You should absolutely be pushed into a fucking wood chipper. Dairy Steele's babies had a nightmare last night. Your favorite eating place changed hand. All the vegan food was gone. Oh no! That would suck. If you've got a favorite vegan place, to lose it, that would fucking suck. Yeah, it's no surprise I'm not vegan. But it's interesting, when I moved to this area, I didn't realize how many Indian people were in this area. Because the area I live in is very famous for being, it's like where the majority of Melbourne's Jewish population is, from East St Kilda through to Caulfield. But there's quite a big Indian community around where I am. But also, I've had it explained to me, I've forgotten the name, but it's a particular subset of Indian culture, people who are, I'm not sure if they're vegetarian or vegan, but as a result, because a large number of these people are in this suburb and surrounding suburbs, there's at least 2 or 3 Indian vegetarian vegan restaurants, and an Indian grocer that has all stuff for vegetarians and vegans. So it's a good place for vegetarians and vegans to live, because you get all this really interesting Indian food that fits the whole thing. Suffered. Oh no. Yeah, that's the other thing. Okay, so yeah, again, I'm in this little strip that's the majority of Melbourne's Jewish population, and there's been 2 incidents in the last month where groups of Jewish people have done really fucked things. One was the engagement party, and I think we probably all saw the video of them all being cunts, and it turns out while there was 40 of them breaching lockdown rules, several of them were COVID positive, and they've infected many more people who were there. And also, apparently, collectively, that engagement party got over $300,000 worth of fines. And the more recently, one of the synagogues, I think it's in Ripon Lee, which is not that far from where I live, they had this big congregation, and they were real assholes about it. And all the rest of the Jewish people are really angry at them. Like, what the fuck are you doing? What is that, Mimsy? Hello, Mimsy. Hello. There's a sliding door at the other end of the kitchen, and Mimsy's sort of butting on it and making that knocking noise. You might be. Yes, come on, push it open. You can do it. You can do it. Do you want me to go? I think she wants me to go over and open the door. Dairy Steel babies, they would be Hindus, definitely. And yeah, Fox, they're not, they might be a subset of Sikhs, but it's not as broad as Sikhs. It's apparently some smaller subset of Indian culture, and they might be vegan. Oh, what's Mimsy doing over here? Seriously. Now she's buggered off. Where did she go? Mimsy's banging on the sliding door. Stop it. So, I don't know. Mimsy just changed her mind. Fucking stupid cat. Honestly. Oh, yes. Okay. Asaf, the Indian food generally is good. The Sikhs. And there's these fabulous groups of Sikhs that have been doing free food for people in lockdown, particularly like in the housing commission towers and whatnot. They've just been doing exceptional work. The Sikh kitchens, and it's all vegetarian, and they rock up and they give out free. They fucking rock. They're incredible people. They are great. Oh, also, and that just makes me. It's dad joke time. There's an Aussie Sikh rapper, El Fresh the Lion. I love his stuff. He's got a bunch of stuff on YouTube. I've met him. He's a really nice guy. And I did my dad joke to him. And I said, I know it's a dad joke, but when I see your stuff, I get into it. I can't help saying, you're a fully Sikh rapper. And he laughed. That's what a nice guy he is at that abominable dad joke, because he's Sikh and a rapper. So I call him a fully Sikh rapper. He had the generosity to laugh because he's that awesome. Oh, nice. Dairy Steel's baby, you like a dal eggplant masala? Nice. Yes, no, Chris, we got fancy kitchenware is called China here. That's because the porcelain of fancy dinnerware was originally a secret preparation thing that was known only in China. You had to import it from China, and someone eventually stole the secret from making it. And that's why expensive dinnerware is called China, because the process for making porcelain was a closely guarded secret in China, and no one else knew how to do it, and you had to import it at great expense. But eventually, someone stole the secret. Much like silk, no one knew for a long time how the Chinese made silk, this incredible material. They didn't know it came from a worm, the silkworm. This is industrial espionage. It was a closely guarded secret for a long time. Someone eventually found out the secret, that it was worms. So yeah, there you go. And yes, Safa, bedclothes are called Manchester. And that's because the highest quality sheets, etc., were made in Manchester, England. That's why it's called Manchester. Yeah. Fox, you had vegetarian butter chicken, which was cauliflower instead of chicken, with garlic naan bread. Oh, that sounds fucking awesome. That sounds fucking awesome. I love that. Jerry Steele's Papers, your rap name would be Lil V. Mine would be Angry A, I suppose. So I love how our conversations jump all over the place and get into weird fucking shit on these streams. It's like when someone who's either completely new to the stream or not particularly familiar with it jumps in and goes, "What are y'all talking about?" And I go, "Dude, what aren't we talking about? What are we not talking about? We've talked about the obvious shit like COVID and politics. Now we're talking about Indian food, the origins of China and silk, China as in porcelain and silk. We fucking cover everything. And now we're talking rap names. Oh, I do really like this shit. Gemma's, you're back. What's been happening? I thought you had stuff going on. Why don't I have more viewers? I don't know. We are literally just hanging, chilling. I stopped chasing viewers like 10 years ago. There was like the first 5 years on YouTube, I was really into it and I was quite aggressive about growing the channel and whatnot. And then it was just like, you know what? I got a day job. So I'm just going to have fun. Fox, the silk stories. The story goes a monk stole silkworms by putting them in his walking staff, which was hollow, and walked back to Venice. Yeah, well, I didn't know any specifics. I just knew it was industrial espionage. Jameis, I'm mainly talking to people on YouTube. It's just fun, and I also at this like 18 months ago at the start of COVID, I was just like, I am not getting anything out of doing the angry videos. I started doing these live streams just as a sanity thing, just to hang out with people, just to say, hey, if you're sort of isolated and whatnot, let's just fucking hang out. And I realize I have no interest in the whole pursuing YouTube fame stuff. I've got a job. I've got a day job. To compete with my day job, I would have to be in the top 1% of the top 1% of YouTube. And that isn't going to happen. And yes, Dairy Seals babies, now I'm just with a few people of quality. And we're hanging out together, keeping each other sane. It's good. Abigail, you're back. Welcome back. Oh, does that mean you want to join? Are you ready to join? I'm keen for people to join. We do. Gem Asia, I could be big on YouTube and TikTok. Ugh, I can't be bothered putting in the effort, honestly. And honestly, this is a real, genuine thing. Not that I necessarily want to admit it, but I'm no longer in my 20s. And I've been a contractor for like 20 years, 25 years. Longer. Oh, Jesus. I just realized it was longer than 25 years I've been contracting. And I had been thinking of, talking to people about a permanent job. And I realized the whole angry, ranty things on YouTube have the potential to derail my day job. So in other words, really continuing with the angry, ranty stuff on YouTube has no upside for me. I'm not going to make money from it, and has a potentially massive downside in that it could interfere with my day job. So, Jameis, I'm going to put a link in because it's Friday night. So we like to do a gang thing, which we call the Angry Bunch. Because if people join, extra squares go, and if enough people join, it looks like the opening credits of the Brady Bunch. So we call it Angry Bunch. It's that hang out and chill. So and anyone who's interested can click on the link I just put in the chat and join in. The random link. I love that one. It's like 9 Zeb Kabazam. It almost sounds like someone who lives in the what do you call it? Appalachians. Okay, Jem, you're going to join. Nice. Hello, Jem. Is your microphone on? You don't have to put the camera on, but I don't know if you. It's just an icon there at the moment. So your call, I guess. As weird as that is. Yeah. In case you're talking, I can't hear you. And I don't know what that's about. But yes. Peeps regularly join. In fact, God, was it 2 weeks ago? Nettie had her friends join. We ended up, we had like 10 people, which is the maximum I can have on screen. And it was pure chaos, which honestly, I wouldn't want every stream, but as an exception, just absolute, pure, unfiltered chaos had its charm. Wait, someone's saying something in private chat. Not sharing without reason. Dr. Abigail.
Hello.
Hello. Well, you got a
Hello.
lab. Is that a lab coat or a?
I am. It is a lab coat. I got a bit dressed up
Nice
for tonight,
Nice,
and
nice to see.
yeah, I've dressed up as a scientist, which I am.
Yes, absolutely. You're our resident scientician.
Scientician, yes. Although my field doesn't require a lab coat,
What's
much
your
to my
field?
chagrin. Computer science.
Oh, computer science. Yeah. But
Yes.
you also. I feel like you've done a lot of general reading on.
Oh yeah, I did a science degree in a chemistry degree in the 90s, and
Yeah.
and I'm getting an echo. Is that?
I'm
it's
not
only
hearing
us.
one.
So,
Yeah, I'm not hearing one.
I'll check my settings here.
All right.
Hmm.
All right.
Definitely an echo. Go
Oh,
away,
that's
Bella.
weird. Because this one I'm not.
Is
So-
anyone else hearing the same echo?
Yeah. Is anyone hearing an echo? Okay. So Jermaine's
Otherwise, I've got-
tried to join.
Let me check.
Not
my...
sure. No, not sure.
Oh,
why
you are
had-
hearing it. Okay.
Okay, Fox is hearing. Okay, I'm not hearing it. Okay, that's weird.
Okay, because I got everything set up as usual.
Yeah.
Okay,
Chris isn't hearing it. Raiders isn't hearing it. Safa's not hearing it.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
so Fox, I think, is on drugs or something. I think that's why he's hearing.
Oh,
an echo.
he's always on drugs. That guy. Jeez.
I know.
Like,
I know.
come
Just
on.
I'm just saying, get it together.
Yeah, and by that I mean, where's ours?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Come
That's the
on.
only thing. Like, come on,
Sharing is caring.
Yeah.
Okay, it's kind of bugging me, but I don't know where it's coming from. And I think I just solved it.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Well, there you go. Cool.
There you go. All right.
Awesome. Well.
All right. So that's it for the 500 milliliter drink. Hi. What have you been up to this week?
It's been. Hang on. I gotta clean out my Erlenmeyer flask for my bad decision juice.
To have a drink,
because
yes.
it'll go with this.
Yes.
So what have I been up to? I've started a new exercise program.
Oh, nice.
At the pain clinic at St. Vincent's.
Yeah. Ooh.
And it has knocked me for 6. Nettie, oh my.
Nettie.
Hello.
Looking lovely and elegant.
Looking fabulous.
Ugh, fabulous
I've just been watching Mindhunter, and I'm feeling the 70s, the sexy 70s psychologist thing.
Okay. Yeah, nice. I've read the books that inspired that. So yeah, it's I haven't I probably should watch that show because I read the books. Yeah.
Hello, Nettie.
It's such a 70s trip.
How you doing?
What?
How you doing, Nettie?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Sorry. Yes. I've forgotten the guy's name, but yes, the Mindhunter series on Netflix is based on a series of books that was written by a guy who worked for the FBI, who pioneered the idea of being able to build up psychological profiles of predators and serial killers and whatnot. And it's open for debate if it really works or if that guy's very selective with what he tells the world about how successful his methods were. But I really enjoyed the books. I read, I think, 3 of his books. The first one was called Mindhunter. But it's kind of like you read his books and you got to check all the locks before you go to bed every night because
Yes. The other night I was like, I need more locks on my door. I need them.
Yeah.
And I'm in one of the most secure buildings you can imagine.
Yeah. No, because he just dealt with some of the most fucked up shit you can think of. Some of the worst sort of predators, serial abusers, and serial killers in the US. And not just stuff where he investigated active cases, but to try and improve his understanding. He did do interviews with imprisoned and convicted serial killers, including, there was a fun bit in his book where he got to interview the guy who was known as Son of Sam. And if
I've heard of him.
Yeah, if you've ever heard the story about it, when his defense, like when he was caught, his whole thing was, my dog told me to do it. Basically, he went for an insanity defense and said, my dog told me to kill these people. And this guy read all these files and went, okay, I'm going to go interview him. And the guy agreed to an interview, and he sat down with him at a table and he goes, first, do not do your bullshit on me. I know that whole dog thing was a fucking lie. I know none of that's real. Don't, if you bullshit me, I'm just walking out. I don't care. And he said the guy just started laughing and went, you were the first one to do that. You're the first one to go, that's bullshit. And he said, because I told the psychologists exactly what they wanted to hear, and they felt very clever because their preconceptions were being met. And he said, yeah, when he put the guy on the spot and said, everything you've ever said about your thing is a lie and I don't want to hear it, he said the guy just laughed and went, oh my God, you're the first one to ever do that. And he's like, yep, no, what? It was all a lie. It was just an insanity plea so I didn't get executed. And I was just like, yeah, okay, fair enough. Zvan, hello. You like my tie? I like to. Okay, this tie. Okay.
I like piggy tie.
Piggy tie.
That's cute.
This tie has a particular soft spot for me because I've had it for ages. Mrs. Angry and I used to go to this bed and breakfast in Lakes Entrance. We used to go once every year or so to this bed and breakfast, and there's a couple good restaurants in Lakes Entrance, and we went to one, and one had all these paintings by a local artist that were, quirky to say the least. But one of them, there was a picture of this guy, and there was a little plaque saying what it was. Like, this is a portrait of the artist's latest boyfriend, who is clearly insane, as evidenced by his tie. And it was this tie. I don't mean it was like this tie. I don't mean it was another tie with pigs. I mean it was this tie. So we went there, we saw that painting and went, hey, I've got that tie. They're saying that tie means you're right. Okay. So the next time we came back, I made sure to bring this tie, and twice we've had dinner at this place, and I've sat and made sure my back was to this painting. So anyone who walked towards me was trying to see me and this tie and this painting behind me where the character is also wearing this tie. So,
That's awesome.
yeah.
I love that.
It was pretty funny to see. So, yeah. Safi, you've been to Lakes Entrance? There's a couple pretty fancy ones there.
I want to put my computer on a box.
Okay, put your computer in a box. Zvan's interested in what you've been doing with PCs. Any sort of upgrades happening?
No, not with PCs, but I've been trying to work on my 3D printer, which is PC adjacent.
Yes.
But I need a connector for this damn ribbon cable. Okay, so this is a 10 wire ribbon cable, and I've got one connector, but I don't have the other end. And I've been looking everywhere for these fuckers. Yeah. And this was the last one at JCar. And every component store I've looked online in Australia. Yeah. I mean, granted, I haven't looked at every single one, but everyone I've looked at that have their inventory online are sold out. So I have to like order them from China on eBay, which will take months.
And also it's a bit dodgy, yeah. You might not get
the ones in Australia come from China anyway. So
that's true. But you've got to find a reliable distributor.
Yeah, which is difficult. on eBay, especially.
Yeah.
So I've moved some components around, which is why I need the longer cable. And if I want to get printing again, I have to move everything back, which is just work.
Yes. Yeah, drama.
Yeah.
And that's the only thing that stopped me from
suffer.
getting
No,
a
you
3D
can't
printer.
3D print a graphics card.
Yeah, suffer. Graphics cards, computer chips they've got micro lines of silicon on them. It's incredibly specialized work.
You can't.
But you can.
That's ridiculous.
When we're able to interact physically and stuff, I'm quite keen for us to come up with some projects for the 3D printer. Quite honestly.
Yeah, cool. I've got some ideas of things I want to print for people.
Yeah.
That I've been doing, except for the last week.
Actually,
if I can't find one of these connectors, I'm just going to move everything back because I'm kind of bored.
Actually,
that's what I've been up to.
I was wondering if you would make those strap bands, for face masks.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So this is my Starfleet one.
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah. Can you make
I've designed one in Blender for a friend. It's got a giant leaf on it of a specific plant that she wanted.
Okay.
So if you want a specific one, let me know. I'll do it. I'll totes do it.
House Stark from Game of Thrones.
Sure.
So the wolf, the dire wolf.
Cool.
I'll be able to find that on Thingiverse. I won't even have to.
Yeah, no, it'll be there.
Yeah.
It'll be there. Yeah.
It'll be easy to find. Yeah.
I love it. So, Ian's world is someone we should hang out with, Abigail. He's like in our age bracket.
It's got a 3D printer. Yeah.
Never used
Never
it.
used
That's
it.
me. Being a tragic, buying technology, then not using it. That's me.
What model is it, and why aren't you using it? That's what I want to know.
Look who's here, Laura.
Laura is here.
Hello.
It's
Good
ladies'
afternoon.
night. I love it. Sometimes it's all guys get on the camera, and sometimes there's ladies' night. I'm surrounded by the ladies, which I love.
What's up, night?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I can't turn my camera on right now. I've literally just got out of the shower,
That's okay.
and I made it a short shower because I came to see you guys.
Oh, well, that's really nice. Although, admittedly,
My cat
we're
wants
going to be here for hours.
to say hello to me,
Hello,
especially. But
Hi, Kitty.
Yay!
she's been bugging me all day just to do this. All she wants to do is this all day.
That's sweet.
It's kind of infuriating, but it's also kind of sweet because I get cat cuddles, but also she's molting because it's the warmer weather.
Oh, so you get cat hair. Yeah.
So I'm getting cat hair everywhere. She produces more hair than 3 cats combined.
Oh yeah, my
It's
cats
ridiculous.
are. They're just they're balls of fluff that just keep going.
Yeah.
At the moment, I was wondering, like, how does she get along with the kitten?
Not at all. She hisses and tries to scratch him, and he's now bigger than her now. And
wow.
he'll
Wow, that was quick.
yeah. But he'll try to interact with her, thinking it's a game, and she's now got a heart palpitation because of it. I literally took her to the vet, and she has a heart palpitation because of how
baby.
stressed she is. But she's she's chill up to the point where he gets in her face. If I've seen them sleeping on the bed a meter apart, and they're fine.
Yeah.
But if he tries to get in her face, she hates it.
Oof.
Zorro, what are you doing?
Cat butt.
Okay.
Oh, look, cat butt. See you,
Right,
Bella.
you packed yourself on me. Okay. He does this.
Yeah. Mimsy's getting really skinny and has a sort of growth on her side, which might be cancerous. She's basically not long for this world, and
Aww.
that's okay. She's probably 17 years old, and it's
That's a good age for a cat.
yeah.
Good innings.
Mrs. Angry's already picking out a burial spot for her in the backyard. That bit of the garden that gets sun. She likes to sit in the sun, We'll bury you
Oh.
there. And I'll go like, Mimsy, cover your ears. Your cat mummy keeps talking about the fact you're going to be dead soon. And
Oh.
but she is. She's oh dear. And Ian's first computer was a Tandy TRS-80. Oh my god.
Oh, that's
Oh,
a
trash
lot.
80. Oh,
I never owned one, but I did play on a TRS-80.
the first computer I got to play on was a Microbee, which was the Australian computer.
Oh
And
wow.
then a VIC-20, and then I owned a Commodore 64, but I never had a trash 80.
Nice.
I had a friend who had an Amiga, which was la-di-da.
La-di-da.
But I taught myself how to write code on the Commodore 64. Then when I got into high school, like I taught myself assembly code. And
wow. Okay.
I wrote a book on sprite programming on the Commodore
Holy
64
shit.
when I was in year 7. And
Holy shit.
I had one teacher just look at it and just think, oh my god, how do I teach this person?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What did we have at school? We had Apple IIs.
We had a whole lab of Apple IIs as well.
Yeah. I learned basic on Apple IIs.
Yep.
My computer history. Oh, I'm sorry. Go on.
I had a friend who wrote a text adventure game on the Apple IIs because he had one at home.
Yeah.
The Apple IIe, and I did a deep dive on. You remember Logo? You know, with the turtle, and you give it commands, and it makes shapes. You don't remember that? That was a classic of the era.
No, maybe my school was in Richmond, but I don't know.
Oh, okay. I did a deep dive on that and created subroutines for it, and
Wow.
the poor teacher. I was like teaching the teacher how to use it all, and So I was just anything to do with computers. I was just left alone. I was all right.
Yeah.
So
I know that like the hardcore maths nerds at my school, they went down, I think, to the local council to learn machine code from. There were some people at the council who were doing assembly. Stella. And Stella's back again.
Stella remembers Logo. And to answer to comment on what Ian said, his first PC was an 8086. That's an XT, isn't it? I remember having an XT with a 20 megabyte hard drive, and it was like the shit. But it was only a monochrome. It didn't have CGA.
Oh wow! Okay.
Yeah, because it came from a business. It was secondhand.
Yeah.
So yeah.
You know, I never understood why people like Spectrum so much when it seemed to be monochrome every time I looked at someone who had one.
I'm not familiar with the Spectrum. Is that a British PC?
I think it's a British PC.
So it was a Sinclair Spectrum. You know the weird.
Oh yes, the Sinclair. Yes, no, that was a British PC. Yes.
Right. Okay.
So SUFA CGA stands for Color Graphics Adapter. It was the first graphics card, basically, because before that everything was monochrome, and CGA had 4 colors. Oh.
Sorry, I was just looking at Stella's comment. She doesn't think they gave her a chicken parma. It might have been an emu parma.
Fine. Okay. Sure.
So Chris had IBM, and sorry, you go, Laura.
Yeah, my computer history was I had a good go on someone who had a ZX81. Which was very, very early. Maybe your TRS-80 maybe similar to it. I'm guessing. I don't know.
It's the same era.
Yeah, because ZX81 came out in 1981. That's why it was called that.
It was like a tiny bit before my time, but I'm familiar with them.
Well, I didn't get a go on it until about 1982 or something. So, but I had to go on it, and then the family bought a VIC-20, And when
Nice.
my dad upgraded to a Commodore 64, I got that. But used to play the
Yep.
Commodore 64 a lot.
Me too.
And and
I
had
write games on mine.
Yeah, and I did so as well. I really have no ability to create things, but I'm really good at replicating things.
Yep,
So I don't.
understand
My
that.
imagination is really rubbish. Just I don't know. I
Is it?
Hmm?
Is it though? Like I've seen your setup for your train setup though. Like I mean the what you showed me on Discord. That's pretty cool. Like don't count. That's pretty crafty.
Oh, I mean, my ability to replicate model railways and what they look like in model form. I mean, I don't know. Is that really creative, or is it just creating a thing based on pictures that you've seen or whatever?
Yeah. Yes, it's a form of creativity.
I'm not suggesting I got no creativity. I think the best example I could say is that I'm good at taking two ideas and putting them together.
I know what you mean because
To
I
make
have the
some-
same thing. Creating something brand new is hard. It's just really
It's
hard.
very hard.
But
Why are you licking me?
But taking something that's already been created and kind of running with it, that's a lot easier because you start with the seed, and that's why like a lot of musicians do that. Like
there's only 3 chords.
take influence.
Yeah.
In pop and rock, there's only 3 chords. They just move them about a bit.
So Safa asked, how fast are UK trains these days? Not a terribly simple answer, but it's generally easy enough. So on the 2 main lines that go north and south, the East Coast Main Line, West Coast Main Line, they're 125 miles an hour most of the way. West Coast Main Line is really twisty, so we got tilting trains, which is kind of cool. And then and then we've got the HS1, which is the one that goes from London to the tunnel, to the Channel Tunnel, and that's 322 kilometers, I think it is. It's fast. It's TGV.
Yes, in my place. Sorry.
So it goes really fast. Never been on one. Never been on it yet though. Never done the tunnel. But anyway, back to the computer stuff. So then I ended up owning the VIC-20 and used the Commodore 64 a lot because that was the family computer, and we had the 18 something, I can't remember now. The disk drive, the floppy disk drive, with something like as a small size of the small plate.
Yes.
Proper floppy drives, not the 90s one where it was in a plastic thing. But
you didn't even have the cover for the floppy.
Well, there was like a thin plastic thing around it, but it was literally bendable, seriously bendable.
The first ones I had were the very large ones that had like a cardboard. Yes, I know. Yeah. Stella's. I must echo Stella. Abigail and Nettie are looking particularly lovely tonight. Definitely. The first floppies I had were those the big ones that had the like cardboard thing on it, and then later in the 90s there were the smaller plastic ones.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, what I mean is the earlier one you were talking about, that was very floppy, whereas you couldn't bend the other one because you'd break.
Yes. Yeah, and you'd always get people say this dumb shit about, why do you call them floppy disks when they're not floppy? And it's like, well, dickhead,
3.5. Yeah.
Look inside the plastic case, and there is a disc, because the case is square, but inside it is a disc, which is fucking floppy, okay? And that's why we call it that, because that's what it is, you idiot. Sorry, I was very sorry.
Or not necessarily idiot, just millennial.
Oh, wow. Jameis is going to go and join a Black Right stream as a Southern White guy. Well, good luck with that.
Yep.
Okay, then.
Yeah.
Just please report, actually, Jameis, report back on how that works out for you. Because
I was going to say.
I'm kind of intrigued as to how that works out. Ian,
Screenshots.
Ian's saying nerd shit, then going, "Oh my god, I'm such a nerd." Dude, we're all fucking nerds.
I have a question
Yeah.
related to such things, but I want to finish my computer history first. So the next thing I did was I left home, and I can't remember what happened to the VIC 20. You know, the
Why are you flopping
still up, is up in the attic at my parents' place. But so I left home, moved into this place. A couple of years later, I bought a second-hand Amiga with a shit ton of games. 99% of them were ripped off copies. So yeah, that was a good machine. And I remember being really wowed by something like Shadow of the Beast and the music that was really good by comparison to anything else I'd ever seen on a computer game before. So then it kind of broke. The floppy drive broke, and it was hard to get the spares. So it ended up sort of fitting in the cupboard under the TV. And then I went and bought myself a PlayStation, PS1. And then I decided I was going to buy a PC because I'd been using one at my friend's house, and I'd been using one for the library. And the library used to have
far superior.
Yeah. The library used to have 3 PCs. This is about 96, 97. And 2 of them were able to go on the internet, and one of them was like for processing stuff, you know, write a letter and stuff. I used to go there twice a day for half a day. Twice a week, sorry, try again. I used to go there twice a week for half a day, and it cost 50p an hour. So just to use the thing. By the time that I was saving up to buy my own PC, they ended up with 10, and I have a feeling that I may have paid for 6 of them. So yeah, that was how I got on the internet, really. And do you guys have any really pedantic friends who, you know, they like to sort of, I don't know, they like to feel that you're wrong somehow all the time?
Have you met me?
People think I'm wrong all the time. Have you met my family? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's so what happened was I was basically having a chat a few weeks back, maybe a month ago, with my friend, and we talk most days on the phone. But he is a contrarian, and so
I hate people like that.
Yeah, and I was basically saying that, you know, the internet really didn't exist for many people until the late 90s into the 2000s. You know, that's when you started seeing, you know, adverts on TV, www. to check our email, you know, to check our website for further details or whatever. And I'd started using it a few years earlier. But my friend was like, "Oh no, the internet was around a lot longer than that." I was like, "Well, I know that,
Really?
but I'm talking about the World Wide Web." Hi, Lee.
Nice.
And he just wanted to labor into somehow I was wrong, even though I was saying exactly what the reality of the situation, that most people didn't get computers until the very late 90s into the 2000s. That's when the AOL generation joined the internet.
Yeah. I see Ian reliving the glory days of 33K modems. Yes. My first modem was 28K. Then I got a 33K, and I eventually got the flashy 56K modem.
Do you know what? I remember...
Can you still remember the zzz, 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 bing? That goes with
the modem sounds. Yes.
I was the worst piece of software ever made was because ever created was Outlook Express, because
fair.
Because, you know, I mean, do you remember those days when you get something on the, you know, the national news saying, if you get this email, don't open it. because
Yep.
it's got, viruses and stuff. There was literally stories about big viruses going around on the national news. I mean, I think I got something like 40 odd copies of the I Love You virus. And the reason was because of Outlook Express. Because in the old days of dial-up, it would take, like 30 seconds or so just to open a page for the email that you've just got. So, what happened was Outlook Express on its default settings, while you're reading the first email, it's opening all the other ones behind it. So when you click next, it's there immediately because it's already loaded while you've been reading your first one. Well, if there's a virus in number 4, it opens it, infects your computer, goes into your email, goes into your contacts with their email addresses, and then sends it off to everybody else you know. So it was terrible for that.
Yeah, I think the only virus I ever had was actually really easy to deal with. It was, again, it was like some joke that was circulated by email, and you open the joke, and it affected Excel, but I got rid of it. Anyway, that ding was AIDSy messaging me. It's AIDSy!
It's AIDSy. Hello, AIDSy.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello, AIDSy.
Peeps, it's so very good to see you. It's also good to see me too.
It is. What have you been up to?
Oh well,
Uh-oh.
I got a little bit sliced and stabbed and beaten with a golf club. But that was an accident because the people who were doing that were trying to actually beat the other guy with a golf club and stab the other guy with the box cutter. I just was in the way because I went, no, stop fighting yous, and copped a couple. And then they stopped deliberately trying to stab me and hit me with a golf club. And they yelled at each other for a while. And they were calmed down by the time the police came, and all the drugs were safely packed away in everybody's flat. I mentioned to them that we were going to have equilops around here, so if anyone wanted to pack away, and you should have seen 20 people just fucking leave the area and go straight back to their flat and then come back and go, yeah, everything's good. That was fucking hilarious. Watching everyone bail and hide their stash and then
Yike.
and then
Are you okay?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a couple bruises and a couple of scratches, and
Okay.
What have you done now, AIDSy?
I stopped a fight, and the people who were fighting, one of them had a box cutter and the other one had a golf club, and the golf club broke and got really sharp and stabbed the other guy. And then got me with it, and the box cutter came around to get him and then got me with it as well. But then they stopped having a go at me, and they backed off a little bit, and I recommended that they lose implements. And then we had a chat, and then the cops came around, and everything was calm by that point. What was also pretty spectacular was one of the tenants was sunbaking topless on the roof, and she was having a gay old time on her own in her own space. It was a lovely day, and I'd popped up.
We've had a few of
started
those.
hearing bangs and crashes, and I thought, there's some kids on the fucking roof making noise. So I've gone up there, and there she is in the corner, just minding her own business, and I'm going, "Hi, how you doing?" And she turned around and says, "Do my naked breasts offend you?" And I say, "No, not at all." And she said, "Well, we'll have to try harder." And I say, "Yes, I think thorough practice is the only way."
I'm just wondering how hard. I'm wondering how hard someone would have to try to actually offend you with nudity. Like,
Practice.
practice.
Practice,
Nothing
practice,
much.
practice.
Yes, and I agree with
just
Stella.
give you-
It's hard to have a gay time on your own. So you know.
Allow me to just give you a sort of mind bleach moment, which is nudity is a really bad thing if it's probably one of your politicians.
Not
okay.
necessarily.
For Australians who don't want to sleep tonight, Craig Kelly.
Oh no, no! What have you done?
You didn't have to do that, man. I was thinking Natasha Boyer, you know. I was thinking a few of them actually.
No. Freezer martini. Sorry, I'm just having a freezer martini.
What was that guy that was in the SAS? He looked a little bit all right in some short.
Oh, that West
that
Australian
fella.
guy. Yeah.
Oh my God, that big fella. Oh yeah.
Yeah, no,
Oh.
he's 6 foot something.
And
got
He needs a
VC,
personality
got,
transplant because apparently he killed a bunch of people. But
Yeah, no.
Well,
We don't want to hear him speak. He
I wanna hear him
could
go,
stand
"Blah,
around
blah,
and
blah,
strike
blah,
a few
blah, blah,
poses
blah, blah."
nude. He could strike a few poses nude. We don't want him to speak though. He ruins the whole thing if he speaks.
Look,
You know,
said, "Oh, I wanna
whenever I
him go,
hear
blah, 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 blah." And that'll do. But that's just
whenever I hear
ball gag would work.
whenever I hear someone say strike a pose, I always think Madonna now.
I don't think
I'm just looking in the
with
chat. I traumatized a bunch of people by saying Craig Kelly nude, but
And you did it again. And you did it
Do you know
again.
what's worse? Frank
worse,
Zombo. Frank Zombo.
I don't even know Frank Zombo. But,
I don't know who that is.
He's the guy that lovely girl who dressed in white for that protest, accused of doing the deed.
All right, I'm now going to look up Frank. Frank.
Hey, remember when we said I'll do you a solid, don't look up Forney's gangrene?
Yes.
Same rules apply, brother.
No, Frank Zombo.
I looked that up.
What's that?
I looked up Fournier's gangrene. I was fascinated.
It is fascinating. It is fascinating.
I had
I'm
to
not
look
put
it
off
up.
by that
Not
stuff at
too
all.
much when you've got it, but it is fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah.
They used to be on BME's I Am BME Zine, if you guys remember that from a long time ago.
Yeah.
Where where I think Goatsy might have come from originally.
Maybe, yes.
That's what I
Goatsy.
hear. That was where Goatsy
This
originally
is
came
me doing my Leo. Yes, Goatsy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. I've made some very good
Goatsy,
friends
hey.
on.
Do you know they
Oh.
found
The
out
old
who
BME.
Goatsy was? They found
Oh yeah,
out
no. Someone did that, and it's because he was wearing a ring.
with
He
the
was
signet
wearing
ring.
someone identified his signet ring, and I went, "Oh yeah, he's a part of this fetish community." And so, for those who don't know, Goatsy is someone doing a quite spectacular amount of gaping their own anus, and it was one of the original shock images from the '90s internet. Yeah. So we're talking about? I looked up Frank Zombo. He's an American footballer, and he looks like
No,
a thumb just coming out of shoulders. Like there's no differentiation. There's no differentiation between his neck and his head. It's just straight. It's just a thumb sticking out of a football jersey.
I used to be that guy. I'll have you know. I used to be that guy.
Yeah, but okay. I'm just saying, you were a swimmer, so you had that spectacular wedge body to go with it.
I did.
I had cousins who were all swimmers, and as teenagers, they all had this wedge body. Two dudes and one girl, and as teenagers, they all had these wedge bodies that swimmers have. And because they were butterfly swimmers as well, so they had the really exaggerated shoulders and chests from doing butterfly.
Yeah.
Okay, so shall I explain about Frank Zombo? He
Yes, please,
is
Nettie.
Craig
Please,
Kelly's staffer.
Oh, so I'm thinking of a different person. So I found someone else. I found an American footballer called Frank Zombo, which is
He
definitely
is
not
undoubtedly
Frank.
better looking than Frank Zombo.
Yes, still looks like a football jersey with a thumb coming out the top. I'm just saying.
Still better looking than Frank Zombo.
Still better looking than
As
Craig
a-
Kelly's. All right, now I'm going to put Frank Zombo, Craig Kelly into the search. Oh my
Why
God!
don't you
Oh,
like
gee.
yourself? Why do you hate yourself? You're a good guy. You're a good man. You do good things, and you like the pain. I don't get it with you.
No, I found the guy Nettie's talking about, and no. If he's been sexually harassing someone, that's bad. That's very bad.
It's like a walrus
He's
flossing.
My
Maybe.
fucking
He's
Oh
done
my
more than that.
God.
giving his DNA to anything else. That's bad. Darwin has
Yeah, no, he has been spraying it about a bit, I'm
Oh.
afraid. Yeah,
Oh,
No.
I've got one to
Damn it.
share.
unwantedly.
When you said like a thumb, we have a politician. You don't really hear much about him anymore. His name is Eric Pickles. But I'm sharing a picture with you.
Oh, okay. Laura's sharing a picture. Oh yeah, no, he looks like
a Sontaran.
he does look like a
yeah, he's
Sontar.
the one who doesn't have a
Oh.
neck, and if he does, it's hanging over his shirt.
Oh,
My favorite one was someone in Australia did one about Peter Dutton, the racist potato. There's a picture of Peter Dutton next to Strax, and because there was a running joke with Strax can't tell genders with humans because it's not important to him, and he goes, one of these is a xenophobic, power mad psychopath who has trouble identifying genders, and the other one is Strax. And it's just like,
Yep.
exactly.
You know what? With the
Peter Dutton
exception,
is a piece of shit.
with the exception of telling the difference between genders, might as well be talking about Priti Patel, who's the Home Secretary in the UK,
Oh my God, Priti Patel,
and she is awful.
She is awful.
Awful.
It's weird. Again, someone of Indian descent who's racist to Indians is just fucking
That's
phenomenal.
So
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, this week her new one
Yeah,
is going to use the Navy to push the immigrant boats back because we don't, we have a similar problem in the UK. As you have
oh
with
yes, I
boat
read
people.
about this.
Copycat.
Yeah.
Do that.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
have
no, they're taking a leaf out of our book. Great.
Yeah.
exactly. The only thing we haven't done is evacuate Guernsey so we can dump them all there.
Oh no!
Well,
Is that an option?
Guernsey was overtaken by the Germans. It'll still have sausage stink around it. Get rid of them all.
Oh.
Stick all the different colored people in there.
And again, because we were talking about Trump earlier, it's absolutely horrific when I hear Americans talking about, and that stuff in Australia, like Trump talking about Australia's thing on refugees and admiring it. It's just like, oh, well, that sucks. When Trump
That's
loves
embarrassing.
our policy.
Oh no,
Yeah.
he didn't.
This one, Laura.
Oh,
So
wow.
I just got to share a really interesting thing about Priti Patel. It doesn't matter. You look at pictures, she always looks angry, like, oh, those fucking immigrants kind of thing, and it's just like, but even when she does, I mean, look at that. That's like,
Yeah.
I hate you. I'm going
Is
to
that an angry
destroy you.
face? Oh, I suppose it is, yeah.
Yeah. And then
Resting psycho face.
and
It's
even
like-
when you've got a picture of her smiling,
She's got the
Smirking.
she has that look in her eye as if, I know the people could have you killed.
Yeah, no,
it's like
she's not good.
it's like
She's not
She's
good.
doing it at
It's like
Boris. That can't be bad.
there's no flattering picture of Christopher Pine or
Oh!
Peter Dutton.
Oh, he's awful.
Like-
Yes.
Oh, Christopher
Yeah.
Pine's hilarious.
Oh,
He thinks he's a solid.
until he's
But at least
he's not.
Christopher Pine has a neck. It's little.
Yeah.
And like
It's a very little neck. It is a
Right.
very
It's
little
a-
neck.
and then there's a hip, and then there's shoulders, right? So
He's a fixer. He fixed it. He's a fixer.
Sorry, I
I
feel
think
like.
it's hilarious.
Sorry, I just want to go, Jemay. I feel like you're seeing something that none of the rest of us are seeing. It might be on Twitch. It might be someone like Jemay is very upset
It
about
must-
someone being an anti-vaxxer and
Yeah,
stuff. I feel
Okay,
like you're seeing something we're not seeing, which is really disturbing.
Just encountered your
how would they
dumbass talking about how
Jermaine's basically
vaccines
threatening
have
to
tracker
Jermaine's
chips.
threatening to murder someone in the chat, and the rest of them are like, "What the fuck? I can't see whoever the fuck you're saying that to."
yeah.
Jermaine,
Okay, so I'll check out.
going to help you, but the last time I went to my methadone doctor, the last 2 times I went to my methadone doctor, you've got to have a urine drug screen. And so you go to the nurse and you pick up your jar and you have a chat to them. And that nurse is an anti-vaxxer.
Oh
And
no, nurses who are
just
anti-vaxxers.
fucking blown away. I went, you are a professional healthcare expert, and you don't believe in vaccines. And I probed her a little bit, and she said, well, they can't tell us what's in it. And I said, well, yeah, actually, it's the spike mechanism for the virus, that they've cut off the virus so that they can make the cells recognize the spike mechanism and make antibodies for it. And yes, Dr. Abigail.
So I can't see anyone on Twitch either. So
Jemay, I think you're in your own personal hell. I think.
I don't know who you're talking
to. You've offended the gods, and they're subjecting you to someone that none of us can see.
Yeah,
and I feel really bad for you. I feel bad because it's obviously a bad person.
So this
said
we coming to 100 people.
If you could clarify who you're talking to, that would be great.
That would help.
Yeah.
That would help. So
because the rest of us are confused.
You don't know what's in it. And I said, we do know what's in it. And I told her. And she said, oh, yeah, we don't know what that is. And I said, we do know what that is.
Yeah.
It's the spike system of the virus. It doesn't have any virus in it. And it lets the cell know that you form antibodies to this and you don't get sick anymore.
Yeah.
At all.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, fuck, I know this and I'm an out-of-work comic who's sick all the time. How do you fucking not know this? And you know how to do a dip test.
You're a savant. You're a savant, darling.
He is.
Don't put yourself as and an out of work comic, but still you're a savant, so you know.
Yes.
Yeah. But I always want to say to those people, because that's one of the anti-vax talking points. We don't know what's in it. I just want to go, motherfucker, you don't know what's in the sausage at Bunnings, okay? It's just like, but you still eat it.
Anyway, it's for the soccer team, so it must be okay.
Yeah. If McDonald's sold, supplied fortune cookies with McNuggets, the fortune cookie, the paper inside would read that was not chicken.
I love the idea of breaking open a McNugget and there's a fortune in it, and you read it and it says, "This isn't chicken."
That's actually a recycled.
I'm just gonna. I need to interject for a second here.
Yes,
Jemay, if you're talking about AIDS, you're going to get an instant ban. I'm talking to AIDS to Jemay's here. If you're talking about Jemay, to Jemay's, if you're talking about AIDS, instant ban.
Yeah,
just telling you right now.
Okay. Oh no. Okay. I also want to throw in. Jemay's just said, "I'm talking about AIDS. He's a trickster by profession." Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
I mean,
he is. That's actually true.
That's real.
That's actually true.
He's a left-hand magician as well, but I don't hold it against him.
I know, right? I know.
Yeah.
I also feel like, and I feel like, okay, so now we know Jemay's had been talking about AIDS, and it's not about anything you said, but I think something sort of connected in Jemay's limbic system, and when AIDS is part of the dark magic. And Jemay's, I'm going to upset you now. You're right. You're absolutely right.
You're absolutely right. That's real.
And talking about vaccines having tracker chips, we're all joking about that, including AIDS. So
Yeah.
I don't know where you got that from, mate.
Yeah, no,
Um,
and look,
say the
I
word
completely
angry.
get- like, I remember my friend MV who went in thing when AZ was going something about, and he made some joke about being a darkie, and MV went, racist motherfucker. And I went, oh, you don't know AZ. So AZ actually had to explain his family lineage and whatnot. And it's like, the rest of us take certain things for granted. And I completely agree with, it's almost like, you remember Faulty Towers when it was always, he's from Barcelona. With AIDS, it's like, he's AIDSy. It's just
well, angry. Say the word. Say the word.
No. We'll look, Jameis. I'm going to give Jameis a bit of space and credit. Jameis.
Cool.
I think you've in terms of negativity, you've maybe got on the wrong foot with AZ. But AZ is absolutely a trickster, and as Nettie said, a left-hand magician and whatnot. There is dark and mysterious and otherworldly shit going on. But what we're saying, Jameis, is just fucking roll with it. Just roll with it.
Yeah.
I had an interesting conversation with an Indigenous guy at the shopping mall. I went down and he came out. He had the shits big time. And I said, whoa, Roy, what's up, man? You okay, man? And he said, oh, you fucking white guys, you're fucking in here and you fucking stole my language and my culture and my land. And I'm going, whoa, Roy, come on, man. Fucking let's breathe it. Come out the front, we'll have a smoke and a talk. And so we go out and he says, you wouldn't understand. You have no understanding of what it's like to be a black guy. And I said, well, okay, you're right technically, but I do have a family history that runs back 24,000 years. And the first two of my ancestors that came to Australia were on the first fleet, and they were African. So...
Whoa, really?
So you're both African and Indigenous in the bloodline?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Oh, my God.
You're messed up juju. You are messed up juju, man.
Absolutely.
Dude, get on Ancestry and fix up their fucking, their stats. Get your DNA on Ancestry.
Sorry, I also
they
just
could
want
put a
to.
microchip in it. No,
I want to throw something in.
do.
And AD, do you remember when we were talking about things Indigenous? Malcolm, I'm just going to say his name. He's not going to. Malcolm Mitchell. He was the dancer. He was with Bangara, and he did that. Okay, we had this dude. We had this dude who did the same course as me and AD. Australians may know the Bangara Dance Theatre. It's an Indigenous dance thing. And Malcolm had danced with them. He was about 6 foot tall, and he was all just fucking long bones and ropey muscle.
Body and just...
He was basically like, pure sex and whatnot. And he did this thing once in our bar in the Union Hall, and he's going like, I'm going to show you some things. And my personal favorite is he says, I'm going to do this one. And he says, if I make eye contact with you, don't freak out. This is a particular dance we did, and it's kind of to scare the kids around the campfire, to make them follow the rules and whatnot. And I thought, what are you talking about, Malcolm?
That's cute. That's
and he does this dance where he's being the fucking yellow ochre man. And then he does this thing where he's moving and he makes eye contact with you and he locks and I was just going, he is staring into my soul. What is he doing?
I am not ashamed to say that the poos were on their way.
No, he fucking did. And he could move.
There were hundreds of people in that bar. And for a moment there, I was on my own. There was no one else in the universe. And this scary fucking man looking at me.
Yep.
And I'm going, I couldn't breathe.
Yeah.
And I'm just going, stop looking at me. I'm sorry for everything I ever did, which is, what you're supposed to get kids to do.
And he had very long arms and legs, and he could move in such a way that. And then he made eye contact, and you go, "Okay, dude, you stopped being a human person a while ago. What the fuck are you now?" And like, he was the Yellow Ochre Man doing this shit. And also, the other thing he did, he would do Walkabout. And people think Walkabout is fictional. It's like, no. And I love it. It's an Indigenous Australian thing. If you have big problems, go for a walk, and that means leave everyone and walk about for days or weeks. And if it wasn't a big problem, when you come back, it will be gone, and everything will. But if it was a real problem, you will have had time to sort it out. When you're out, you sort it, and you'll be able to sort it out. And Malcolm would do that. People would go like, "Where'd Malcolm go?" And it's like, "Oh,
that's so fucking true." I used to like when I had big problems with a man I was living with, I would take a big ass walk, and and if it was a real problem, it'd still be there, and if it wasn't a real problem, then it was gone.
This real problem used to disappear for like a month.
But this is on a micro level. I'm sure we're talking about different sorts of problems.
Everyone knew it's cool. One time he bailed on Walkabout, not for him, but for his mate. And when you're on Walkabout, you have duties to perform. You've got to check the boundaries of your nation. You've got to check the boundaries of your clan. You've got to check the stocks of animals, stocks of plants, the water levels. You've got to, you don't just wander around fucking with your head up your ass. You do think about stuff.
Like we do.
Also, you've got to, check out the country and make sure everything's tickety-boo. And if it's not, you've got to come back and report that. And so it's not just an indulgent thing. It's an actual it's a community thing.
Yeah.
Our lecturers used to ring a couple of days before and said, sorry, guys, got to go
crossed the line.
And they go,
Jermaine, you need to fucking chill out because you are absolutely on the wrong wavelength. I'm just going to tell you to chill out because you are literally wrong on everything. And I'm ignoring you now, and now I'm just doing old time talks with AIDSy. I can't remember the dude's name, but someone told everyone this was like a year or two after after Malcolm graduated. So this was like 1990, 91. This dude, and I can't remember his name. He's a tall, skinny guy. But he told everyone that Malcolm had actually committed suicide because Malcolm was gay, and he's saying like his Indigenous family was
not happy about it,
not accepting and whatnot, and he had ended his own life. And that seemed plausible. I thought it was real. I thought this guy was gone, and I was so sad because he's a nice guy. And about 2 years after I'd first heard that he was no longer with us, I was in a pub in inner Sydney, and he was in the pub, and I was going, what? And he goes, because my nickname at college was Spike, because you remember me with the spiky hair, and Malcolm's like, Mike, how are you doing? And I'm going, Malcolm, are you here? And he's going, why are you saying that? And I went, I heard you were dead. And he laughed and went, I heard that too. And I'm like, oh my God, dude. I thought, I don't know, you were visiting me. And he's going like, no. And I just realized this guy was jealous because Malcolm was a very nice guy and everyone loved him.
Everybody. He was
and this other motherfucker was jealous of him and told everyone that he was and it was the weirdest thing to see someone that you thought was dead, and you're just going, is he still walking?
There's a number of people in my life who I've run into after thinking that they were dead. I know that one. I was like, dude, the way you were living, no way you're still alive. No fucking way. What is this? What is
the thing
this
about it
body
is,
corporeal bullshit?
You know what? Am I the only one here that thinks every time I say AIDSy that I think the same thing? What, you're still alive?
No, I've already said to him. I've already said to him, if he dies before me, if anyone asks me to speak at his funeral, all I'm going to say, like, has anyone checked? I'm just saying.
It's like my ex's father.
Okay,
he had to, like, he didn't really like his dad, but he went up.
So,
he went up to Queensland
Do you
just
want
to
me to
make
just
sure,
get rid of him on
he really
Twitch?
was daddy staying in the fucking hole in the ground.
Abigail, can you time out them on Twitch? Because
Time
for
out?
some reason,
Yep.
Because for some reason, StreamYard isn't letting me time out them.
No, he's on Twitch. Not
What's your
on.
problem, love?
Just not about his
AC's
dad.
okay.
All right, okay. I think Jamay's just actually let slip. They've got daddy issues. That's what's going on.
Yeah.
That's still
It's
not really a great
Micro, did I not? Okay, dude, I'm going to...
I think maybe there's a mistaken identity here, Jamay's.
Oh, I don't know.
It does happen.
I don't want to ban Jamay's, but if you can do a timeout thing, Abigail, so
I'm trying to figure out how to do it.
I don't know.
Here we go. Timeout.
StreamYard lets me time out people on YouTube, but it's not letting me do it on Twitch, and I don't get it. But anyway,
I've done it on Twitch. He's
good.
timed out for 10 minutes.
So I think Micro USB might join us, which would be nice.
I think there might be a mistaken identity going on.
I don't know why.
He called you Hannibal Lecter evil, which is legit. So
I don't know why you just don't want to ban him. Like, I've seen you ban people for less.
I just want to give him a bit of time to think about it, because they're normally okay. And I haven't
seen him before.
I have multiple times.
Okay.
And I have no idea why they've developed this fix. Actually, sorry, I'm just thinking, why have they developed a fixation that AIDSy is Satan incarnate? Suddenly it makes sense. Suddenly. I think AIDSy is going. I think he's going back through the chat. There.
I got a question.
Darlings, I found the most fabulous thing on Facebook the other day, of course, from the blogging goth. It was, hang on, I'm just pulling it up, because the headline tells you all you really need to know. Here it is. Yeah. Spanish bishop quits church after falling in love with writer of satanic erotica.
Yes.
There's more to it. He was an exorcist. Even when all the rest were like, no more exorcism.
Spanish Inquisition exorcist. Nice.
Yeah, he fell in love with a satanic eroticism.
Nice.
That's now
reminding me of those Spanish horror films that were called Rec, like as in record, Rec. And because it's based on found video footage, Rec 1, 2, and 3.
I don't know. That sounds like a Chuck Tingle book to me.
It does. It absolutely. Look at your face, mate. You're going through the chat and looking at what this dude was saying about you.
And I'm not Al.
I don't know.
I don't think I'm the guy he thinks I'm.
I think there's a mistaken identity thing going on there.
I think that dude just needs a timeout. That just needs a timeout. But it's kind of funny.
Just needs to go in the naughty corner.
AIDSy's Hannibal Lecter evil, and I went, well, yeah.
How many deals with the devil do you have to make to dodge death as much as AIDSy has?
I know.
Wait, look at
question only AIDSy and the devil can answer.
Oh, hang on, sorry, and
AIDSy.
What's the name of the?
It's you who's beeping. I thought it was my microwave that was beeping. Okay.
No, it was AIDSy's microwave.
AIDSy, Andrew, I need to bring something up with you.
Please.
There's a fella in Newtown who you might have come across called Slasher. Have you come across him?
I remembered that.
You remember Slasher?
I would have remembered that, but I don't. Go on.
Okay.
No, I don't either.
Slasher has some similarities to you, AIDSy.
Okay.
He was interested in the occult.
Yeah.
Apparently, he's still alive.
Apparently.
In much the same way as everyone throws up their hands and goes, he's still alive.
Yeah.
And I have to say, okay, the Slasher was on the heavy metal and goth scene.
Right.
And I had the honor of sharing a taxi home with him one night. And, he's fully Satanist, heavy metal, blah, 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 blah. Somehow he has managed to outlive his OD, his lying down on a railway track and being run over by a train.
Oh, shit.
And a few other infections since.
Oh, God damn.
Yeah. And so I just want to say, what did you offer? Who did you offer it to? What did you offer? Because one likes to know what options are there out there.
And to make sure that I don't sisters and brothers. We don't.
Oh, sorry. What was that?
Your audio breaking up there.
Anything or anyone. We have, as an example of something to emulate, the thing that you would know as a Baphomet, which is a deliberately hermaphrodite.
Good old Baphomet. Yeah.
So Baphomet has a full complement of both genitalia in one breast and a good sexy pair of horns, and I guess 3 horns there. And so the idea is that you can have many one, and one can represent many, and don't try and run after something in absolute. There are no absolutes. Yeah. So there's no absolutes, and don't try and run after absolutes. But everything you do must be proved. You can't just wave your hands in the air and say, "Yeah, look, it's done and it's great." No, you've got to have a named actual result. And once you've had your named actual result twice, because once it's luck, twice it's engineering. You've had your named result twice, then you can say, all right, that's the thing. And by not giving out any acrimony to anyone, right, it also means that you don't give out any preferential treatment to anyone either. So that gets us in often a lot of trouble, because they say, "Oh, you don't love anything." And it's like, you'd be surprised.
Neutral karma.
Hey,
are you neutralizing karma?
Well, karma doesn't really. Maybe.
I mean, could you put it that way? That's all I mean.
Let's say that karma and dharma dance together all the time. Let's say that. Let's say that that's what we think. Karma and dharma are always dancing together. And sometimes you hit the black side of the wheel and sometimes you hit the white side of the wheel. And, you're always trying to get the result that you're looking for. And there's ways of doing that. And if you train hard and work hard over a long period of time, you can get that to do. And, not dying.
I think we're giving angry palpitations or something.
No, I'm just thinking, I talk to the wrong people on the internet, because when I was saying that, I'm just thinking, I've heard some people like, yeah, like karma, but like bends dharma over and goes, "Call me daddy." And
okay, I've got
that's just due to who I hang out with on the internet.
It's just rule back.
I have something to pose here, and that is AIDSy The Australian Keith Richards. Discuss.
Oh yeah, Impossible to Kill. Impossible to Kill. Yes.
Done lots and
More
lots
like
of drugs.
the Australian
You must be
Rasputin.
Slasher
from what
one
I
day.
hear.
I'd like to be this Keith Richards. I'd like his dough because Steeler goes to hospitals and hands over cash. And he comes out with glass vials.
Can you believe the drummer died first?
Yeah.
There's a funny joke out there, which is every time a rock star dies, Keith Richards goes through the quickening.
Yes. Highlander. Yeah.
Beautiful. Nice one, Laura. Nice one.
I need to watch that movie again.
So I want
haven't seen
okay.
a man
So
in a kilt for so long.
1,000 years in the future, there'll be Keith Richards doing a headline act with fucking Bad Religion, and because neither of them will ever die, and they'll just keep touring, and that'll be it. That's peak music right there.
No,
that's probably
what I worry about is in 1,000 years the only existing corporeal forms will be Keith Richards, Betty White, and Adrian.
I'd probably learn to play an egg shaker by then.
Yeah.
That asked me to stop.
Can I just finish my description of Slasher?
Yes, please.
So just imagine this fella, this the heavy metal dude who I first met him at a Discordia gig at the Lewisham Hotel. There's me and my little velvet sling dress.
Slinky little number.
And going, oh, it's heavy metal, how lovely. And because I just had a hard on for hot metal boys. Anyway, so there's Slasher in front of me with all his entourage, and boy, did he have an entourage of goth girls and goth boys. And he turned to me with a Barbie doll, which was wrapped in black with lots of pins. And he goes, "Ah!" at me. And I went, oh, that's exciting. I grabbed the Barbie doll and I'm fucking pricked all over my fucking hands from the fucking pins.
Ow.
And I was like, ah! And he goes, ah! And runs off. And so that was my first introduction to Slash.
Oh my God.
That was fun. And so, you know, he floated about on the fringes of the goth scene. Yeah, that would be good. That would be good. I say throw Slasher in there. And so I saw him, though, he seemed to be a little bit more decrepit.
I'm sharing the picture.
I think Lee's saying good night.
Oh, good night, Lee.
Good night, Lee.
Good night. Good night, Lee.
Good night, Lee.
I'm sharing the picture of that joke.
So Laura's sharing a joke with us. Oh, there you go.
I must have seen that like 10 years ago.
It's like good old Slasher. Every time I saw him, he looked a little bit more decrepit until at one point he was on crutches.
Oh my God. Yeah.
He was on crutches, and I remember it very vividly, like more vividly than like really important memories, of him trying to get across King Street in Newtown, you know, during peak hour with his crutches with all these like huge spikes put on them. Like he painted the whole thing black and put huge fucking stripes. I'm fucking gonna kill you with my crutches. And so, I saw him around, you know, he would come to goth things and whatnot. And then the next time I saw him, he was in a wheelchair. And he had the big fucking spikes. he had taken the spikes from his crutches and put them on his wheelchair. Down King Street.
Get out of my way, or you'll lose the knee.
Yeah, totally.
Who's this slasher person that you people are talking about?
Oh wow! Your microphone is being weird, Mike USB. What's happening?
Oh, hang on. Let me go get a different headset.
All right, get a different headset. Brother.
Sounds like he's outside.
I know. Grasshopper will come on tonight.
The nature of the internet.
We haven't seen Grasshopper for a while.
Yeah. Is it
a week or so?
He's feeling.
I think it's just been
because
working.
You've pleasured his wife to the degree that he's no longer.
He's become a bit inadequate. Well, that's just that. I mean, that's common. Like
it is.
But usually the guys get into that and get a bit cuckolded. Just as a survival mechanism.
For that, yeah.
Yeah, like otherwise their ego is so bruised and battered. They just have to, because I just have that effect on women.
Okay,
no, I think
I'm surprised that like even Mrs. Angry was like able to resist all this. But then when she has all that, all that. Yeah.
Guess what? Oh, hang on. I missed something there.
No, you go
now. No, you go.
I just got a message from nobody. He said his computer died.
Oh no.
Yeah. I said, oh no to him.
Oh no. Send all our love to nobody.
Okay.
I believe
I
will make his computer.
I will email nobody and find out if he needs tech support.
Okay. He probably does.
He's probably watching us on his phone.
Abigail will email you and to see if you need tech support.
Jermaine, you're back, still a butthead. Jermaine, all we wanted is for you to have a little bit of time to think and calm down. And again, I don't believe you said anything that was factually incorrect about AD, like Hannibal Lecter and all that stuff. It's not that it's not true. It's just that we embrace that. We embrace it.
The thing is, AZ hasn't eaten anybody today.
Not today. And my name's not Al. I've never been on TikTok. I don't think we've met before. I don't think we have. I'm not anti-vax. I'm very pro-vax.
Yeah.
There's no chips being put in people because you've got them in your phone and you don't need them in your body if you're going to take your phone everywhere. So I think
it sounds like there's
oh my gosh,
a misunderstanding going on.
Yeah, and a full-on doppelganger.
Like me or sounds like me or something. But
you haven't been manufacturing doppelgangers, have you, Aidsy?
I kind of think if anyone thinks Aidsy's talking about putting chips in people, they've actually misunderstood when he's talking about putting his penis in people. I just think.
Well, I mean, we like
possibly can.
I don't know why, but ever since I got vaxxed, like I'm constantly setting off metal detectors, and I fucking love Bill Gates.
You know, it really does. It really does make me chuckle when I hear people saying about, they're using microchip to scan you and stuff like that and follow where you're going. It's like, I'm sorry, have you ever heard of Facebook
they're doing that anyway?
Google? Yeah, Facebook and Google. You basically, describe what they do.
In Australia,
they're already doing it.
A thing called a tax file number.
and the tax file number is attached to your bank account, your tax account, your medical account, your welfare account, and your spending. And so your tax file number binds all of your activities together, all of them. And so they don't need to chip you because they already have, right? They already have in the computer at home. So as soon as you do anything, like buy anything or go anywhere, or if your phone goes to another cell tower, it basically all goes home to the tax office.
Yeah.
And they know where you are. Why the tax office? Why was it so important for them to get it? Because Australians have historically been notorious about avoiding paying tax. And I'm talking about fucking notorious. You know, if you can possibly get away with it, they will. We used to have a thing in Australia called the bottom of the harbour tax scheme, and it was
that's an 80s thing. Oh my God, that's bottom of the harbour is an 80s thing. Jesus.
Oh yeah, but I remember all the jokes.
Sorry, Jamaise, my friend, can you? I'm 100% on board with AZ. Looks like and sounds like a prominent TikTok anti-vaxxer. I'm completely okay with the weird complexity of the universe. I am completely able to believe there is a prominent TikTok anti-vaxxer who both looks and sounds like AZ. But are you capable of understanding that is not AZ? So
he's already apologized.
He realizes
he's
is above and beyond that. So
look, Jamaise has already apologized.
He realizes.
Yeah, no.
So
and that's why I didn't want to ban Jamaise, because I think Jamaise is legit, and Jamaise is telling us their honest experience of I have seen a TikTok anti-vaxxer that freakishly reminds me of AZ. And Jamaise, what is fun? What is fun, Jamaise, is can you imagine what I imagine is now AZ finding that TikTok anti-vaxxer
TikTok account,
and sounds like him and having butt sex with them. I find AZ is going to find the TikTok person who looks and sounds like them and having butt sex with them.
And make the message slightly different.
Do it.
And I've recently found that the voting for right wing is wrong. I also understand that 5G is a vitamin, not a problem. Let it go down. Like this guy would lose his fucking mind. I mean, it's the worst troll ever, right? I mean, it's an evil thing to do, but it could be.
Oh, Robot Man Greg. Sorry, Robot Man Greg. Jamaise is on Twitch. Jamaise has equated AZ with some weird TikTok anti-vaxxer. And I personally, I think that's beautiful in the infinite complexity of the multiverse. There is someone on TikTok who looks and sounds like AZ, but and AZ is not on TikTok. But there's someone on TikTok who looks and sounds like AZ and is an anti-vaxxer. The multiverse is an amazing thing, and that's what
I was going to suggest that maybe the person on TikTok only has a diseased mind, whereas AZ has a diseased body, and then they realize, but he's got a diseased mind.
Oh no, he has a diseased mind as well. Like
Dr. Abigail, you are correct.
Yes. Now don't give this job to monkeys,
See, Jamaise, I am so pro-vax. Kind of regularly, I'd be fucking dead. Have a very powerful immune system, and it's a long story, but it came about because of the drugs they gave me for arthritis. And what was supposed to happen was they're supposed to give me these drugs and turn off my immune system, and then it was supposed to bounce back. It didn't bounce back. And so I've been wandering around going, I'll catch another disease. Yes, I think I will. Yes, I'll have that one. So I've been getting all these exotic diseases, and doctors going, you shouldn't be getting this exotic disease. You're not in Papua New Guinea. Huh?
Yeah.
No, I know, but I've still got it. Would you mind surging it out of my body? So they've cut parts off me that you wouldn't want cut off.
Oh, AGT had so much. Also on Twitch, there's an Angel Verdes was on a Zoom meeting. That's what we're doing. Like Jameis, I feel like Jameis is now on board with saying they have mistaken AIDS. It's fascinating that there's someone on TikTok that looks and sounds like AZ.
I gotta find this account now.
Yeah, no, it's pretty thing. I'm look, okay. I am going to avoid pissing my pants by I'm going to walk off for a while and urinate.
Don't fall asleep.
No, I am not going to. I will not sit on the lounge because, as we discussed a couple of weeks ago,
actually,
if I walk off cam and sit on the lounge, I fall asleep. I'm just going to go.
I'm going to do the same. I'm going to do the same. Then I'm going to clean out my Erlenmeyer flask and make some bad decision juice.
Oh, yes.
So I will be back soon.
I like that. I like that idea.
Yeah, all right.
So myself and Laura and Micro USB. Well, Laura's not talking to me. Micro USB is not talking to me. Nettie Nutcake is not talking to me. And Dr. Abigail Angry's buggered off. So
does my mic sound better?
It does, actually, Micro USB.
Yeah, I was using a wireless headset earlier.
Well, you're blasting through now like a fucking trooper. You've come through like a freaking champion, like a hero, right? And I'm thinking, I look up at the pedestal that Micro USB is on and go, I want to be that. I want to be that person.
You know what's funny is I was feeling the same way about you, so it's funny that you would say that.
So we've got a figure 8 of mutual
respect,
not attraction, but admiration going on. See, the best way it can be, not the figure 8, the infinity loop of a mutual attraction, mutual admiration. Jesus, ever since my brain damage, my fucking head is fucked. I just got reminded of when I was a kid. 8 was my favorite number because it looked so pretty. It was all very symmetrical. And then they said if you flip it on its side, it means forever. And I went, that's fucking cool. A number that you just flip on its side and go, that's forever. And I was going, it's my favorite number. It's not number 6 flipped on its side. No. Fuck you, lovers of number 6. It's not number 1 flipped on its side. No, that's just a dash. It's not number.
Well, actually, if you take 1 and flip it on its side, wouldn't it be a dick?
I'll go with that.
Yeah. See, so.
Yeah, I'll go with that. I can swallow down a number 1. Maybe I shouldn't have said that.
You can swallow a number 2, brother. You can swallow a number 2.
I knew that was coming. I walked into it.
You said number 1. I just walked in when you were saying about number 1. Number 2 has to come in.
And I saw you flayed into screen, and I thought as soon as I've said it, you'll hear it, and you'll fucking jump all over me. And I just thought, I fucked it. Oh, well.
Okay. It's good. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. I was just... Oh, I was just like, evacuating. What? No. The term is voiding the bladder.
Voiding
you evacuate your bowels, but you void your bladder.
Your bladder.
Medical terms are weird. Medical terms are very weird.
Go the Latin, and you'll be safe.
Yeah. Jameis, look, dude, Jameis. See, I kind of feel like I understood you. AD reminded you of someone, and that's cool. Semi-regularly, AD reminds me of movies about the exorcism that I've seen, and I think I should stop talking. I should stop talking to this guy. I should stop talking to this guy because he's the devil. And And then I remember he's kind of okay. He's kind of okay. And it's like, yeah, Jameis, we're cool. We're cool, brother. Cool.
Sideways like a pencil that's been sharpened.
I swear to fucking God, the shit AIDS and I first. Okay, AIDS and I were at uni together an indeterminate number of years in the past.
Yes.
We don't really want to say the actual
I think
number
it was 3
of
years ago.
I think it was like
3
3 years ago we were at uni. 3 years ago we were 21 years old and at uni. And it's like
I believe
back.
we have a situation, a Twitch situation here. Do we?
Oh, what? No. Jameis, I think, is now okay. I think Jameis is okay.
Are you sure?
We think
I don't
he's on
know.
board.
I'm not sure. I'm never sure.
I don't know. I don't know what's satire anymore. I don't know what sarcasm is anymore. I'm so confused.
Okay, this is satire. This is a fun thing. There's an American conservative political cartoonist called Ben Garrison, who's hilarious.
He's funny as fuck.
He's hilarious, but not in the way he thinks he is. He's always funny, but not in the way. And there's a running joke. Ben Garrison is the type of political cartoonist who labels everything. He's actually he is a good artist. He's a pretty good artist, but he's fucked in the head. He does those political cartoons where he labels everything. Only today I learned there are people who are taking the piss out of Ben Garrison by relabeling his political cartoons with cum. They're just changing every reference to Ben Garrison saying something about communism or whatever with cum. So they just relabel all these Ben Garrison cartoons so it says cum about 6 times. And I was watching these on Facebook and I was cracking up because it was just like this weird, fucked up conservative guy trying to say, oh no, the Democrats are communist, but weird fucking meme lords are relabeling all these shit by changing communism to cum, and everyone's just saying, I want you to come. And I'm not explaining this well, but it made me laugh a lot. So
I was upset with Boss the House today. Because I went down to his flat with my MP3 shower speaker, which has a sticker on it, and I stuck it to his door, and I played "Let the Eagles Soar" for about 20 minutes before he came out and smashed it.
I love singing in the shower because the shower has good acoustics, and I have considered getting a waterproof MP3 speaker into the shower. Yeah.
They're great. They cost fuck all, and they're great.
Angry, do you know the, just off the top of your head, ounces, mils per ounce?
Mils per ounce, 30 mils is 1 ounce, basically.
So,
you know what? I'm looking at this right now and I'm thinking, okay, Abigail's wearing a white coat and holding up chemicals. Like, mad scientist Abigail.
I'm not even wearing my safety goggles. I don't know. I think they're in the other room.
God. Okay.
So that's about 150 mil. So that's
when we are allowed to hang out, because Abigail has been growing mushrooms, and when we are allowed to hang out again, it might involve me. It possibly could involve me and Abigail, maybe Aidsy, maybe Nettie, all hanging out at Abigail's place and mushrooms, and it could be a particularly interesting live stream, is all I'm saying.
It'll be a sponsored live stream. When we actually sponsored.
Yes, it's going to be a great live stream. I was talking about, of course, fluid ounces, not.
Yes. Fluid ounces. One fluid ounce is about 30 mils. basically.
Okay, sure. So
What's
I'll add a
that?
bit more.
Is
Then.
there something other than a fluid ounce?
What?
Is there something other than
Well,
a fluid ounce?
it can be
No.
weight.
Oh, give me a math.
Isn't it weight as well? I'm not sure. I deal with
An
metric.
ounce is a weight, but there's also a volume measure. A fluid ounce is approximately 30 mils.
Gotcha.
There you go.
Gotcha. Thank you.
May I just say that I really appreciate
Don't
Laura's
drink it. Don't drink it. It's not good.
strawberry top.
Yes.
I think it's
Laura.
lovely.
But the
I
cherries.
think it's.
It is
Are they cherries? Oh, I thought they were strawberries.
No, cherries.
Oh, I see now. Okay. Well, I think it's very sweet,
Thank you.
It's very
just like the fruit.
Yeah. Do you know Stella just said love, looking
My
gorgeous, which is
monitor's
nice.
not
Yeah.
fabulous. And
Um,
that drink you're drinking looks like you're tasting urine. I'm just saying.
I know. Like, yeah. Every time angry fucking milk clarifies something, it looks the same. This is a very dehydrated person.
Yeah, it is.
That's the running joke with milk clarifications, that they look like urine samples. It's just a question of how dehydrated the person was when they gave the urine sample.
Yeah.
Yes.
This person is very hydrated.
That's
This person's
hydrated.
very
Yeah.
hydrated.
That's hydrated.
This person has a
Oh.
urinary tract. This
Neat.
person has a urinary tract infection.
That person needs to go to the ER. That's
Yeah, no,
bloody
they're in
weird.
trouble.
Secondary
This one-
Yeah.
right there.
This is
That
an
person
ice-
is a
Ooh.
vampire.
This
And-
is an icy Manhattan, basically.
Yeah,
This is a frozen Manhattan.
That's kidney.
Oh my
failure.
god,
Right
this
in
is a
there.
Manhattan Slurpee. This is fucking great.
Come on, babies. My cat.
This, of course, is
Cat.
a sippy cup for someone who drops their cup all the time. And I'm not embarrassed about it.
No, you shouldn't be.
Embarrassed about it. I was talking to my OT the other day, and she said, "How do you cope with daily tasks?" And I said, "Well, it's a challenge." And we went through all the shit that I've got to do, and she's gone, "So how do you pick up knives and forks?" And I say, "I eat sandwiches." And she's going, "You can't eat sandwiches every night." And I said, "Well, you can."
I ate pizza and Coke for every night for 2 years, for 6 months once, in the height of my depression.
I admire that kind of dedication,
So-
Dr. Abigail. I
Sorry?
do. I admire that kind of dedication, Dr. Abigail.
Thank you. I was hardcore depressed, playing Star Trek Online way too much, and and just literally ordering from a pizza place 5 minutes walk down the road.
That's fair. That's all. All of that is
And-
completely fair.
In my defense, my son wasn't living with me at the time,
Yeah.
so I had some disposable income.
Yeah.
And I was horribly, horribly depressed. Like shortly after that, I was hospitalized.
Yeah.
Oh
that'll do
shit!
that.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
Wow.
that's how depressed I was. Yeah.
Oh,
Hi,
wow.
Kirsten.
And Kirsten's joined us again, just in time to hear Abigail talking about being
Hi,
hospitalized.
Kirsten.
And
Yeah.
I'm drinking a frozen Manhattan. What are you drinking, Abigail?
This is my patented blend of Bad Decision juice. It is a blackberry gin and Red Bull, and it is
Fuck yeah.
quite delicious.
Fuck yeah!
That'd be nice.
It's about 175 ml of gin with a large can of Red Bull, so
Fuck yeah.
473 ml.
That'd be
I'm
nice.
I'm on squash, which is part orange, part
Yeah.
lemon and lime, and
Yeah.
part cherries and berries.
Oh, that's good.
Because-
Nice.
I can't just
Yeah.
sometimes I'll just have the cherries and berries. Sometimes I'll have the
Oh
orange.
my god!
But
Sorry,
sometimes
I just
mix them together because it tastes nice.
Oh,
Stella.
nobody says he'll come and chat with us
Oh,
Hey,
nice.
using his
Cool.
phone. Yeah.
Okay, so Stella has just said about a rheumatologist giving bullshit advice about fibromyalgia. The reason I have two distinct diagnoses of fibromyalgia is because the first rheumatologist who diagnosed me correctly diagnosed me, to my surprise, but he suggested that I walk it off,
Oh shit!
do lots of exercise, just like just lots of exercise, walking every day, just keep at it. And so I just like thought that's not going to work. And I went and got a second opinion, and he said that is crazy, but he was right about the diagnosis, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Hang on, what was
I'm that first doctor's.
What was the guy's job who told you to walk it off?
A rheumatologist.
Rheumatologist.
Are you
he
sure?
Was okay. So he was.
I'm just wondering whether the person who gave them the job as this was dyslexic and misread physiotherapist.
Who knows?
Who knows? Just walk and you'll be fine.
Yeah, it was so long ago that there were other things he said that were equally as spurious. But I kind of half listened to some of his advice because it took me ages to get a second opinion. I didn't think I had fibromyalgia at the time, so I went and saw a physical therapist at my local clinic and crashed. I got about 6 weeks in, and they stepped up the exercise like they would for a healthy person, and I just crashed and burned. And so I got the second opinion finally from a doctor at the Royal Melbourne. So he was fucking awesome. And then went to the pain clinic at St. V's. So isn't it a great word, Kirsten? Spurious.
Yeah, spurious.
Hey, nobody.
And hey, nobody.
So, Jameis, yes, fibromyalgia hurts. If you push yourself, it hurts like fuck. And the worst part about it is that there's nothing physically wrong. Like it's just your nerves just amplify pains, even just touch signals by 1,000%. So, and it can be random parts of your body. It's just, and you get flare ups and.
Aren't you SB as well, Abigail?
Yeah.
So
we're fucking all
touch sensitive issues.
Is all I'm saying.
Doubled for you.
Fucking people with their fucking touch hellos. Like I worked with someone who, when she was talking to everyone, she would like touch your elbow, and I fucking hated it. Like, why are you doing that?
No.
Jameis, I believe you. If you were diagnosed with fibro, I believe that. Like, we have no reason not to believe it.
There's a hip hop track where someone going like, and it's based on I think like a tumbling, like when someone quits, going, "Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, you're cool, fuck you." I'm out of here. And it's just when you're just doing like when you actually reach your limit and you're just like, I'm out, and you quit a job and it's like, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Oh, you're cool. Fuck you. I'm out of here.
I know a guy who did that. I know a guy like I was working at a call center, Salesforce Australia, for National Australia Bank. And this guy, on his last day, on his last minute, stood up on his chair and gave a big-ass fucking sermon on socialism and how call centers are the sweatshops of the 21st century. And where you're cool, you're bad, you suck, you're cool, and I'm fucking out of here.
I've worked at a job where I wanted to do that, but I got the march out instead. I found a job. Gave him my notice. Gave him 2 weeks notice.
And they go,
and they said, "Nah, fuck you. You got 30 minutes to clean your desk out."
You've got to give you 2 weeks notice, and you do, and then they don't pay you for it, and they fuck you off.
Yeah.
And,
Actually,
No, if you say I'm giving 2 weeks notice and they're scared what you're going to do in 2 weeks, they have to pay you. They have to pay you for the 2 weeks, and they go, no, out the door now. We will pay. And I have literally had that, and it's like I was not going to cause trouble, but you were so freaked out that I said, "Fuck you." You went, "Okay,
see you later, James.
Out. We will pay you out 2 weeks." And I was like, "Okay."
But
Fuck,
is that for
yeah,
casual?
Oh, look, I was the senior programmer. I was so deep in the code.
Right.
They would never have found my Easter eggs even if they tried.
No.
And the other programmer there was good, but he wasn't good. He wasn't, and so I don't know what you're on about, Jameis. But anyway,
just let Jameis fucking go. And it's cool.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, they gave me marching orders, not because of me being senior programmer, but because it was a small company, and nepotism was rife, and that's one of the reasons I left. But he saw that anyone who left the company as a traitor, and I just whatever you're paying. He paid me for the 2 weeks. He paid me for the 2 weeks. I had another job lined up. So yeah, it was fine. Like, if you want to do that, I don't have to work for you for 2 weeks. That's fine. I was prepared to.
So many casual jobs I've worked.
So
I've gone.
So the problem.
Giving you 2
The
weeks.
problem was
now.
that I didn't hate working there. I hated what I left for was, so the general manager was the boss's son, and he had to micromanage everything, including the workflow for the programmers, and he had to be on site constantly. So in order to approve jobs for the programmers, he had to sign off on every little thing, and he wanted it that way. And so we had so much time when there was heaps of stuff to do, but we weren't allowed to do it. And I complained many times to the boss, his dad. Nothing was done. Nothing was done. And like, there was another guy who wrote his own wiki while we were there, because he had that much free time. I wrote a bug tracking software of my own while I was there, because I had that much free time. It was fucked. So I left. I was bored.
Yeah.
And there was lots to do, and it was just fucked.
I've been in situations where the bottlenecks have been so insane. I was in a kitchen once, and we had this we had this individual who was a radio DJ. Don't say anything angry.
I'm not saying anything. I didn't say anything.
Preemptive. Don't say anything.
And he had this idea that everything was portion control. From now on, everything is going to be portion control. So nothing that goes on the plate is not going to be either weighed or cut to a certain fucking form. And I had to cook steaks all night. So it's 55 degrees in that fucking kitchen. And they used to give me long necks of beer, and I would get through 12 of them a night and still drive home because they pretty much wouldn't touch the sides. It was so hot.
I'm
I'd be sitting there with steaks on the griddle going, these have all got to go now. And the waitresses would be freaking going, we've plated up 4 plates. And I'm going, there is 25 steaks ready to go. And they were going, we've got 4 plates. And I'm going, figure it out, because they've got to come off the heat at this moment. Because you can't uncook a steak. This system, I couldn't believe it. It went for 3 months before we finally turned around and said, this is an abortion, and it's not going to be made prettier by a pink
fucking coat hanger. Stop fucking doing this and just serve food. And we lost something like $60,000 in 3 months for a small restaurant. That was
Okay.
unedible. We had to work the rest of the years to get that back. It was just amazing. No bonuses for you.
I'm struggling at the moment because it's like they allowed you to work in a kitchen with your nergolitis problem.
With my what?
I don't know.
Oh, sorry.
I don't want to eat food that AZ had involved.
Exactly. Sorry, Nurgle. So with the Warhammer 40,000 stuff, there are 4 gods. So you got Sinch, which is the god of magic. Khorne, that's the blood god because he wants people to get killed.
Blood for the blood god.
Yeah, exactly.
Blood god.
You've got Slanesh, which is like the god of perversion, and then you've got Nurgle, which is the god of disease. So Nurgle Space Marines are like tougher because they're so diseased and rotten, and they've got, sort of bellies that are like just got pustules.
Laura, who's so smart about your Nurgleisms. These steaks are on a grill that was being cooked over a gas.
Nurgleisms.
660 degrees Celsius. Not even I could spit on it that hard. I tried.
AD, sorry, I had been messaging our man Dave Blumenstein about animations because I was thinking about stuff. For my cocktail channel on YouTube, the idea of an animation that had me as the bartender and you as the customer, and just the simple animation that had me going, "What do you have, buddy?" And you go, "Oh, something that was blah 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 blah." And I'm going, "Yeah, I can. I'm going to put a thing in here that," and they go, "Shake, shake, 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 shake," and pour it out. And so this may appear, who knows, in the next couple of months. I have this idea of. I know a few people who do animations and saying if I could do something relatively simple, because I don't want a really complex, I don't want like a fucking Pixar level animation of shit. I just want really simple stuff of like me as a bartender pouring stuff into a shaker and going shake, 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 and AZ as a freaky, seedy sort of bartenders and saying, "Bartender, can you make me something that goes XYZ?" And the bartender goes, "Yeah," and puts stuff in the shaker and goes shake, shake, shake. Make like a 60-second animation that has the bartender going, "What do you want, brother?" And the skeezy guy at the bar saying, "I want something that's like blah, blah." You go, "Okay, well, I can put blah, blah, blah in a shaker and go shake, shake, shake and pour it out for you." And I think that would potentially be a YouTube hit, animations.
I think it would. Did I tell you that I've written 3 of the Man on the Stairs shows?
No, you did not.
They suck, so I'm rewriting them. But I've written 3, and I'm really happy about that. Also, I didn't have to write them all at once. I could come back to them, which is always Achilles heel of mine. If I can't write out something all at once, I won't do it.
Oh my God, who's fucking microphone? That horrible noise.
Yeah.
Mine, sorry.
She once again she's opening something with the
Oh, she's doing like
yeah, she's opening it with the microphone again.
Yeah. What is that, Nettie? Oh, I know, it's a Carter rice crackers.
It's rice crackers.
Oh, by the way, Angry, you were saying about an animation or whatever?
Yes.
I think you have the perfect making for one of those Funko Pop things, with the big massive head on the little body.
Yes.
Oh my God.
I already have a very large head on the fucking small body.
Laura, I fear that you've been a tad harsh tonight.
I'm just doing it for the lols.
I understand that and respect that. And
Oh.
is it just that we said that you dressed with strawberries and not cherries? Was that it? That's what gave you the
No.
Because I understand it. I mean, I would
Good night,
I would be
Kirsten.
curious too. And I would call Angry all kinds of big-headed names under the sun. Why
There is a long-lasting joke, which is you with a disease-ish problem, and Angry has got a large head. And all I've done
I have a large head. I cannot.
I've just drawn references
I
to
have
the
a
two.
large head.
I actually didn't have a disease problem when I was cooking in the kitchen. I didn't have a disease problem until I was doing comedy. I didn't have a disease problem until 1997.
And this was before then. Okay,
And
that
I
makes
was
a lot
here
of sense.
in Melbourne doing comedy, and I kept on doing comedy to 2002, 3, and then they fired me.
That's when you had the whole fucking rheumatoid arthritis thing. I've seen the photos. This is, again, AIDS and I were at uni at the same time. When I see photos of him at that time, I go, oh, you look like our lecturers who were stereotypical fat lesbians at that stage. And the only difference between you and our lecturers in the 80s is your skin had this weird green tone, which is something to do with chemotherapy. Your skin was very green.
And I dyed my hair blue.
I'm okay, thanks, Megalich.
I dyed my hair blue so that when I was on stage, people would think that the green was just a reflection of the blue on my skin, and it fooled people for a year. Before
I for real, I see photos of 80 from, I don't know, the late 90s and whatnot. And it's like, you look like our lecturers from the 80s, except the only difference is they were women and their skin wasn't green. And it's like,
didn't look like
AZ and I have a very, very complicated shared history, is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
it's just weird. It's
and
weird.
of course, about that time too, my teeth started to fall out because they were smashing in my mouth, and a combination of the chemo and the drugs I was taking made them very chalky, and they were smashing together and just falling out. And I had a Saudi Arabian housemate who was my next door neighbor, and we used to hang out and just chat, and I used to help him with English, and he used to just help me with human contact. And we were at
he didn't set you on fire?
Hey?
No.
He didn't set you on fire?
No, not that one.
Okay.
We basically we went to the city mall, the one under the big shop tower, and we bought a lemon tart each, and I bit the lemon tart and my fucking tooth broke off. And he wanted to bite his, and he went and put it down, and I said, it's not going to hurt you, dude. And he went, no, it's okay,
yeah.
I thought the lemon tart was going to break his teeth, and I went, no, it's not going to break his teeth. And he just went, no, it's cool, I'm good, man. Okay, man. Anyway.
No, we lived through a very weird time in the 80s. And what was hilarious is AIDS and I were at uni at the same time. And I personally was totally in the good books with the feminist, second wave feminist lesbian lecturers. They were giving me B's and A's when I was not doing any work at all, whereas AIDS got on the wrong side of them, and they were trying to get him thrown out of the university, which was hilarious. It was hilarious.
They nearly succeeded about 2-3 times. They nearly made it.
And I was just always in the good books. The literal same people thought I was awesome, thought AIDS was the devil. And this is also why I didn't want to ban fucking dude from Twitch before who thought AZ was the devil, because that was literally just a recurring experience for me. The lecturers we had at uni in the 80s and early 90s thought AZ was the devil, and I was okay. And AZ and I are basically the same, but somehow are able to make the same people think I'm okay, AZ is the devil. And it
And
was like,
basically, their anger at me was because I was a massive homophobe. And of course, I had girlfriends, boyfriends, you know. And finally, I went to Pride March one year, and they were all there handing out T-shirts, and I grabbed one and put it on, and they said, "What are you doing with a T-shirt?" And I said, "Well, I'm here with my girlfriend and my boyfriend."
yeah.
What? And I said, "Well,
And
I'm
that was my favorite thing, because I'm like cis-het, boring dude the whole time. AZ's busy out there like sucking dick and eating pussy and whatnot, and they're like, oh, angry,
Your
you're
best life, in other
cool.
words.
No, angry, you're cool. You support us and whatnot. And I'm like, yeah, but I only want to have sex with women. And AZ's like out there having sex with everyone, and they're like, AZ, I think there's something wrong with him, but you're cool, angry. And I'm like, I have no idea why you think this dude who's busy sucking dick is homophobic, but just like whatever.
I had no idea that was the thought. And so I introduced them to my girlfriend and my boyfriend, and I said, yeah. And they said, why are you putting this on? I said, well, I am a card-carrying member. I am supposed to be here. It's my boyfriend, it's my girlfriend. Yeah, we decided to go in it together. And they said, is this just like a prank? And I went, no, we live in the same house. In fact, we live in the same room. It's not a prank. It's tiring, but it's not a prank. And I actually said those words. I said, it's tiring, but it's not a prank. And they went, we thought you hated lesbians. And I said, no, lesbians, 2 lesbians particularly are my comedy sponsors. I love them to death. If I didn't have them, I wouldn't have a gig. No, lesbians are my favorite kids in all the world. I mean, shit. I mean, I would have been thrown out of my house this year if Susanna Post hadn't given me a proper couple of workshops. And then she rolls up and grabs me and goes, "AZ, me big fella."
Posty was the best, because this is someone who is only, and again, I want to try and explain the complexity of how weird shit was in the late 80s and early 90s. Me, cishet guy, AD super bi guy, this woman, Posty, we're talking about, she was actually brought up in this weird fucking Mormon cult in the Blue Mountains west of Sydney, and she didn't fit in, and she eventually came out as gay. And there was weird shit, like we would have jokes like Posty was running feminist things in where we were at college, saying only women are allowed, and I would have a joke and say, Posty, can I come if I leave my testicles at the door? And she'd say, only if I can remove them. And it was like and it was just like people were giving AZ a harder time, and AZ was very much the spectrum queer guy, and I was very much the cishet guy. And people were not giving me a hard time. They were giving him Abigail, you have something.
Oh, just the CPU is way more likely to fail than to nobody than a motherboard. CPUs are like massively more complex. Motherboard components are a bit more hardy, and not as complex. Although like North bridges are a bit like they sometimes go, but CPU for sure, definitely the first thing to try to diagnose.
I just want to say,
in my experience,
me and AZ were talking about dicks, butts, and vaginas, and you fucking nerds we're talking about computers, and
I was, by the way, the only guy.
I was here for the sex.
I
was here for the
I
sex.
look, I'm all here for. I love a good vagina in my face. Don't get me wrong.
yeah. Oh no,
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 Um,
no one
absolutely.
hates that.
Any
No,
day,
mate.
any day. But you know, when there's a computer to diagnose, like my head's over
I
there.
was going to say, Abigail literally switches. No, sex is out. We are talking about technology now.
Yeah,
One of
yeah.
One of the bizarre things was I was the only guy allowed into women's night at the bar because
Yes.
I was MC. Because
Yes.
they didn't have, they had women performers, right? But they didn't have any women MCs. And they didn't have any women who knew the job of an MC. Because, okay, you're doing the get up in between everyone and say that was, this is. But you've also got to run around and organise. You've got to be here. You're coming up next. You've got to be in the slot. Are you okay? You look like you're about to vomit. Go to the toilet and have something to drink. We're swapping you with her. You know, you've got to do all that stuff. And I was pretty much for about 2 years the only guy that was qualified to do it. And we trained 3 women and 2 guys how to do it because we found there was a problem. And that worked out really well. But I was the only guy allowed at women's night. And one night they put me in a stupid sundress and some ballet shoes and lipstick and a bad wig. And I said, yes, it's me, it's AD, and there are certain dress regs, as you're aware. I'm just complying with the rules, and it was nice because the ladies shat themselves laughing. And we went on, and then every now and again they'd say, "Your mascara's running at the home." I don't know how to fix it. Oh, someone help him! And your lipstick's smeared. I was like, I'll fix it. Just can we please next act, the Dulcies? And go off. And there was this wonderful woman who was our stage manager, and she was just fucking awesome. She was like hotter than a knife through butter, and she'd come off and come here, dear, fix me up. Right, okay, we got this, and this to go. I don't know where she is. You better go find her. And I'm like, how do I go? Yeah, it was fun times. But by that time, we also had the rugby union team, who was traditionally very, very homophobic. They had changed big time. They changed because the lesbians the year before had said in the inter-college games there's an all-women's rugby match and we want to play, but we don't know how. And the rugby team went, well, we can teach you how to do that. And the guys just fell in love with their girls. And from then on in, you couldn't do anything wrong to their girls. And a couple of times they saw, one time in particular, they saw one of their girls came with a black eye. And they said, well, what happened? On the way home from bar night, a bloke turned around and asked me for a route, and I said I'm a lesbian, and he thumped me in the eye. And they just lost their shit. They said, from now on, none of our girls are walking home alone. That's not happening. You're all to be walking in groups or with us. They were furious. They were absolutely beside themselves with rage. And from then on in, every time we had a Pride March, the rugby boys would be walking alongside us with, it wasn't security, it was a black shirt with safety on it and little rainbow patches. They were very,
that is the most awesome story. It makes my heart, that's gorgeous. I love it.
Have I ever told the story of the Gay Avenger?
No.
Please, Abigail, I have a desire to hear about the Gay Avenger.
So it's not my story, but there was one night at a gay bar, mostly for women, but there were men in there dancing, having a good night. Everyone was just queer as fuck, and these straight dudes came in and were like, "Oh, we're going to pick up a lesbian, ha ha ha." These girls were in there, and they saw this dude just like circling the crowd, just circling the dance floor, and they were kind of a bit, "Oh, what's that about?" And then when these straight dudes came and started like grinding on these girls, this dude who was circling around came straight in like the fucking gay Avenger and started grinding on the guy, like, and he was a big ass dude, and just grinding on these dudes, and they were like, "Oh, what the fuck?" And they left, and this dude just went back to circling the crowd.
Yeah,
and those girls were fine after that.
Yeah,
It's like, you stay there, buddy.
The gay Avenger.
Do what you need to do.
Yeah, this is a real thing, and I've told this story before. This is way back in the 90s. This is way back in the 90s when I was in a share house. And I went out with everyone at my share house, and again, I don't want to talk about anything that may be illegal. We may or may not have been on certain hallucinogens, but anyway, we went to, prior to going to a nightclub to get cheaper drinks, we were in a bar in Oxford Street that had a bunch of leather dudes in it, and this is the early 90s. And I might be a bit chunky now, but in the early 90s, I was a bit more slender, and I may have been wearing ski pants. I may have technically been a twink.
I remember this story.
I may have technically been a twink, and I was in my household was 3 dudes and 1 woman, and one dude goes, "I'm going to the bar to get a drink," and the second dude goes, "I'm going to the bar to get a drink." Now, me personally, I may or may not have been on illegal hallucinogens. I'm not admitting to anything that may be a criminal offense, but I may or may not have been on illegal hallucinogens, and I may or may not have been wearing ski pants, which is, and then certain things were in this bar, which was a bunch of leather daddies on Oxford Street, and my brain may have been slowly computing what I was wearing these ski pants in a leather daddy bar. And as the one female in the group went, "I'm going up to the bar as well," I may have grabbed her and said, "You are absolutely not leaving me alone in this bar because I am 22 and I'm wearing ski pants and I am on hallucinogens and I am fucked up, and there are a bunch of really serious leather daddies in this bar, and I do not want to be at their mercy." And I'm just
to know 2 questions I need to know about this situation. Was it called the Blue Oyster Bar, and was the music
No, it was
Police Academy reference.
No, it was fucking straight up Oxford Street. I can't even remember what it was, but it was absolutely.
It's just down the road from the Exchange, otherwise known as the Exchange.
No, it was the fucking Exchange. I think it was the fucking Exchange.
Oh, it was the Exchange?
It was like a leather daddy bar, and I'm like 22 on hallucinogens.
The Exchange was a bit more diverse than simply a leather daddy bar. The leather daddy bar was up on the corner of that block. You couldn't go there if you were female without being called fish.
That's
Yeah,
right.
no.
Yeah,
No, but the thing is, I didn't hold it against anyone in the bar. These dudes were being super fucking predatory towards me, and I'm like, no, only one sort of guy shows up wearing ski pants in this bar that he wants these guys who are like very hairy and wearing a lot of leather. And it's like, that's the only reason you go. And I was like, guys, we have to leave here because
I am in danger. Please let me go.
Also, I will throw in, because my female housemate put a bunch of makeup on me before we left our house.
Yeah.
and because I was on hallucinogens, I thought that was a good idea. And suddenly I'm in this bar with a bunch of leather daddies, and I'm like, this is absolutely not what I want tonight.
Not where we
Who led you there that night, though, Angry? Who led you there?
No, it was my fucking housemates. It was my fucking housemates. Because there was one hetero nightclub in Darlinghurst in the late 80s, early 90s at Spargo's. I just remember the name of it. It was called Spargo's. Every other nightclub was gay. And we went to like one of the gay clubs because the drinks were cheaper. And these other dudes were like, yeah, we're getting cheap drinks. I'm like, wait, you motherfuckers fed me hallucinogens and made me wear ski pants and put makeup on before we left the house.
Made you.
No, they made me. I didn't want to do it. They made me.
I was extremely lucky one year. Gay Pride was coming, and I wanted to go, but I thought I can't fucking go to Gay Pride. I haven't got enough money, and I don't fit in. I don't have the fashion sense. I don't have the nomenclature. I don't know the terms. And the gay president of the FRC and the gay president of the union, times have changed, said, oh, no, you don't understand. You're the country boy who's lost and needs a helping hand. And so they dressed me up, and I had these shorts on that showed off my calves, and I got told
your calves
to push my socks down and wear boots. And they told me to wear a very thin T-shirt with a flanny over the top, and then to roll up to a bar and then have a look around and see if I liked anything, and then go up and say, oh, g'day, fellas, look, I'm kind of very new here, and, it's my first time in Sydney, and I'm hearing this is where all the action is for Pride. I'm not even sure what to do. Can maybe I buy you a beer and get some ideas? And they go, yes, you can. We'll buy you one. We'll buy you one. Maybe a couple. And I'm going, all right. And then they had to make me eat some tablets because they'd be good for my headache. And then they made me eat some more tablets because they'd be good for my headache. And then they made me eat some more tablets because it'd be good for my headache. And then they took me to this block of flats with this big square courtyard, and in the courtyard was a pool and a lot of naked men, and it was fucking awesome. I had so much fun. I was in one room, guest of honor, and then I went out and went to the toilet and went out and had a swim naked, and then I had a shower and then went and had a swim, and then walked back in the room and was guest of honor again. And then it occurred to me, these are different guys. These are totally different guys. I walked into the wrong house. Oh, whoops. And so I thought, don't be rude, finish up. And then I had a shower. All the flats were exactly the same. Had a shower and walked
Darlinghurst.
And walked back and gone, right, I'm okay now. No, different house again. And then by the time I went to the fourth house, my initial guests found me and said, you've been wandering, haven't you? And I said, yeah. And I just don't know where I am, and I'm completely naked. But you look pretty. And they said, that's the idea. And back to the initial house I went. I stayed there for 2 days, and it didn't suck, or it did, but it was good.
Oh, I want to share one. This goes back to kind of the same period. I think you might remember Michael Gilmore and the Pineapples from the Dawn of Time.
I really do.
Jamaise, sweetheart, Jamaise, sweetie, I was there in the 90s in Darlinghurst and Surrey Hills and Newtown. He's not lying.
Jamaise
also, aren't we just ignoring him now?
Yeah, I think Jamaise is working through some shit, and I think we just need to let him on. So, okay. This is a literal real thing. I want to go. Aizy and I were at uni at the same time. We had friends who were in a band, the Pineapples from the Time. They did a gig with I'm trying to remember. It was a much bigger band. They had a track called Hearts and Flowers. I think if I go on the interwebs and look that up. But anyway, so actually forget it. For again, friends who were
Interwebs and face tubes.
Pineapples from the Dawns of Time, and went and did a thing. And this was a super weird thing. I went and saw a gig with these guys, and I thought I'm going to stay at someone's place, and it was somewhere in Redfern, Chippendale. And I went back to find a place, and I was confused. And I found a place for some reason. Again, if you know Chippendale, which is inner Sydney, in Redfern, which is in the 80s, early 90s. I was wandering there, and I found a place where the front door wasn't locked. And I opened the front door and I went, is this the place where I was meant to spend the night? And I walked in, and I'm sitting on their lounge going, no one's here, but the front door wasn't locked. And I think maybe I'm meant to be here. Also, but if I'm wrong, someone is going, and this was all inner city, double-story terrace houses. If I'm wrong, someone's going to come down the stairs and think I'm a burglar or a serial killer and attack me. And I'm like, it's 2 or 3 in the morning.
I just think you're a local who got lost.
Yeah, and I'm sitting on the lounge, and if someone comes down and I'm not meant to be there, and I'm sitting on the lounge going, I could either just lean over and fall asleep, or I could not. I could leave because I think this is the wrong place. And I did. I left. I actually left. And I think I stayed awake all night at like a cafe in Darlinghurst or something. But it was the late 80s, early 90s. People in Chippendale, Darlinghurst were not locking their front door. And I was just fucking going into these places.
You know why? Because they were at a rat party down the road at the Pavilion. That's why.
Yeah, and I was thinking, I was lying on their lounge in the lounge room thinking I could just fall asleep here and it would all be okay unless it wasn't okay. And
it's okay because, look, Evan Janda kept being found on people's couches all the time whenever he was in town.
Yes.
I did the same fucking thing.
Oh,
I looked on a piece of paper I had in Redfern, and it said 67, and I found 67. So I rock up, and I go in, and they've left the door open. Oh, how sweet! And they've left the light on for the toilet. How sweet! So I've gone in and used the toilet. Oh, lovely. And then I've sat down on the couch and I've gone, I'll just sleep here for a while. And I was asleep. And then I woke up going, wow, it was the best sleep ever. And there was this very large, very black guy sitting there, and this very large, very black guy sitting there. And they've gone, so you're awake. Pockets. I've gone, happy to. And I've emptied my pockets, and they've gone, well, none of it's ours. Put it back in again. And they said, now, next question, why are you here? And I said, well, the piece of paper I have says 67. And the first black guy said, I fucking knew we should have fucking fixed that sign. You're in 97.
Yes. Yeah.
I thought these guys, and they were big boys. I thought, I'm going to die. This is the end of my life. I've smoked some good shit, had some good roots, but I'm now going to die. I'm going to end up as shark bait at the bottom of the cliff. But, things happen, and, life goes on. Look, I love you guys, but I've got...
But you see, Sydney was just, it was having an identity crisis. It did think it was a little bit of a country town. And because there were that many country people coming in and out all the time.
Because no one was from Sydney. No one was from Sydney. Everyone was from somewhere else.
Yeah, they were
'Cause I
coming
was
in for
from-
uni or one thing or another.
Yeah. And then I ended up in a shared house where everyone's from Sydney. It was very weird.
And that's why the doors weren't locked.
Yes.
Yes. And you see, like, I grew up.
Laura, you've muted yourself,
Muted.
by the way.
Yeah, I just
Oh.
realised.
My nephews are 4th generation Canberrans, and that's hard to do.
That is hard to do. That is hard to do. Congratulations. Do they lock the door? I bet they don't.
They do. They do.
They do?
Oh yeah.
Weirdos.
One of the nastiest things that happened was that the paper found a map that had crosses on the backyards of all the houses that had a dog in them. And this paper was from burglars. And if there was a dog in the backyard, they didn't burgle the house.
Yeah.
And then other burglars took the paper from took the map from the paper and threw rat sack laced mincemeat into the yards with all the dogs in.
Oh,
And
that's
they
shit.
killed 585 dogs in one day. And it got to the point where the vets just got out the green needle and said there is nothing we can do.
Geez, AD, bring the tone of the evening down. Like,
And so now, dogs in Canberra do not eat until they're commanded to. And the commands are not eat. It's things like speak, jump.
I have memories of that.
Say
I
hello,
have memories of the whole rat sack.
go around in a circle. It's never eat. It's always a different command. And you'll see these dogs and they'll sit there looking at food going, one of these days I'm going to get to fucking eat that. And they do not eat until they're commanded to. And everybody got a dog. Everybody got a dog because they didn't want to get burgled.
Yeah.
Yep. Also Canberra.
You know, there was a funny thing that happened a couple of months ago now, and it was a Twitterish thing. So, one of the big name transphobes, and her dog was in the yard.
Yeah.
And she managed to catch the dog before because some trans rights activists threw a chocolate bar over the fence. And so she's all on Twitter saying, "Oh, this is what's happened," and then it comes out that actually it was the neighbour and it was an accident, and it wasn't. Trans rights.
Yeah, of course.
All trying to kill her dog by giving it chocolate because chocolate is bad for dogs.
Chocolate is bad for dogs.
Yeah.
yeah.
So so but it's like, but it could have been. Was where
by
it
the
could,
way, sorry,
it's like
up a little bit. They did catch those people, and the judge said, "You may have 20 years each." And they said, "That's a bit harsh for an animal thing." And they said, "That is an evil thing you've done, and you've done it several hundred times, and you're going to jail forever and ever and ever. Fuck off." And the RSPCA was so happy. And they went to jail for 20 years. And it's the longest RSPCA sentence that's ever been handed down in Australia. And good.
Wow.
I'm fucking happy, bastards.
It kind of goes back to what Angry was saying about Mrs. Angry and the cat and stuff like that. The thing, I think one of the reasons why we grieve so much when our pets die is because, unlike people, they can't really do anything dickish as such,
Yeah.
Have you lived with cats?
Unless they're a cockatoo.
But what I mean is, it's like, if the cat takes a crap on the thing, it's like it's because you didn't put the litter out properly.
We're talking about you.
Yeah, but cats will like walk up to something on a bench and just knock it off. Cats
They will.
just swipe at you for no reason.
We had a cat.
You okay, Andrew?
No, I'm just fucking letting you all go. That's good.
We had a cat
Okay.
that took a long time to get used to me, and then it did. But we had another comic friend who would come over, and he would
tap the cat's face, yeah, and we go, don't do that. It stirs him up, and it takes him a long time to settle down. And he would say, oh, he likes it. And we would go, he doesn't like it, and he gets quite upset when you do it. So don't do it. And he'd go, oh, no, look, see, he likes it. And he'd keep doing it until finally I got a little forceful and said, no, really, really stop now, and we'll do something else. And this guy came in and he had a script that he had to fax to the ABC, the national broadcaster. And I was one of the few comics who had a fax machine. So he came round to my place with his script and said, can I use your fax machine to put this script into ABC? And I went, yeah, man, sure you can. I understand that you need to do that. When do you need to do it by? He's gone, 3 o'clock. It's 1:30. And I've gone, yeah, you get it done. Put it in face down, get the number right, and then press go. And so he gets the cover sheet through, then half of the first page, and the cat goes to the power board, the fax machine, the computer, and the monitor, and pisses all over it. And the fax machine, the computer, and the monitor go like smoke comes up. And I'm looking at the cat, and it comes out and it looks at us, knowing it's going to get kicking, right? The cat knows it's going to get kicking. And it looks at us and it looks at him and goes, yep. And then stopped. It knew if it hung around, it was going to get a boot. And me and Benny, my wife, are just going, we're not going to laugh. We are not going to laugh. And then we said, look, the post office is literally 2 doors down. They have a fax machine there. If you grab it, it's a couple of bucks. It's like it's 20, 50 cents a page, but you can probably get that. If you haven't got it, I've got a bit. He's like $5 anyway. That'll do a few. And he went, yeah, okay, thanks. This fax machine won't go, and I said, no, it's really quite broken now. And he left, and I just thought, okay, Cat, you've made your fucking point, mate.
Right. Yeah.
You were never going to get hit by that prick again. And he never did. That cat had come in the room, and he wouldn't come near him after that. He'd just sit in another corner. I
remember a friend of mine, well, some friends of mine, they had this cat called Thomas. A fluffy kind of, they used to call him Party Boy. They used to like get his fluff around his face and put it all up like this and go, Party Boy. And he was such a little cutie pie. And they had this slightly obnoxious, more than slightly obnoxious friend who would come round, smoke pot and pass out. And, in between smoking the pot and passing out, he would talk a pile of uncomfortable shit. And one time, just as he's passing out, that's why he used to pick on Thomas. One time, just as he's passing out, Thomas the cat came up, lifted his awesomely fluffy bottom tail, and went right in the face. Cat farts are the worst, man.
That is a special kind of death stench.
It was awesome. It was the cat just picked up the vibe from the room and went, I know what to do with this.
The fucking gassing. This cat that didn't like me, but then eventually did, used to get worried when we got sick. And you'd know if you were fairly sick because they'd come and sleep on the bed with you and look at you and go, yeah, he's still breathing, but I'm not happy. And then you know if you were
vulture?
Hey?
Half cat, half vulture, just waiting for you to die so he can eat you.
Well, then the cat would go out to his bowl and pick up dry food and bring that and drop it on
He's
the bed.
back.
Like do
He made it
three
back.
trips of dry food and drop it on the bed and go, do you want some of that? You're going to have that. And then you go,
Okay.
I don't know, man.
You'll keep talking for a bit. I'm literally gonna fucking lie down on my lounge. This is supposed to be just walking off and not saying anything. Now I'm saying something. I need to fucking
Okay.
lie down for a bit. I need to lie down for a bit.
I had
So-
20 quat loose on you already being on the couch, but
No. I'm saying something. I need to lie down for a bit. So fucking see you in a bit.
you do what you need to do.
So with Dan,
Okay.
dry food, and what you do is you go, oh, num, thank you, and then you sort of put it in a plastic bag next to your mouth, and then chuck it. And then finally, what did it do? Because it used to knock on the back door. It used to knock on the fly screen on the back door. What it would do is it would go out the back and hunt a fresh rat or fresh pigeon. A rat if you were very unwell, a pigeon if you were at death's door, right?
Oof.
And it would jump, and this bloody thing was old and arthritic, like me, and it would jump like 2.5, 3 meters and just catch these pigeons as they're trying to get away. And it's like, you're fucked, buddy, you're going down. And oftentimes the pigeon was still giving a bit of shaky, and the cat was going, don't worry, I'll kill you before I give you over. And it would come to the back door and knock, and you'd go, oh, thanks, man. And it'd look at you going, get that into you. You'll feel much better. You've got to eat something. Get that in you. So we'd get like this garbage bag and get the pigeon and go, nom, drop it in the garbage bag. Nom, and rub your belly and thanks, buddy. You're the fucking boss. And you're going, yeah, I am. Now get back to bed and I'll fucking watch you. And then I'd hand the bag to my wife and she'd deal with it, and I'd get back into bed. And he was good like that. He also attacked burglars. He was not an afraid cat. This guy broke into
cat.
To the office, and the cat ran straight out of the lounge room, yowling and screaming. And then we heard him jump and yowl and scream. And then we heard this guy go, oh, fuck. And we're going, that's not a sound. And we run in, and there's this guy fucking trying to get the cat off him and trying to get back out the window and the fuck away. And he did manage that. And another time the cat managed to tell us, you've been burgled. We let him out because he asked to be let out, and then he was back in again. And then he asked to be let out, and he was back in again. And then he asked to be let out, and he's back in again. And we're going, how are you doing this? And then we went into the office again, and they'd broken into the window. And we went, thanks for letting us know, man. And we realised what had happened was we had disturbed burglars on our way in. Because they just started to go through the shelves and they stopped. And I don't know if it was the cat that scared them or us, but they fucked off. We weren't always so lucky, but the cat was pretty grouse, and it was going senile, and it was starting to lose it. And then next door neighbours got a kitten, tomcat kitten, and this tomcat kitten came over to the most aggressive cat in the world, our cat, and said, let's play because it'll be awesome. And would go up to the cat, and the cat would go boot, punch, and the cat would go fly. And the kitten would go fly, and the kitten would go, best game ever. Back into the cat, and the cat's going, why don't you just fuck up? Get the fuck off me. And then the little cat worked out death from above, and
I'll be back in a sec, everyone.
On a step and wait for the cat to come by, and then it'd jump on his back and go, I've got you now. And the cat, he did get him once, and then after a while the cat would
know that his smell was around, and he'd do things like Matador. The cat would be walking, and then jerk back, and the cat would go splat on the ground, and then our cat would go, pick you up now, bash, 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 bash. And,
Cats are awesome.
Was the Senile cat, our cat, had to start thinking tactically again. He had to start thinking strategically again. He had to start putting it together to defend his territory and to fucking stop this little cat from showing him up. And the little cat was learning all of the nastiest tricks on the block. And it got to the point where they owned this fucking huge area of territory and woe betide any fucking dog or cat that came into their territory. And
do you know what this almost sounds like? You know, there's that sort of thing where young idiot who gets into trouble becomes a real criminal when they go to jail because they learn off.
Absolutely, absolutely. It was totally. I'll show you how to pick the lock on those windows. And the cat also worked out how to go to several houses and go, it's dinner time. I'm astray. And our cat had already worked out how to do this from another house. And we had to put a collar on him going, this cat is owned and has been given dinner. You don't need to feed him. And then eventually, when we did this first time, he pulled it off. He came back and said, I don't know what you motherfuckers did, but all of my fucking restaurants are closed. What the fuck did you do? What the fuck did you do? And
you know what they did?
A little sign that was hanging around, and eventually he got it off. He worked it out and got it off and went, okay, open for business. And so he taught the little cat how to do that, and they both fattened up. And the little cat was coming into his manhood. And he was a sweetie, but he was a vicious little bastard when you pushed him. A dog savaged the little cat, the kitten, but by now he wasn't a kitten anymore. He was really coming into his cathood. And this dog decided, oh yeah, I'm going to go to this cat. And the kitten cat just sat there and sat there and sat there and waited and just fucking waited till the dog came close, and then with a quick flick got his eye and opened it and went, want to keep going, motherfucker, because I can see a nostril here, slice. And this dog's like, oh Jesus. You know, like, oh
Kitty Kruger.
Kitty Kruger.
Our cat came over and laid down next to him and said, 9 points. I'll
tell you a little story about Freddy Krueger. Tell you a little story. I went over to, a boy who's, no, hang on. A friend of a boy who I knew through churchy stuff, right? And I went over to this friend's house, and we were going to watch Nightmare on Elm Street. And her brother, not bad looking, sat down next to me. And he put his arm across my back, right, with his hand like this. And he had a fucking big Freddy Krueger fucking glove that he'd made.
Oh, total freak.
Total freak. I think that was a come on though.
You know, you were talking about a cat.
80s teen come on.
I many years ago now, it's got to be like 15, 20 years ago. I was off on a train ride and I was at Rochdale. And Rochdale's got a single platform. It used to have another one, but they'd taken it out of use for whatever reason. So I just happened to be waiting for a train, and I saw the fattest cat I've ever seen in my entire life. It was a short-haired cat. It wasn't like, you know, like belly hair. I mean, you know, it's like, you know, 1 centimeter long, you know. So it wasn't a big fluffy cat. It was just a thin one, but it looked like a pig. Honestly, it looked like a pig with a cat's head on it. It was, you're talking about like normally a cat is like about this round. This cat was about that round.
Yeah.
And I watched it jump onto a platform. I don't know how it did it with all the gravity that it now had, but anyway, so it jumped onto this this old platform, and then walked and went through railings.
Wow.
And you're thinking that cat could not go through those railings. But this cat was like an octopus. I don't know if you understand what that means. Octopus can squeeze through anything. It's amazing. So do you remember Terminator 2?
I do.
And they're at the mental place, the mental ward. And
yeah.
And there's the cop that's made out of metal, and he just walks through the metal bars,
Yes.
and it's only his gun that gets caught because that's the only solid thing there. That's what happened to this cat. You talk the cat that's this big and bars that are that big, and it just sort of melded its way through because its skeleton could get through, and the skin was just slabs. So, oh my gosh, it was just the weirdest thing I've ever seen. I still remember that. That was like 20 odd years later.
We often said we're going to put our cat on Biggest Loser. Fat motherfucker. He just was not lazy per se, but he was convincing in the sense that he would turn up to people's houses and go, I'm dying for lack of nutrition and water. I need water. So they'd give him water. He'd go down and then he'd go, oh, have you possibly got any food? And what he used to do was he used to sit, right, with his arms straight down in front of him like that, right? Like
Okay.
so that you couldn't see his fat gut rolling over his feet, over his back feet. It would roll over, and he'd put his arms right in front of him, like so you wouldn't see the fact that he would look like a penguin fucking like an egg worm. And people would go, oh, you poor little thing, have some kangaroo, mate. And he'd go, fucking no problem. And it's a little bastard. And we had some neighbours come up. We also had this rose bush in our front yard, which was often in bloom. And they were beautiful roses, but they also had a gajillion thorns on them. And so we would get these neighbours coming up and going, oh, yeah, I'll just grab a rose. One will be fine, because everyone goes and just gets one, And, of course, if there's 20,000 people going past, they just get one. But what we used to love is they'd go and get one, put their hand over the stalk, rip it, and then tear the fuck out of their fingers and go,
it's like me and Slash's Barbie.
There's still thorns in my fucking hand. I don't know what to do. And then this one people said, what did they call him? They called him Xanthus will save us. And we went, Xanthus? What the fuck? And then Xanthus, also known as Fellini, also known as our cat, also known as Pussman. We called him Pussman or Fellini when he was being bad. Fellini was his real name, and he was called Fellini because he had grey and white, just like a Fellini movie. But we called him Pussman because he was Pussman. And, Xanthus would wander up going, oh, I'm sorry, temporary owners. Are you hurt? I was just in this yard fucking around. And we were going, you cheeky little fucker. And he followed them home. And we were going, let's just see if you fucking get inside. Let's just see if you get inside when you come home here. Let's just see if you get fed when you come inside. And he did come home. There was nothing in his bowl. And he went, the fuck? Where's my food? And we went, Xanthus,
we think you've eaten. And as soon as we said, Xanthus, we think you've eaten, it went. And we were going, oh, he fucking knows. He fucking knows.
They know. They
You
know.
know,
Well and truly, he's fucking busted. And so his name was Xanthus, Raider, Puskins, Boots, and Mitzi. That we know of. And he must have had 100 other fucking names. And the other cat, which I can never remember his real name, but he had fucking similar habits. And what happened was the little cat would come in with our cat, and he would wait till our cat had his fill, and then he would eat some too. But he'd wait patiently for our cat to go first, because respect. And then they'd both go over to his house, and they'd do the same thing. But what was funny as was this girl cat, little kitten, not quite a cat, still kitten, came in, just wandered into the house, just wandered in, looked around the place and goes, yes, well, I suppose it's all right. And our cat was going, oh, okay, right. Like he hadn't seen a girl before and didn't know how to talk to girls. And she just came straight up to the food and went chomp, 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 chomp. If anyone fucking did that, they'd be killed immediately. And she's going chomp, chomp, chomp. And she's gone and checked out other rooms and effectively she's gone, well, entertain me. And he's gone, oh, right. And he takes her out the back. And they were gone until later on that night. And it was like, our cat was desexed. There was nothing going on. And she just had him around her little finger. It was ridiculous.
You know, when you were talking about someone ripping over the finger with the thorn, and then the cat follows them home, I was expecting some kind of Little Shop of Horrors thing where the cat's going.
I wouldn't be surprised at all. Would be.
Cute.
Yeah, feed me, Seymour.
Speaking about blood, I've had a little interesting thing. So I've got a thyroid problem, and every couple of months I'm getting blood tests for it. And of course, also since I'm doing the trans thing and they want regular blood tests, I've basically synced it so that they take blood for the thyroid thing for the doctor's surgery and blood for the hormone stuff for the gender identity clinic doctor. However, I've had to defer it for a while because there's a bit of a problem. There's a shortage of the vials used for blood tests because so many people are having to take them, take all these tests. And so the NHS has basically said no more blood tests unless it's really, really urgent. So unless you're going to die, no blood tests.
This is fucking bullshit. This is Australia. We've missed out on medicine after medicine after medicine because it's made in other countries and it's shipped here and it can't be shipped here. And we said globalism, it's the thing, it's the go. And we've realised now that our manufacturing has hit such a fucking wall that we can't fucking get medicine, we can't get medical equipment, we can't fucking distribute that medical equipment. There was a fight in the government, right? There was supposed to be 400,000 doses of vaccine go to Victoria, and they flicked them to New South Wales. And the Victorian Premier went off his fucking nuts. And he had every right to do so.
Yeah.
And because New South Wales has run their system poorly, and they run their system with no fucking regard for humanity. It's all about fucking income. And they are getting record numbers of fucking death.
And we are getting record numbers of death because we're getting denied essential fucking items.
Yeah,
And we are
we've had
also
some.
being told to lock down, lock down, lock down, lock down. And admittedly, a lot of people are out and about when they shop, and they are out and about when they exercise. But it doesn't mean that everything's easy, and it does mean that you spend most of your day inside. I mean, this fight that I broke up the other day, 70% you could put down to the lock-in, because they've got fuck all to do, and they've got fucking lots of testosterone and lots of hormones to get rid of. And we've got governments fighting, and our medical industry is in fact really, really, really good. We make vaccines very fast, extremely fast. We have one of the finest vaccine makers in the world. Trouble is, when we made these vaccines, they were all bought by the US, so they all had to go offshore. So,
Yeah, we've been fortunate with COVID that we one of the first people to make a vaccine, and so we've been able to distribute it to the population really quickly. And they were really smart with it because in America they've been doing it in 2 weeks. So you get your first dose, 2 weeks later you get your second dose. We left it for 3 months to between them, and it's although it would have been better to have it earlier. Effectively, the situation has been that it's better. When you get the first dose, it's like 75% effective. With the second dose, it's 95% effective.
that's right.
And so, as a result, it's better to have most people 75% protected than it is to have everybody 90%. Sorry, a smaller amount of people that grows over time being 90%.
Well, one of the things that they decided here was they said 5 weeks, and everybody dealt with that. Okay, the actual process is very, very quick. You go in there, your name's on the list, they jab you, you're gone.
Yeah, that's it here.
And then they tell you if you put this number in your phone, you'll get a receipt, and you'll have it. I fucked that up, but I'll fix it later. And then what the big issue is.
Good night, Stella.
Oh, good night, Sterile.
Good night,
Stella.
Stella.
Good night.
I'll be thinking of you, Stella.
Yay.
I've been thinking of you too, but not in a good way. Basically, we've had really ineffective lockdowns around us. So it's hard for our Premier to turn around and say, you're going into another month lockdown, right? If the state that's giving us all the infections is going, oh, you'll be right in a couple of weeks, you can run around. And the borders coming into Victoria are policed by Victorian police, but there's many roads into Victoria, and some of them are policed by New South Wales police. And we've seen photos on the ABC website of no police, just a fucking road and a sign. And so people are just fucking driving over, no problem. And the worst problem we've had is we've had 3 people who are patient zeros, and they haven't been checking in. And because they haven't been checking into the counter, and other people are getting sick, we can't find them and treat them, and so they're spreading randomly. And hundreds of people, all these people have got to check hundreds of people who are checking in, and now they've got to check these new cases but they don't know. They don't know who to hone in on. So, you know, again, there's another outbreak. Again, there's another outbreak. Again, there's another outbreak, and it's basically New South Welsh people who don't give a fuck, and you know, they might even go back to New South Wales, and we won't know. So all the locals are starting to go, these lockdowns are getting old, and Dan the man is going, I fucking know these lockdowns are getting old, and I know that your economy is in trouble, because he's the guy that tells us things are fucked, but he's also the guy that's got to find money. He's got to find squillions of dollars to pay for all this shit, and make sure that we don't go broke. And that's what he spends almost 3/4 of his day on, is where am I going to get the money? And the rest of the time he's in meetings with the doctors, and they're saying things like, yeah, another lockdown. We've now got curfews, and it's just like, how am I going to sell this to the public? The Premier went on holiday. It wasn't a popular move, but the doctor and the Deputy Premier came out and said, we kind of forced him to go on holiday. We made him go because he's been doing 20-hour days. And we've been giving him drugs to make him go to sleep, and he's been getting up 4 hours later and going again, and he can't keep doing that. And then he came back. He's supposed to go for 2 weeks. He was gone for 9 days and then came back, and they were going, fuck's sake, right? And on his second day back, he fell down the stairs and broke his back. So he was in hospital, and in hospital he demanded monitors, fucking phones, fucking computers all around his bed, and he demanded staff that would come in and see him so he could direct operations from his bed. And the doctors,
at least you can't fault his determinism.
well, no, and in one of the posts sort of questions, and this is one of the things that the Sydney one won't do. They'll ask her, you know, she'll do the statement, and then she won't hang around for questions. She'll just fuck off. But Dan the tyrant will sit there and go, righto, questions, and he'll sit there until the last question's asked. And,
well, not only that, he specifically said, no, wait, this isn't New South Wales. We're going to get to all your questions, as a dig to Gladys. And recently Gladys has come out saying there are no more daily updates. She'll come out when she thinks it's necessary.
Unbelievable.
Which is
that whole, you know.
And so
it sounds a bit like Trump with no more daily updates. Well, if we stop reporting them, therefore it sounds like it's gone away.
Yeah, doesn't it?
Kind of thing, you know.
Anyway, fucking one of the questions they asked him was, they said, do you seriously expect to get re-elected in the next election? And he said, I'm so much more interested in keeping you alive. I am so much more interested in keeping you alive.
And who is this? Is this your health secretary or something?
No, this is their premier. This is our fucking premier.
Premier of the state.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Sorry, I was thinking, you know, is he running the country or something?
Guy, and he's just going, he's effectively going, I don't give a fuck if I get put in. I give a fuck if you stay alive. And we're going to do everything we can to keep you alive. And then after that, we'll see what happens.
You know, it's been amazing. I mean, I just looked it up. In the last 24 hours, 3,231 Americans died.
Jesus.
Right now, just to give you an idea, there are 1,440 minutes in a day.
Yep.
So by that, someone is dying every 26 seconds.
Yep.
That's crazy.
That's
4 people a minute, 4 Americans a minute are dying.
and they
And
fucking
a lot of the reason for it is because they don't want to wear bloody masks.
I don't want to wear a mask.
The ones that are getting it really bad right now are places like Alabama, Louisiana, and Mississippi, and the Southern American red states, which basically, thanks to Trump, he turned it into a political thing. Wearing masks, effectively, it's un-American to wear a mask. Now,
it's
and it's effectively, when you do that silly thing, sort of easy, when you go like Straya kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's, America kind of thing.
Yeah.
And do you know, the sad thing about it is, it's sad in the way that, you look at it from the outside. That I look at it and I think to myself, the Republican Party in America, by kind of promoting this, division, this political division of if you want to do lockdowns, and wear masks, well, that's a Democrat thing, but we're a Republican, so we don't want that. So effectively, they're culling their voting population.
Well, they're doing that, but also to remember that masks aren't about, and this is the difference between a society of rights and a society of responsibilities.
Mm-hmm.
Australia is not a society of rights. Australia is a society of responsibilities. We are a subject people. We are technically owned by the Queen. Now, the Queen has delightfully said, I want fucking nothing to do with running your country. You'll do that on your own terms and in your own way. And we go, thank you, darling. And your rights as an Australian are to elect a government in every 3 years, to assemble with people of like mind, and that's religion basically, and to treat the borders of the states as free passage and free passage for commerce. Okay, so that's the rights you've got. The responsibilities you have, you must look out and look after everyone who is the wealth. The wealth is the people. We are the common wealth.
Yeah.
And we are responsible for the wealth of the country. And if you hurt the wealth of the country, and I've always loved this, crimes against people in Australia have always attracted more jail time and more punishment than crimes against property. If you hurt a person, you will always do more jail time than if you hurt a thing. Always. And also, a charge is not brought by me to another person. The charge is brought by the prosecution. It's brought by the state. I agree to it. I agree that I will help it, but that's it. After that, it's out of my hands. The state does the prosecution, and that's as far as I'm allowed to take it. And what it means is the bad guys can't put the frighteners on me because it's out of my hands. And effectively, the culture here is a culture of look after one another. That's the culture. Look after one another. In America, the culture is look after me. I have a right to be looked after. I have a right to certain inalienable presents and gifts. I have a right to, all of the constitutional rights. And if you try and interfere with those rights, they will jump up and down and scream and yell. So the idea of the mask is not to help me, it's to help
you. It's so that I don't cough my shit on you.
And likewise, if I'm wearing one too and I've got infection, I'm not going to hit you. This is the reason why the Japanese have done so well. You know, and I think it might have been the Prime Minister who's decided he's going to resign because he hasn't done well enough with the whole COVID thing. And the reality is they've hardly, their death numbers are really, really low, and their infection numbers are really low, even though they have got a lower population than the UK. It's, pretty almost 2/3 more than the UK. And yet, and they live much closer together.
Mm-hmm.
This is the reason why when you look at Japanese video games, they frequently work together kind of things, because rather than one man army on his own defeating the enemy kind of thing, which is more of a Western idea. So, when just before, long before COVID, if you've got a cold or you've got flu or something, you wear a mask because you don't want to infect, other people.
Yeah.
Whereas us in the West basically go, no, I'm not going to be doing that. I feel a bit snotty, but it'd be all right.
Well, I mean, it wasn't ever something that was in our culture. It wasn't ever something.
Yeah. So when it came to COVID, the Japanese went, "Oh, we should everyone should wear masks, no problem."
Yeah.
They just became a normal thing.
Yeah, exactly. And the Americans basically turned around and said, "It's my constitutional right not to wear a mask, and I have to be served at this bar." And it's like, you don't have to be served at any private establishment. They can tell you to fuck off. Wear a mask, the fuck off.
The thing that made me chuckle about it, and I mean that in a cynical sense, by the argument that they're using, stopping at red traffic lights is like unconstitutional and like anti-freedom or something, because it's no different. Because, if you go through a red light, you could hurt or kill someone else by not following the rules.
Believe you have been sucked into the red light fucking conspiracy. I cannot fucking believe that you are not woke to the red light. I can't.
Oh my gosh! You know what? There's a funny thing. So you know who John Cleese is?
Yes.
So he's going to be doing
He's
going to be doing a thing on Channel 4 about woke culture and was it cancel culture? And the reason why is because he got some attention because he sort of made a joke about something, and people went, "Yeah, that's really not funny anymore," kind of thing. And so he felt he was being cancelled by people saying no. Because what's funny about it is, because John Cleese is now an old establishment figure. And he hasn't got it into his head that he's become the establishment rather than was edgy when he was younger. So now it's like, oh, these young people saying that the things I've done for ages are now not appropriate. Oh, that's just cancel culture. They're just trying to cancel me because like I'm me and important.
What did he say?
I can't
make people react that way.
I can't remember. It was something stupid. I'm sure if you Google it, you will find it quite quickly. But it's something that he's noticed with other people. Oh, we've been cancelled because, so and so, and it's like, I mean, like one, for example, a few days ago, it was there's Roy Chubby Brown, I think his name is. I've forgotten. He's a British comedian. And has been doing, like since the 60s, 70s, whatever. He's been doing racist, homophobic, transphobic, jokes.
Yeah.
HIV jokes. Exactly. That's been his core stuff for like forever. and he's now upset that the that he was like an exhibition centre run by the council has basically said, yeah, we're not going to host you this time. He's been going there for years, but they decided, you know what, your humour really isn't in good taste anymore. So, you're going to have to go somewhere else. So he's now, it's cancel culture.
Antifa?
Sorry?
Have you got your swastika ready to join Antifa?
Yeah, it just
makes no sense.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I was saying about the blood test thing. So it looks like I've got to defer it for 3 months. That's what I've sort of suggested, because I phoned him up and asked and said, look, given there's this shortage and I've got a blood test coming up, would it be a good idea to defer it? And she's like, oh yes, please. And you could hear the exasperation in what she was saying, because this really shouldn't be a thing.
Yeah.
And we've got so many of these stupid problems in the UK now.
Yeah.
So, for example, we've got the normal stuff that's affected everybody.
Yeah.
So, because of COVID and lockdowns, people haven't been able to make brick and chop trees. And so, as a result, the timber and bricks and things like that aren't available, which means that people can't, get their houses done. So the tradesmen can't do the work because they can't get the lumber and so on to do the work.
Lumber was a big problem here.
Yeah. And then, and then, like, say, the vials, because of COVID, there's so many of these tests being done, whether it's being done in, at a hospital, or whether it's being done as testing kits that you can, post back, and so on. As a result, we've got a shortage of vials, which means they can't do blood tests for everybody anymore, for the time being, rather. And then on top of that, we've got the whole Brexit problem that we caused ourselves, which was we're having food shortages.
Can't believe that Brexit.
Yeah. Oh, I know. We're getting food shortages, and the reason why we've got food shortages, and not just food but other things as well, is because a large chunk of the lorry drivers were foreign people.
Yeah.
And they went home and didn't come back after Brexit. So as a result, we don't have enough lorry drivers to supply all the things. So even though we are able to make the things and deliver be able to make the things, supply things, not able to move them and deliver them because not enough lorry drivers.
What's the state of the border between Northern Ireland and the rest of Ireland? How's that working out?
Well, who the fuck knows? That's the answer.
Because I'm worried about that.
Yeah, well, one of the big problems with the whole Brexit thing is that you're not allowed to, you have to have a border if you're not a part of the EU. So, I remember when I lived in Germany in the 80s, you had no man's land between Belgium and Germany, or the Netherlands and Germany, and so on. And you'd have checkpoints that you go through. Well, I went to Germany like 10 years ago or whatever it was, and there weren't any borders. And it's like, oh, wow, this is different. Well, and that's because they're all in the EU under one big umbrella. Now they've gone and, so what they've gone and done is they've, so as a part of Brexit, you can't have a border. So you have to have a border because now you've got the difference between EU countries and not EU countries. And because we're not in the EU, well, this isn't so much of a problem for us because we've got this thing called the English Channel that separates us, with the exception of Northern Ireland. Yeah. But then you had the Northern Ireland Agreement from, like the early 2000s, which stopped like Catholics and Protestants killing each other all the bloody time. And so on that, there is no border allowed between Ireland and Northern Ireland. That's the part of the agreement. So it's like, don't worry what it says the British government, we're just going to have this Brexit thing. Yeah, it's going to be great and so on. And people pointed out, What about Northern Ireland? And they're like, well, yeah, this is going to be a problem. But in their minds, they're actually thinking, don't give a shit, because those are the Northern Irish people. And, the main thing is we want to tell the EU to fuck off. The idea of not being able to tell the EU to fuck off everywhere is a slight problem, but we don't really care, because the main thing is we need to tell the EU to fuck off. That's the main principle about the whole, Brexit thing. It's to tell the EU, we don't want you. We don't want to be a part of that. Even though we were running much of it, a lot of the laws and the standards that were created, were pushed by the British government.
From the outside, it looks completely potty.
From the inside, it's bloody potty. And the stupid thing about it is that back in the 90s, there was the Maastricht Treaty, which was a bit of a pickle for British politicians. And so they created this. Some conservative MPs basically created this, what was it? The European Research Group, which was how can we research ways to not be in it, basically. Mm. Well, they gathered momentum over the next sort of 20 years, effectively, and so that was one of the reasons that pushed Brexit. Well, within the Conservative Party, you had a schism between them, where half of them were anti-Europe and half of them were pro-Europe. And so David Cameron decided, you know what, nobody wants to leave anyway. The population don't want to leave. That's what everyone thinks. So we're just going to have this referendum, because that'll just shut that schism half of the party, shut them down for, because nobody wants it. And so what happens is we end up with a referendum. Unfortunately, we misunderstood that although people weren't openly racist anymore, we still had a lot of people that were internally racist. And so, it's like, oh, I voted no because I don't like the fucking Muslims getting in, which has nothing to do with the EU, nothing at all. And of course, people like this European Research Group basically told lies to say that the EU were doing these things. They're saying you have to just let them in, which is not true. And that you can have a domestic rules for who you let in the country. And, the whole thing is just a bloody mess. So now we've got food shortages because the lorry drivers, foreign lorry drivers don't want to work here anymore. Because for some reason, they became really, the government and the papers and everything become really hostile towards foreign people. Is it really a surprise that they say, don't think we want to go and live there?
No, that's not a surprise. The surprise was the cutoff of transport of goods. That was the bit that surprised me, because Britain has always been the world supported by wooden walls. And, when you take them away, you've got an island that's very hard to swim to and invade, which is great, but it's also difficult to feed, which is difficult. There's fucking red lights everywhere. Shooting 5G chips into children's brains.
There's another thing that's sort of comedic, and I'm forgetting all it. No, I've forgotten. Damn it.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember now. So one of the things that we had a bit of a problem with recently, I say recently, like 3 to 6 months ago. So we were one of the first people to develop a vaccine against COVID. Right. But our government was kind of smart, but also stupid at the same time. to basically say, right, we're gonna order, like 8 million, shots, worth of vaccines from all these different companies that are just developing them. And by doing that, we've pre-ordered effectively.
Yeah.
Whether they actually get it or not, we haven't really worried too much about. We've just gone and ordered them anyway.
Yeah.
Well, because of that, when the first vaccine came out and then, other ones came out, well, we'd already pre-ordered them. Unfortunately, ours, the AstraZeneca one at Oxford, that was one of the first ones on the market. And because we'd gone and already paid, already bought and pre-ordered all these amounts, we had them first. But the EU didn't order until, basically once, a few of them started saying, we're really, really close to getting it now. We're starting doing testing now.
Yeah.
And that's when they ordered. So when the vaccine actually came out, Britain was well set for, dispensing it out, despite the government, because this is the thing. The UK government has found multiple ways to screw it up, to screw up lockdowns and coming out, and things like early on was you'd end up with old people who caught the virus, went to hospital, and then were released back to the old people's homes, still having the virus, and so you'd end up with loads of dead people in the old people's homes. It was a terrible thing, and it was all because it's like, well, we haven't got the resources to look after them, so we'll just have to release them. Where they're going to go, I don't know. They'll just have to go back where they came from. So as a result of this, despite what the government tried to screw it all up with, herd immunity and things like that, and then said they didn't go for herd immunity. Despite the best efforts of the government to screw it up, the NHS has done a sterling job.
They really have.
We've got it. We've dispensed it, and we've got like more than 75% of our population has already been double vaccinated now,
which is fucking awesome.
It is. It's brilliant. Which isn't bad in 6 months. And bear in mind that we've been doing it over 3 months to get double vaccinated. So it's been going really well.
We're lucky to crack 30.
I don't even know how. I mean, I know you've done pretty bad.
Sorry, I zoned out.
That's okay. What have you cracked? 25, 30 vaccination number?
I have no idea. Sorry.
It's low. It's low anyway.
It's not a lot. It is quite low.
It's quite low.
The only thing I can see that Australia did well on was having lockdowns early, which prevented the spread at first.
They do that well here.
Yeah, but Delta seems to be unstoppable.
Yeah.
Once it gets a hold in, it's gone.
Yeah. I mean, we had an English version as well. I don't know what that variant was called.
Alpha.
Yeah.
That was the Kent variant. Then they called it N1 something or other, and then they changed it to Alpha.
Yeah, it didn't. That was a pretty bad one, but fortunately, again, it's been able to be zapped by mainly zapped by the vaccines. But
CSL in Parkville, they're working on a Delta vaccine, which will be very nice when that comes out.
Oh, really? In Parkville, just up the road here?
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, that's where.
So you'll just be able to go nip up the road and can I have some, please?
Yeah.
No. You'll fucking
that.
if you go past
just one little vial.
No,
just for me.
Yeah, bang. Yeah. Feel free to fuck off. We'll die. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I've got cleavage. Look, see?
Oh, and the other. And the other thing that government did really, really badly was PPE. trying to get PPE from anywhere they could. But not only that, they gave contracts to their mates and people they had financial dealings with. So it's like, oh, we've got this emergency going on. Well, let me give you this contract for something, and the fact that I own share, like I'm a majority shareholder in this company that's making this, supplying this PPE, which they've never done before and they have no experience in doing before. They sold car parts and now suddenly they're going to be supplying PPE. It's effectively it's the equivalent of someone who discovers that there's a real shortage of something, so they just go and buy shit tons of it and sell it on eBay for 10 times the price. It's
toilet paper.
Yeah. Oh gosh, that was a terrible one as well.
But at least there were a few laughs in that one. A few laughs, a few memes.
Yeah.
Not quite as serious.
Not to people who didn't have toilet paper.
Yeah.
Was anyone actually left out of pocket with the toilet paper? Oh, really?
Well, not left out of pocket. I struggled to get any at first. The thing about it is I've got agoraphobia, so I don't go out. So if I do when COVID came down, I get my groceries delivered to me. So when COVID came around, everybody and their mum wanted to get their food delivered to them, which meant that you couldn't get any slots. So I had to go out more, which I don't like doing in the first place. I had to go out more because of lockdown than I did the rest of the time.
Yeah.
And unlike everybody else, I buy 2 weeks of 2 weeks of shopping in one go. So the idea of, there's no toilet paper, I'll come back tomorrow, that isn't a thing that I can do. So I ended up having to use kitchen roll.
Use what?
Which isn't so bad. Yeah, it's not.
No, because I've had to do that. Yeah.
Well, the good thing is you can fold it in half, and it's like full size hand, for wiping with, which is fine because I've got a big bottom. So, But
myself and boss of the house ran out, and Angry just rocked up with his fucking huge block of paper and said, look, I've got some few blocks from Costco, and I figured you might want some in case you run out. And we're going, we'd run out that morning, and he's going, toilet paper.
There seriously was no toilet paper in reservoir.
Yeah.
None for a while there. I was just very, very lucky.
The supermarkets were absolutely selling out of it, and the people making it are saying, "We have loads. There is no shortage of toilet roll," but people are still buying it.
They're saying that here too.
News channels said because of these lockdowns, there's going to be shortages of some things. There'll be odd things like toilet paper and canned soup, and there was another thing. And of course, immediately, Melbourne raced to the supermarkets and raided the shops for as much toilet paper and canned soup as they could possibly get hold of. And they eventually caught up with the reporter, who basically said that they were making it up. And
that sounds like some of the bullshit that came out with Europe.
So then they had a system whereby older people or pensioners could go early to the shops, and they would make sure that you had 2 rolls of toilet paper, just 2, but you'd get 2 every time you went. And they'd make sure you were sorted, and then you could go and get whatever else you needed. And it was stupid. It was stupid. And I was annoyed because boss of the house is a computer guy, and he's done things about systems and logistical systems, and he looked at some traces of logistical systems for toilet paper and for food, and he went, there is no block, there is no shortage. The only shortage is people ripping it off the shelves. And these trucks had to do double duty, basically because half the truck was filled with toilet paper, and they were, packing a fucking supermarket with as much toilet paper as they could find. And telling people, you're all idiots.
Abigail, got a question for you. When you first started taking HRT, did you get spotty legs? I've had a spotty rash on the back of my legs and bum recently, and I'm just wondering whether it's a puberty thing.
I remember getting spotty palms for a bit, same as when I was a teenager, but that was about it.
Right, I have had a couple of spots.
So it could be
come out, but yeah, I just ended up with a spotty rash recently on my legs. The thigh, the back of the thighs, and it's like, just have a bit of a scratch, and then it's sort of like, okay, there must be something going on here. And so I looked at it in the mirror, and it's got loads of red spots all over the place. It's like, oh my god. Some of them even had white heads on. It's like, oh my gosh, this is disgusting. So I've been doing extra work cleaning, keeping that clean.
Yeah.
Not that it was kept dirty.
I don't know. Yeah. It's like a blood vessel kind of capillary thing.
I don't know. It just like, when you get one of those teenagers that got really bad acne all over the face, that's what the back of my legs look like. And I'm thinking that, okay, that on my legs, maybe that's just a hormones thing. And because I'm going through a second puberty, that maybe, that's a
it's possible.
Oh, something else. The temperature has improved. So the temperature today in Manchester, where I live, is 21 degrees Celsius. And the humidity has gone down. It's gone down by 27% because it's now only 73% humidity.
God, die in that situation.
Last night, it was 100% humidity.
Oh, God.
And it was 18 degrees Celsius last night, so...
I'd have to have the air conditioner on it, but basically 16 degrees. I couldn't handle it.
It wasn't that too. It didn't feel too bad to me, to be honest. I just opened. I live in a block of flats high up, and so all I did was just open the balcony door, and I had a nice cooling breeze going through because there was just a little bit of wind to do the job. So it just keeps it fresh and cooler.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I wish I could get a breeze through. I can't get a breeze here.
And blow on you.
All right, you can random blow on me. Thanks, mate.
And then after I've blown...
Hang on. People are coming around to blow people? You got my address, right?
That's what gets Abigail and wake up.
Yeah.
I mean,
you know what?
Nettie, you need some help there?
I do.
I had a joke about my...
need to cool off.
Round Robin style.
Unfortunately, I can only help you help things heat up.
I used to know someone from Australia whose nickname was Buffy, and Buffy had a wife, and whenever you'd talk about food or something, it would be cheese. Oh, that gives Buffy wind. Popcorn, that gives Buffy wind. Everything seemed to give Buffy wind. And so I sort of made the joke one time that, like Hurricane Katrina, that idea of if a butterfly flaps its wings 1,000 miles away, there's a hurricane. Well, Buffy was responsible for Hurricane Katrina. You know, she had wind, she had curry, and a few weeks later, Hurricane Katrina.
Yeah, Katrina. Yeah, knocked the pipe off the
As
the
you do.
platform. You know, shit, Buffy.
Yeah.
People, thank you so much for playing with me. I am going. I've got to
Cool.
do stuff tomorrow, stuff that I don't necessarily want to do, but it's still
Sure.
stuff, and I'd better do it. And if
Okay.
Cool.
I'll be
Try not to
Live long and
die.
prosper.
Now,
Don't
In the
die.
meantime.
You've got. I'm sure you've got a few demonic pacts up your sleeve to stave off death a few times. So
Yeah.
I hope so. When you look in the bag and
Yeah.
go, oh, that's empty, I'm gonna have to
yeah.
go and get some cats, a child, 3 goats, and a nun.
Oh, again. Oh.
Well,
Yep.
getting a nun is
It's a
always
lot of effort.
as you
It's a
say,
lot
we
of
say
effort.
retreat.
I
we're
hear ya.
not coming back. Soon.
You know, we have some really interesting, funny names for pubs, and I just had this wonderful one. You know, the Windy Nun or something like that. It just sounds like a name.
Windy nun.
The Windy
Yeah.
Nun is just not wearing anything under that habit.
You could have
Anyway,
the
I'm gonna go as well
morning
because
side
I'm
as the
quite
dress.
tired.
They're a lovely shade, Brazilian. Okay.
Yes.
Have the best one. Pete.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, Abigail.
Good
Good night.
Live long and
night.
prosper. See ya. Good night.
Wrong hand. There.
Are you going as well, Nettie?
I think I am going to go pretty soon. Maybe not exactly right now, but pretty soon.
Ah, right. Oh gosh, now I'm gonna move to put myself in the frame.
No, I know. Me too.
You know, I don't know if yellow works for me. Lemon yellow.
It doesn't look like yellow. To me, it looks like cream.
Yeah, it's lemon. It's a pale lemon yellow.
Okay.
But I don't know. Some people don't look good in yellow. I don't really care because I just like it. So
I had a yellow phase, a very short-lived yellow phase because I didn't have any money at the time. No, I did have some money. So I was going to wear the yellow dress tonight, but I thought, no, it doesn't it's not punchy enough for video. That's why I went for the black instead.
Right.
Yeah, because video likes a lot of contrast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I've got a good a good camera, so it comes across quite nicely. You know,
I can see that it is yellow, but yeah, it's softer coming through on my monitor anyway. It's softer than yellow. It's closer to cream.
Yeah, one of the things that has really been nice in the last month has been how my face seems to be getting softer, and I can look at myself on the screen now and not get the dysphoria of because you know the dysphoria is my brain is looking and seeing a guy kind of thing, and I'm seeing less guy and more girl in there now.
Yeah,
which is making me feel better. I mean, you know, my skin is just so soft now. It's really amazing how, you know, it's just touching, you know, when you first put moisturizer in your hands and it's like so thing. That's what it feels like all of the time. All of my body, my arms, my legs, top of my toes, even, you know, things like that. There's nothing that doesn't feel soft by comparison to everything that was before. You know, and it's a hint.
Interesting,
yeah, it's a hint that I'm changing. And as a result of it, I had a shower. I got out of the shower. When I joined, my camera was off because I was still in the towel. And then, you know, when I was dry enough, I brushed my hair and, you know, put this on. And the only makeup I've got on is lipstick. So it's, you know, it's the idea of me going on camera to the world. Maybe, I mean, yeah, there's not that many people watching, but you know, going on camera with with no makeup on was just like, nah, that's not happening.
Yeah.
Now I'm okay doing it. Yeah,
that's good. That's really good.
Yeah,
and I suppose, yeah,
a chunk of it, I think,
it's,
is the mental confidence.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
that I'm being me, I'm on the track now. You know, now I'm getting hormones, I'm on the trail, and, you know, I know where it all leads to. I'm just walking it and getting there. And every time as I'm walking, I'm getting closer and closer and closer to the goal of where I'm going. And so, you know, me being me is the, you know, it is the goal, and I'm living it now. I've been living it for, I'm actually 3 years in now. You know, my, the first time I went out, you know, like this, out in public, was to an art gallery with a friend the day before Manchester Pride. Well, Manchester Pride was a couple of weeks ago. It was the end of August, the 27th of August was my first time out, and watched the Pride March on the 28th. And just over that weekend, sort of, you know, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday kind of a thing. You know, I was able to go out and be me in public, and over time, you know, by the time I got to December, it's like, you know what, this is working for me. Why didn't I transition earlier? So you know, I didn't make the decision to be trans. I made the decision to transition.
Yeah.
I'd known it since I was about 7 or 8. I knew that I wanted to be a girl way back then, but you know, the sad part, you know, this last week I've been thinking about it. It's like a part of me wants to give my mum a kick up the backside because she's just ignored it effectively. You know, she basically told me she didn't want anything to do with me anymore. You know, she disowned me the day before Mother's Day because I wanted to go down and give her a present as a guy.
Yeah.
You know, a day later, and so, you know, but almost every day I think to myself, you know, I'd really like to have my mum back. What can I do to achieve that? And, you know, I sort of think to myself, is it time that I sent her a text message to say, hi, do you want to talk yet? Or something like that? Because I can't stand unresolved stuff.
I understand. Yeah, I get that. I am the mother of a trans child. Not a child anymore, just turned 18. But I don't really understand where your mother's at. I wish I could give you some words of wisdom.
Yeah.
I mean, it might be something to do with her her stage of life. That I mean, how old is she? Roundabout.
1953 she was born, so what was that, 66, 67, something like that?
So that's quite a while ago. So she's well and truly in her 60s.
Yeah.
She might feel that that your decision is a statement of the quality of her parenting because of the history of psychoanalysis and psychology, which basically blamed the mother for everything until late 90s, early 2000s.
Yeah. I mean, there's two things that I can think of. One of them is that, you know, it's just a form of bigotry, which, you know, I'm not. It just makes her uncomfortable. And the second one could be one of the things she said to me before, you know, because she was struggling. And what she said was, I can't have girl children. I can't carry girl children. All my girl children died. My mum, I've got a brother, and he's like almost 15. He's born in November. I was born in January, so there's almost 15 years between us. And so before my brother was born, my mum had a couple of miscarriages. Never really talked about it, but she did explain that she had she didn't explain. She just said that she'd had miscarriages, and apparently there was some kind of problem with my stepdad's plumbing, and then my brother came along, and then they were happy with that. So my brother's a bit of a miracle child, so to speak. They tried, and then eventually they succeeded.
Okay.
But if my mum, so back in the 80s when my mum had a miscarriage, if these were in the old days, and she had just had a nurse like put a arm on her shoulder and sort of say, "Don't worry, dear, you can always try for another one." If my mum hadn't got over the grief of losing, these babies, or whatever, maybe I'm getting in the way of this truism that I can't have girl children.
I wouldn't say that you're getting in the way, but possibly wanting to be, to being who you are is triggering her grief about not having girls. And there is one thing about grief, is that there's an awful lot of guilt in it. It doesn't make sense. But when people die, especially someone, close to us, an important death, there is a guilt as if we caused the death. And so I have heard people say that, when a child of theirs is trans, they have to grieve for the child they think they've lost, the child they thought they had.
Yeah.
And so it could be that one grief-based guilt is triggering another grief-based guilt. So, yeah, it does sound like a really complex emotional situation for her.
Yeah. I mean, like, the hardest thing for me has been my mum always said her love for me was unconditional, and yet when I made a decision that to enhance my happiness, suddenly there was small print in this, in this unconditional love. It kind of reminds me. I've got a screen grab that I took from my phone company, and it was like, special deal with no strings attached, and underneath it's got terms and conditions may apply. Which is, I find hilarious. Well, if there are no terms and conditions, if there are no strings attached, why have you got terms and conditions here? These are opposite things. But it's like, even if she kind of gets her head together and accepts this is how it is, and she wants to have a relationship with me again, she'll never be able to tell me that again. And it kind of goes back to what I was saying about when pets die. When pets die, you thought, like, well, what's the worst the pet did? Crap on the rug? Something like that? Well, that's what animals do. You should have cleaned the litter tray out more, or, taken the dog for a walk, or, whatever. Generally they don't do things because they're assholes, whereas human beings can. They can say things that they can't take back. When I was a kid, I told my mum I hated her. I didn't. She knows that. But, I can't unsay it. That one day I was so angry that I said that. You know, I think I said it more. I think I said it a couple of times at least, actually. But even so, you know, it's human beings can say awful things and do awful things to each other. You know, and I think that's
I think, you know, but she's not doing it out of sadism.
no.
She's not doing it because she wants to see you hurt. She's doing it because she's hurting so much that she can't see beyond her own emotions. I hope. I don't know your mother, so
no.
I hope that's what's going on, and that you can find a way to find your way back to each other, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's been 3 years nearly now, and
it's a long time.
Yeah, I mean, it happened on the end of March, was Mother's Day that year, in 1999, and so, you know, so it's like 2 3/4 years ago, and you know, it would have been really nice in my sort of first steps into womanhood to have, you know, the most important woman in my life, my mum, to help guide me in these things. But you know, I don't have that. I don't have that. You know, so that's been a bit tough. But you know, weirdly, I mean, at first she was like, okay, well, you know, and sometimes she was all right, and other times she wasn't all right. And so, you know, I was walking on eggshells around her because I was like, she'd just like pick up something I said and, you know, try to use it against me, as in, you know, pushing it on her or something like that.
Sorry? Sorry, I didn't understand. I didn't follow that.
That I was pushing me being trans on her or something, you know.
Oh, right. You know, I'm part of a group for parents of kids who come out as trans. It is a big shock. You know, the kids themselves don't feel that it should be a big shock because the kids have been feeling it for a long time, and they thought they'd given a lot of signs, a lot of hints. But the parents just sort of go, oh, that doesn't matter. That's fine. That's okay. Especially if they're like me, you know, and they're not especially invested in a lot of gender roles and things like that. I wasn't very invested. Oh, my dog's barking in her sleep. She's making weird noises. And so, but it is a shock because there's an awful lot of social baggage that goes with it.
Yeah.
And it's not even social baggage that, you know, they necessarily themselves subscribe to, but it just hits all of a sudden, all at once.
Yeah.
And then you have to like try and unpack it and push it out of the way and go, okay, does this one apply? Oh, think about it. No. And you have to do it with every single one. And it is hard. And also there's this whole other way of thinking about gender that people who are cis and het haven't been necessarily exposed to.
Yeah.
They're not familiar with it. And there's a lot of resistance because, like, the brain's just like that. The brain just says, no, new stuff. No.
Yeah, they've lost the neural plasticity.
Yes. Especially, you know, the older you get. my mother can't understand really my daughter's transgender business, transgenderism. She doesn't get it. But she's tried, but she's got dementia. So, it's a very uphill battle for her.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the things...
I guess what I'm saying is don't lose hope. You could possibly still get there.
I'm hoping that she does get her head together with it.
Mm.
And one of the things when because the short version, like I say, there's a lot of story in it, was that I phoned her up to see if to ask if she'd be all right if I went down to give her a present, and she made excuses, saying she was busy and all sorts of other stuff. And I'm working and I don't know what time I'm finished. She works at the supermarket. It's Sunday, they shut at 4, so she'd be home by 5 at the latest.
Yeah.
So so I basically said, well, how about if I come down as a guy and just leave it on the doormat and go? And she's like, well, you don't have to do that. And I said, well, don't have, I don't have to do it, but I want to because you're my mum, kind of thing is what I was thinking. And I said, and I sort of exasperatedly said, well, how about if I mail them to you then? And she went, well, that's not fair on you, and I don't want to be unfair. And I said, you kind of are being. And I was going to follow it because all I want to do is come down as a guy and drop a present off at the door. If you don't want to talk to me, I'll just leave it at the door. If you're okay talking, but you don't want to talk about the trans stuff, just say so, and we'll talk about other stuff, And but I didn't get any of that sort of stuff come out at all. She just basically blurted out, you know what, don't bother coming down. Just consider me dead and put the phone down. And I was raging. I was really angry. And I went down on my bicycle. This was the last time I ever wore any guy clothes, by the way. And so I went down. I shooed the dog off the chair because I didn't want to be tall, because I'm tall, and sort of pointing or sound aggressive or anything like that. So I made sure that I kept my tone like this, but strict, effectively. The stern school teacher kind of approach. And I thought if I sit down, then she's going to be taller than me if she stood up or whatever. And I won't look threatening or anything. And
that's very considerate of you. Yeah.
Yeah, and also if my dad wasn't already sat at the kitchen table, the dining room table, because my mum sits in the dining room and watches her soaps and stuff, and my dad sits in the living room and watches sport and other stuff.
Yeah.
So they basically spend half their time in different rooms, and so. If my dad wasn't in the room, I would have gone and got him. So my mum didn't feel threatened. So I started out and I told her, you don't get to tell me that I consider you dead. If you want to consider me dead, that's up to you. You make choices for you. You don't make choices for me, or don't tell me how I should think, rather. And, and other bits and bobs were said, and I had to sort of tell her, just because I didn't turn out the way you expected doesn't mean say you fail as a parent. But if you choose to, but if you choose not to accept me, then you'll fail as a parent. And she basically went, well, I failed as a parent then. Now that defiance that she was being, I pushed at her and pushed back, that's exactly the same reason why I was there. She just considered me dead. No. I learned that defiance back from her.
Yeah.
And so she started to say something, and I said, stop. Think about what you say before you say it, because once you've said it, you can't unsay it, you can't take it back. And she said, I'm not going to take it back. I want nothing more to do with you. And I stood up and I took a step for the door and I stopped. And I went to my dad, and when I stood up, he must have stood up. I don't know. And I went to him and I put my hands on his shoulders and I said, "Look, I know I'm only related to you through my mum because he's my stepdad, but just because she wants nothing more to do with me, don't mean so over between us, okay?" And you know, my voice is starting to break down, and he's like, "Yeah, I know." And so I went for the door, and I gave a sob. And she, you know, she said, "So I'm sorry you're upset, but that's just the way it is." And I turned to her and I said, "No, you don't get to tell me you're sorry at the same time as you're pushing me out of your life. It's not on, it's not right, and I'm not having it." And I went out the door and I shouted through the window and I said, "I've been doing so well lately, and you're not going to take it away from me." And that was it. I went home slowly. Now, I'm fortunate for my own psychology. I try to take bad things and turn them into good things. So as I, when I got home and the door was locked, I started taking my guy clothes off and threw them on the floor in the hallway as I walked. And as I threw them on the ground, I was like, I'm not going to need them anymore. And over the next 3 weeks, I went through my bedroom and any guy clothes got lobbed out in the hallway. And then after that 3 weeks of sorting things out, I ended up splitting them into 2 piles or 2 and a bit piles. One pile, anything that has stains or tears or rips or anything, that went to the bin, and anything that was good and wearable, that went to charity. And I kept 1 set of guy clothes for a year. And with the goal
Just
of,
in case.
it was a case, you know, if my mum changes her mind, I'm prepared to go down as a guy, which is risking my transition because they don't like you doing that. I'm prepared to pretend to be a guy for a short amount of time to wean her into, yeah, this is really happening here.
Yeah.
And so, you know, I after that 3 weeks, I'd split them, and my best day ever was, you know, like I say, 3 weeks later, just take a quick drink. My mouth suddenly got dry. So my best day ever was the day I got rid of the first bag of guy clothes. It was a rather rainy week. So I went down on my cute pink lady's bike. It looks fantastic, if you've seen it. So I went, dropped it off at the clothing bank, and then I had to go into town. I think I had some medication to pick up and some other bits and bobs. So I was wearing a really fitted shift dress. I looked great, you know. I had some 2-inch heels. Not that I need 2-inch heels. They just make you walk a bit different. And they look cute. And you walk 1 foot in front of the other rather than, you know, because of the posture difference. So my hair was great, my makeup was great, my outfit was great. You know, it was like a navy blue fitted shift dress with like a square neckline and short cap sleeves, and I'm wearing some of those Spanx. You know, they're like, you know, suffocating.
I know what Spanx are.
Yeah, they're for those people who don't. They're like really tight undies, and they're great for slimming you down a bit on the tummy. Well, they're also great for tucking what I euphemistically call boy bumps. So I was walking through the indoor market. I'm looking good. I'm feeling good. I'm moving away from the guy past, and I'm moving towards the girl future kind of thing. And my feet clip-clopping away. And in my head, I'm thinking, I hope I'm tucked tight and no one can tell. I'm sure I am. But you know what? Even if they can tell, I don't care. I'm being true to myself. And no one can tell me I can't look like this or feel like this or be like this. And after I was done, I decided, you know what? I'm going to reward myself. So I went and bought myself some fresh flowers for feeling that good. And I do that for myself every fortnight now. And just to show you, these are the ones I got last week. And there's lots. I bought 2 lots this time.
Lovely.
You know, and little tricks.
I like to buy flowers.
Yeah, a little trick. If you buy multicolored
Yeah.
flowers, just rotate the vase every day for a different look.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm going to go
I
with
hadn't thought of that. Yeah, but yeah. Have you looked in chat?
Yes, thank you very much, Nobody. I do appreciate it. And so, and then 2 days later after this, I got rid of 5 bags of guy clothes.
Whoa, 5 bags.
5 bags. It was crazy. So 6 in total. Just move my body again. And I had to do 5 trips because I could only get 1 bag in the basket on the bike.
That'd be good for your calves.
Yeah. As I was riding in my head, I had a song. It's like when you got a song in your head, sort of stuck in your head, and you just can't help. Well, it was a song called "Search for the Hero Inside Yourself," or "Search for the Hero." I think it's called by M People. And it's like search for the secret you hide.
I know the one.
Yeah, and then you find the key to your life, and it's like, you know what, this is it. And after I was done, and I tell you what I was wearing. I was wearing, I've got a coffee-colored skirt. It's sort of an A-line shaped one. So a coffee-colored skirt with some sort of cream flowery lines in it. Like flowers made out of just lines.
Oh yeah, I know the type. Yep.
Yeah.
I love an A-line skirt. They're so feminine.
Yeah, unfortunately for me, I'm a little bit fat in the middle, so it's hard to find one that looks right on me. But that one works well. And then I was wearing like a vest style blouse, and it's like cream with like leaves, and it's sort of floral, but not quite floral.
Okay. Yep.
And then a green cardigan with that. And I looked happy and nice. I took a selfie and I tweeted it, and it was just and one of my friends sort of tweeted back, that I looked radiant, which was a lovely thing to say. Good. Yeah. And it was, it was. I felt great because, like I say, it's like I'm moving in the direction. And like I say, that one set of clothes that I kept, sorry about the ambulance, the one set of guy clothes that I kept.
Yeah, they are noisy.
I live next to a main road, and the ambulance station up the road and the hospital's up there. So I get them going by all the time, all day long. Sometimes you get 2 because there's like a big roundabout kind of thing outside, and sometimes you get 2 at the same time going in different directions. Anyway, so but I kept that one set of guy clothes for a year, and exactly on the day, so it was the 31st of March. On the 1st of April, I took them down to the clothing bank and just left them behind. And it was, they were an anchor to the past. And I thought giving my mum a year was enough because, the thing is, the General Identity Clinic, they don't like you going back. They don't like you doing a half job. You've got to go all the way. And
yeah, I wonder about that. It sounds a bit, fascist.
Yeah. It's not as bad as it used to be, but of course, the stuff I was reading back then, I mean, they used to make you do 2 years of real life experience before they'll give you hormones.
Oh, fuck off.
I know. That's what I mean.
That's a lot.
I mean, I can understand why they would, surgery, not, I can understand that. But, before they'll even give you hormones, because the UK system is just shit, really, for trans people. I mean, I'm only fortunate that there's this new pilot program going on in Manchester where I live. But if I lived like 10 miles behind me, I would be out of the Manchester area, which meant I would still be with Leeds, and it would be another 2 years before I got hormones. It'd be the end of 23, 24. Yeah, 23 and into 2024.
Yeah, the youth, the children's and youth gender clinic down here at the Royal Melbourne Children's Hospital, they cop so much crap from the Murdoch media.
Yeah.
From News Corp. They have articles written about, like, hundreds of articles, you know, what adds up to basically 2 a day about transgender and how they're castrating children and all this shit. And they're the ones causing this problem. Murdoch has far too much power in this world, and I reckon that's probably why you've got to jump through so many goddamn burning hoops.
Yeah, sort of. Actually, it's a heritage thing. So
the what thing? Sorry, you cut out there.
It's a heritage problem.
Heritage? What the fuck's that got to do with anything?
What I mean is that so back in the day, the gender identity clinics, that you know, being trans was a mental disorder, and so it came under sort of mental health kind of stuff. That's the reason why the system is shit now, because although they don't think of it as a mental disorder anymore, the system hasn't changed. So, I mean, they've dropped the real life experience thing, but it doesn't really matter anyway, because you end up waiting for years. You end up from waiting more than 2 years just to get to an any assessment level. So you've already lived the 2 years. So it's redundant effectively because of the waiting. Because one of the problems with the NHS,
somewhere has decided that we'll make these changes, but they'll be cosmetic, and we'll end up not making any changes for real anyway. Well, my kid had to wait an extra bunch of months, like 6 months, because some dick up in New South Wales won a court case, and it meant that. How did it work? That estranged parents still had to be consulted about gender change. The thing is that there's such a high amount of demand and such a low amount of funding that they still have to wait 2 or 3 years before they start taking any pills anyway.
Yeah.
So and if it's an estranged parent, then clearly that parent and the child do not have a good relationship for a fucking reason.
Yeah.
Such as with my ex. Because, for some reason or other, they're not able to cope with complex gender issues,
Yeah.
Oh, motherfucker. I mean, what the fuck does it have to do with him anyway?
He's not an ally. Why does he get to make a decision about this?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Look, he's the perennial victim, He's the vulnerable narcissist. That's what he is. Everything's all poor me, and everything's all against me, and everybody hates me, and me. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. So,
The problem with the UK system is that because it used to be classed as mental health and still has the same procedural system, well, mental health is one of the least resourced parts of the NHS. I sought to get a diagnosis. I sought to get a diagnosis for Asperger's. I met a friend, and when I got introduced to his mum, she said, "You know what? I think you might have it as well." And so, I sort of realised, maybe I do. And so I took 3 years to get assessed. And I started off by going to see the local mental health department at the local hospital. And I was basically told that they don't have the resources to do that kind of testing. They don't offer it. They don't do it themselves. You have to go to third, other groups, other, and I was effectively told that we don't have the funding for anything more than basically psychosis. So unless unless I was chasing someone up the street with a large carving knife or something, at which point you get such section injected with drugs and kept in a ward with locks on the doors. They
don't care unless there's blood on the floor.
Yeah. So and it took
I've
3 years.
dealt with that here too.
It took 3 years for me and my doctor to basically pester all the local area, because the NHS is split into groups. So you got the Pennine Healthcare Trust, which is the one from my area, and then you'll have like the North Lancashire or Healthcare Trust or Manchester Healthcare Trust, and so on.
I think maybe. Look, I don't know. Are you at all active with transgender rights on a legal?
Not really. I mean, I do stuff on Twitter, and that's about it. I took part in a protest in Manchester a couple of weeks back as well.
Right, yeah. No, I was just thinking structurally, because I did my degree in a social science, so I'm thinking structurally, like what can be done to fix that. And legislation is what you do to fix that.
Yeah, the thing that I have an argument, and I think it's a reasonable one, that the NHS discriminates against transgender people because
because you're on Turf Island, aren't you?
Yeah, well, the way that the NHS works in their constitution, basically, they've got 18 weeks to see you. So, for example, you go to your doctors. I've got a bit of a problem. Okay, I'm going to send you off. I'm going to refer you to a specialist. So they've got 18 weeks to get you to see that specialist, and if they don't, the NHS will outsource you to the private sector. So you could go to a Bupa or, one of these ones where you pay medical, extra medical insurance or whatever. So because the NHS is brilliant, except for that it's over demanded. So, well, if you've got a broken hip, you might have to wait 6 weeks. You can't get it done like next week, whereas the private hospitals can. So effectively, they will outsource. If you can't be seen in time, they will outsource you to someone else. So you get the assessment, and they say, right, you're going to need this, that, or the other, and so you got 18 weeks. And if they can't, deal with you, if they can't, you can't get your surgery in time of that 18 weeks, then they will outsource you to private sector again. But they don't do that for trans people. Not at all. You just sit on a wait and wait. You can go
because it's sort of considered. It's considered by people who don't know shit about it as voluntary.
The difficulty is that people who are trans tend to be poorer because people don't want to hire people who look a bit weird, kind of thing.
Yeah, I know that much. Yeah,
and so it's harder to get a good and reliable job, and because it's harder to get a good and reliable job, it means you can't really afford to go private.
Yeah.
Now,
exactly.
if we contrast, so this is just to get an assessment, and the way the assessment system works. So I got to the first stage with Leeds. So December 2018 is when I see what I mean about ambulances.
Yeah.
Actually, I think that's a police car. Yeah. So with so what happened was December 2018 is when I went to my doctor and asked him to refer me to a gender identity clinic. So that was So I've got on their books around, I think it was the 27th of December 2018 was when Leeds had me on their books. I got a letter asking to create a date, to set a date for a screening call, which is basically just a phone call. And that is a sort of getting to know what your needs are kind of thing. So their resources are limited. And to give you an idea how limited they are, Leeds, before COVID, Leeds had a budget for 27 people a month, but have over 100 referrals a month. So if we look at, if we can imagine it from change months into hours, if you can imagine in a COVID sense, you've got a store and they've got something that's really popular and they can only get 27 people through that store an hour, but every hour over 100 people join the queue outside the store. Imagine what it's going to be like at the end of the day. Same story.
And the politicians who are in charge of making legislation and whatnot are very cynical.
Oh, you gotta love it. We've got Liz Truss, who is the Minister for Women and Equalities. You know, so if there's something LGBT, it's her department. Okay. So under Theresa May, because as you may know that we've had a lot of jumbling and juggling around with the politicians. So yeah, like David Cameron was Prime Minister, and so Brexit happened, and he's like, well, I don't believe in Brexit, so I can't lead the country on this. So he resigns. Theresa May gets voted as the party leader. And so she ends up running the thing. While she was running it, and as much as I disagree with her with pretty much every single thing that comes out of her mouth, she wanted to increase help for people for mental health issues, but also for trans people. So change the Gender Reform Act. The Gender Recognition Act. Unfortunately, that ended up sort of being stuck on a shelf for a while because, you know, they got other things to worry about, i.e. Brexit, and everything's Brexit. Oh, and by the way, everything else, that's also Brexit too. So honestly, they were just obsessed. Everything was Brexit, you know. So, you know, I mean, how's Brexit going to affect the equalities system? You know, it just... Oh, it was ridiculous. Everything was Brexit, Brexit, Brexit. So, so we ended up with Liz Truss, who is the minister for, you know, after a reshuffle. So there was a consultation put out, an online consultation. So you could answer some questions and give opinions on the website, and that would go into the consultation. They decided that they weren't going to use the consultation ultimately because too many trans people responded. Now let's take a different tact on the same kind of, you know, thinking here. So now we've got Brexit. So imagine I'm the government and I'm saying, right, we're going to have a consultation. So now that we've got Brexit going on, what should our fisheries system be? What should our fish, you know, how should we organize our fishing industry? And then, like, you know, and 6 months later, when they decide we're not gonna go for what was in in this consultation because too many fishermen responded. Well, of course they did. It's their industry. You know, that's like, oh, what should we do about car mechanics and complain when car mechanics reply? I mean, you know, it's baffling.
It's bigotry.
Yeah. So, you know.
It's bigotry and bullshit.
Yeah. And then we got the LGBT Alliance that have been, you know, who've seen her, who've had an invitation to go and see her and progress their stuff. And the
Hang
LGBT
on,
Alliance,
LGB Alliance isn't
they're
what
an
they sound
anti-trans
like.
hate group.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, and I can demonstrate this because they like to suggest that they're not anti-LGBT. So they're not anti-trans. They're pro-LGB. You know, they don't think that, you know, those ones are sexual attractions. This one's a gender thing. We don't like the whole gender thing being attached to that. The reality is they're just a bunch of transphobes. And I think the pro-LGB posts that they tweet and so on, I think that's just plausible deniability. So they could say, look, see, we're promoting LGB people. It's not all anti-trans, except for 90% of their output. And in the last election, when Boris Johnson became prime minister, which is just a crazy mistake, they had 12 questions for would-be MPs going for this election. And out of those 12 questions, every single one of them was about trans stuff. Nothing about LGBT stuff at all. It was all trans stuff. You know. And, I don't know if I mentioned it last time. An LGBT Alliance guy turned up at Pride last week.
Oh yeah, and people sort of drummed him out of there.
Well, effectively, what happened was, and there were lies told about this incident as well. So what happened was there was a Pride protest march. Because Pride has become very commercialized, they've literally cordoned off the entire gay village area, and unless you pay 30 quid, you can't get in. So for Pride Week, you can't just like go to the gay bar or anything. You've got to pay money just to get in to go to the gay bar. Well, they'll charge more money because they can that week. So it's just awful. And then you got the Pride March that was sponsored by big banks and airlines and all sorts of other companies as well. So and then you got the chairman. The chairman got like £10,000 bonus. So it's like, okay, this is just crazy. Anyway, so there was this protest march. So I met up with a couple of trans friends of mine in the city, and then we went to where it was going to be starting from. And when we arrived, there were a dozen of us, including us. There were a dozen people waiting. By the time we left, there were about 2,000. So it was quite amazing how big it was. And they were expecting a couple of hundred, maybe. Turned out a lot more. So what happened was I'm waiting with my friends, and one of them, she basically nudges and points out. And there was a guy there wearing black t-shirt and a black beanie with LGBT Alliance written on it. So an anti-trans hate group had a guy wearing their, representing
their gear.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't going to let him just turn up wearing that branding and not go unchallenged. Now, unchallenged doesn't mean to say I went and beat the shit out of him, as much as, even that might that might enter my head as a, weird fantasy that, I don't think in violent terms. So, but it's like, so he turns up. So I basically challenged him. Yeah. I just challenged him on the positions of this group he was representing, and stuff like that. So challenged him on some of the beliefs that they were talking about, and so on. So, so the march happened, and we're getting, at the end of the march, sort of the whole bunch of people just started milling around. And I saw this guy, he was about 10 feet away from me at the time. And he was chatting to a gay guy and someone else. I think they're non-binary. And, I watched a gay guy sneak up behind him and whip his hat off his head, his beanie hat, and then sort of duck into the crowd. And then he was kind of like taunting him with it, and the guy, not unreasonably, basically, come on, give it back, that kind of thing. He wasn't happy about it, but well, next thing you know, people started chanting, trans lives matter. And, well, as a result, he decided, screw it, I'm going to leave. So he started to leave. And then, and there was some police liaison officers around as well. And so, when the chanting started, he decided to leave. They decided they'd, come and help him, kind of guide him out of the way, So, and that was it. That was all that happened. Well, he said that he was violently assaulted. There was no violence. I suppose from a technical point of view, you could say someone whisking his hat off his head, could be classed as assault. But, not really.
Playground hijinks.
Exactly. It's the kind of stupid shit you have at school, but it's, it's not like, it's not like someone punched him in the head or pushed him or anything like that. I don't think anybody touched him at all other than pulling his hat off. Well, the TERS went crazy about this, as you can imagine. He even went on GB News, which is a new news broadcasting company that effectively it's like the Fox News for the UK. Or no, it's like Murdoch News for the UK. There you go. That's more like it. Murdoch TV News. He went on there, and he was saying how he was awfully treated and someone stole his hat, and he pulled on this weird thing because he never mentioned it anywhere else until he was on the TV. He milked an extra layer by saying that he's a bit balding on top, and the beanie, because he doesn't like people to see it, and that's what the beanie's there for. And it's like, really, yeah.
Oh, come on, dude.
I mean, I don't know, harmonica of disappointment, sort of wants to be played. Yeah, tiny violin, honestly, it was, but the TERFs were basically, the transphobes were on Twitter, were all saying, oh, a guy got kicked out of trans because he's gay. No, a guy who happens to be gay left because people started chanting and showing that they didn't agree with his position and the group that he was representing's position. He left. He wasn't kicked out. He chose to leave. And it wasn't even Pride. It was just a group of people that had taken part in a Pride march. So,
hey, he's back.
Hello.
I did the lie down thing again. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, yeah, we know. At least this time you gave us warning.
Yeah, I think we've just had about half an hour, 3/4 of an hour on our own.
Yeah, but you were having a lovely conversation. I could actually hear it in the background the whole time I was lying down. So I was like, oh.
Yeah. I just want to finish the last bit of this little thing because I was saying screwed. So if I was still with Leeds, their waiting list, so their website, when I was like in 2019 before COVID came along, so it's we've got a budget for 27 people a month, but we have over 100 referrals a month, and so the waiting lists are, and it was basically two and a half years was roughly what they were saying.
So will those people basically get on the internet and buy illegal hormones?
Well, they're not illegal, but yeah, often people are buying, they go in DIY as they call it. One of the things that's happened with the NHS is that they have, if they've got people that go in DIY, because they know the system is screwed against them, and unless you've got money, it's hard to be able to get, you can't go private, and if you can go private, you got to take blood tests to see what your hormone levels are like, because it's not just a sort of you just throw hormones at someone and say, right, you need that amount of dosage. No, you might need, one person might be up here and need that dosage, someone else might be there, someone else might be there, so they experiment to see, whether it's working for them. And so that's why I need the frequent blood tests, because they check my hormone level. They start you off at low, and then they now have been raised up to a higher level, So I went from half a milligram or microgram rather to a full microgram, and then it might be up to 5 or 7 or 10 or something. From what I understand, I'm fuzzy on it because this is new for me. Well, so the NHS, if you went DIY, you'd have to pay for your own blood tests. But the NHS is saying no, we're going to do it because there are going to be people who aren't getting blood tests because because they can't afford it, because being trans makes you poor, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And so we've got people are getting hurt from this. So we'll give them the blood tests, and while they wait for the gender identity clinics to work. So as I said, when I first went on the website, it said 27 months was the waiting list. By the time it got to the end of 2019, it had gone to 29 to 30 months, which is 2.5 years.
Yeah.
That's to your first assessment. And and on the second assessment, which could be a year later, I don't know, that's when they offer, that's when you get your diagnosis, and it's a bit like a video game. You get to a certain point when it unlocks the whole map, as it were. And so, it was basically like that. So I'm fortunate that this new Manchester Gender Identity Clinic opened, and that their waiting list was like negligible. As in, I was contacted in February. A week later, had my screening call. Not two and a quarter months later, a week later. 6 weeks after that, I had my first assessment.
Yeah.
I should have had my second assessment 6 weeks after, but it was delayed a bit because my doctors kind of screwed up with the blood tests. So when you get the first assessment, okay, and we're going to need to get a blood test for you to see what your hormone levels are like now. And which will, on the second one, they can then prescribe the right amount of hormones that would be appropriate based upon your blood tests. So, so I said, okay, well, I've got a thyroid issue, and I'm getting blood tests every couple of months. So, and I've got a blood test scheduled for like a couple of weeks away. So if you email my doctors and tell them what you need, then we can do both blood tests at the same time. And of course, having agoraphobia, that saved me going all the way to Manchester for a blood test, and going out twice for 2 blood tests as opposed to going 1 and then taking 2 lots of blood out of it in the same test. So so that was done. Unfortunately, they didn't do a BMI and a blood pressure check. And by the way, I had a second blood test done. And had the BMI and the blood pressure check. So she did she took the blood on my right arm, and then when she decided to do the blood pressure check and put the cuff on my left arm, because of course I had this little hole in me, and increasing my blood flow, apparently you can end up squirty. If they do that with the arm that they just took the blood out of. Yeah. So I thought that was funny.
Laura, dear.
I love your humor. Laura. I love your humor.
Anyway,
Laura, darling, Laura.
I know you've got to go.
I'm fading very fast now.
Oh,
right,
yes.
I'm going to wrap it up then.
Okay, I'll wait till you've wrapped it up.
Yep, so it's the short bit. So basically, the blood test thing screw up, added an extra 6 weeks on. So I had my whole thing done in 18 weeks, which of course is the NHS minimum standard, of course.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So and suddenly, I've now got laser hair removal that'll be coming soon. One of my medications causes transparent skin or something, so I've got to get a doctor's note to be able to access that. And I've had voice coaching, and I'm now taking hormones. In fact, you're going to go in a minute. Well, I'm going to take mine in a short while.
Right.
So yeah, it's all working great. But the thing is, the important thing to remember here is I'm in a lucky situation that I'm in one of these areas where they've got these 3 pilot programs. Whereas everybody outside of those pilot programs are still waiting in this stupid, ridiculous system that effectively discriminates against them
Poor
by not
things.
having the same standards as everybody else. There are plenty of private gender identity clinics, and yet they don't outsource like they do for every other kind of illness you might have. So, you know, but I'm being me, and even though I haven't got my mum in my life, at least I'm doing what I need to do to be me, and I'm doing it. And it's been wonderful. And it's been wonderful having you people like having me around, and I can tell these stories of sad iniquity, but you know, it's still.
I'm glad you're battling through it.
Thank you so much for sharing with us, Laura. Again, me. Hey, I'm just grooving along, being cishet white guy over here, and my world is fine. But sharing your story is so fantastic. I love the fact that you share with us. I love, because this is so outside my experience, quite honestly. Because my life is so fucking easy and whatnot. And the fact that you share your story with us means so much to me. And
do you want to know something really, really crazy?
Thank you. Yes.
A transgender person managed to get immigration status, refugee status to New Zealand because she came from Hate Island.
Oh God! Oh my God!
Turf Island, you know. Yeah, she managed to
you
emigrate.
live in Turf Island, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
she, basically because of all the turfs and the such hostile press, against gender identity clinics and trans people and all that.
That means you can come to New Zealand. Come down to the southern hemisphere.
Yeah, I could theoretically go to New Zealand on, with refugee status because there's a bunch of turfs that are just like, making life really, really difficult.
Oh my God! Yeah.
And the thing is,
I really have to go now.
Oh yeah.
Yes, me too.
Okay.
I'm gonna lie down. Thank you for indulging me in lying down and coming back. But yeah, maybe Saturday night for my time, another fucking live stream. Who knows?
Okay. Tomorrow night.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, tonight. See you all later. Love you all. Bye for now.
Bye. Bye, guys.